Chapter 940. According to Mosquito Doran's description, the corpse tomb realm was full of dangers. However, for Gu Han, Gu Hai could not stop. Corpse tomb realm. This black fog area? The unborn man asked in a deep voice. That's right. The corpse tomb realm is bigger than it looks. Once you enter the black fog area, you will know. This is a realm created by the heavens in the past. Moreover, what I just said is not the most dangerous. In fact, the most dangerous thing inside is the countless resentful spirits. Mosquito Doran said with a wry smile. Resentful spirits? Everyone asked in confusion. Yes, the resentful spirits of the sorcerer tribe and monster beasts who died in the war of the sorcerer tribe. Ha, Your Majesty, don't underestimate those resentful spirits. In the corpse tomb realm, resentful spirits can't reincarnate. It's as if they can live forever. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Of course, these resentful spirits don't have much rationality and will attack anyone they see. They should be the strongest resentful spirits in the world. Mosquito Doran said with a frown. Resentful spirits are that powerful? The unborn man asked in surprise. Yes, I can deal with ordinary vengeful spirits. However, once they reach a certain level, they will appear in groups. Even I can only avoid them. In the center of the corpse mound world, there is a central corpse pit. There are the most corpses there, and the most vengeful spirits are there. Moreover, they are the most powerful resentful spirits. Taoist fly and I can't get close. Only the corpse bug heavenly demon can get close, Mosquito Doran explained. What key is this chaos element bead? Chang Ming asked with a frown. The chaos element bead is the key to the corpse tomb realm. Because of the chaos element bead, all resentful spirits can't get close. Therefore, after Taoist Fly and I found out about this treasure, we fought for it with all our might. Mosquito Doran explained. Why did you fight for it? Gu Hai asked in confusion. To subdue the resentful spirits. Mosquito Doran said with a wry smile. The resentful spirits are fused with various monster gods from ancient times. You want to devour their god? Kong Xian frowned. Mosquito Doran was silent for a moment, then nodded. Kong Xian, don't underestimate these fey gods. In the ancient times, during the war of the witches and demons, there were countless fey gods stronger than you. At that time, the human race was insignificant. If not for the war of the witches and demons, the human race wouldn't have risen. Compared to the ancient times, the fey kings of today are nothing. Kong Xian nodded. Since the primordial bead can prevent the vengeful spirits from getting close, then we should immediately go and save Gu Han as soon as possible. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Mosquito Doran opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally nodding with a bitter smile. Gu Hai would never give up because of this danger. The others were even more ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and were actually eager to give it a try. Mosquito Doran felt that he had wasted half a day's worth of words. The group of 6 stepped into the black fog. The moment they entered, they felt the space around them shake. We've entered the corpse tomb world, everyone be careful. Mosquito Doran said solemnly. Everyone nodded and followed Mosquito Doran into the interior. The interior was extremely dark and gloomy, and they could vaguely see towering mountains and lofty ridges. Gu Hai held the curse-seeking ball in his hand, guiding the way. Chang Ming held the primordial bead in his hand, in case of any accidents. Everyone was on high alert. After all, Mosquito Doran had repeatedly warned them about the dangers inside, so they had to be cautious. After flying for a short while, they began to see skeletons spread out across the ground. There were large amounts of skeletons in the surroundings, both human and fey gods. These are all experts who trespassed here. Over the past tens of thousands of years, many experts who came in have all died here. Mosquito Taoist explained. Kong Xian flew over to a red-crowned crane skeleton, and his face sank. Based on the shape of the skeleton, this red-crowned crane skeleton might be from Heavenly Palace? Kang Xian said solemnly. Which one of those who dared to enter the corpse tomb world isn't a tyrant? The experts from before have all turned into skeletons, and those who entered in recent years are only rotting corpses, Mosquito Daoran said with a bitter smile. Everyone's heart sank. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of skeletons, and that was only what they saw. There were countless more that they could not see. As everyone flew into the interior, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being watched by something. Over there. Kang Xian's face sank as he looked at the peak of a mountain in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a giant blood-colored wolf. The wolf's body was slightly transparent, and there was a scarlet aura around it. It had a ferocious expression as it stared at everyone. A vengeful spirit? The unborn man asked. A wolf demon vengeful spirit? Let's leave quickly. Mosquito Daoran said with a sullen face. Mosquito Daoran, aren't you exaggerating? This vengeful spirit is not bad. However, judging from its aura, it is at most a middle-tier heavenly palace. How can that count? I can swallow it in one gulp. Kang Xian said with disdain. However, the blood-colored wolf suddenly raised its head and howled. A wolf. Let's go quickly. This wolf is very troublesome. Mosquito Daoran shouted. Let's go. Gu Hai said solemnly. After all, this was Mosquito Daoran's hometown. Gu Hai chose to believe in Mosquito Daoran. Everyone nodded, but Kang Xian was not convinced. He opened his mouth and sucked. Boom! Instantly, the blood-colored wolf in the distance was sucked in. It looked like it would be swallowed in one gulp. That's all you got? Kang Xian sneered. Boom! The blood wolf's body emitted thousands of rays of red light. As soon as the red light appeared, it rushed in all directions, forming a red transparent chain that pulled the blood wolf, preventing Kang Xian from swallowing it. Kang Xian's face darkened. Ah! 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 But at this moment, the howls of countless wolves came from all directions. A large number of blood wolves emerged from the peaks of the various mountains. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of them appeared. Each one of them had a ferocious expression as they looked at Gu Hai's group. A red light chain emerged from all the blood wolves and rushed towards the blood wolf that Kang Xian was about to swallow. It seemed to be pulling it, preventing it from being swallowed by Kang Xian. Humph! Kang Xian snorted. He exerted more force in his mouth. Boom! Even though he was being pulled by thousands of blood wolves, Kang Xian still swallowed the blood wolf in one gulp. Woo 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 woo! Countless demon wolves in the distance were enraged. The place where the blood wolf had just been swallowed was emitting a red light. Within the red light, the blood wolf was reborn. Roar! The blood wolf bared its teeth and roared at Kang Xian. Impossible! It was already destroyed in my stomach. How could it be reborn? Kang Xian's face darkened. The god of the wolf clan merged into the bodies of all the resentful spirits of the demon wolves. The god of the wolf clan has records of the resentful spirits of the wolf clan. They are unkillable. The more you kill, the stronger their resentment. With resentment, they can be reborn. Unless you could instantly exterminate all the blood wolves, they would not be able to be killed. Moreover, they will chase after you endlessly. They are not powerful, but they are extremely difficult to deal with. Mosquito Daoran said with a wry smile. Then let's kill them all. Kang Xian's face turned cold. Roar! He opened his mouth and took a deep breath, causing a black wind to blow from all directions. Immediately, the tens of thousands of demon wolves in the surroundings were swept over. In the blink of an eye, they were all swallowed into his stomach. I will eat as many as they come. Kang Xian said coldly. Rumble. Suddenly, countless red lights appeared in all directions. The red lights soared into the sky. The blood wolves that were swallowed by Kong Xian were reborn. They bared their teeth and roared at Kong Xian. Reborn again? Kong Xian's face darkened. I told you. As long as there is one resentful spirit of the wolf clan, they can be reborn in the corpse tomb realm. They are not very powerful, but they are very troublesome. Mosquito Daoran said with a wry smile. Changming took out the chaos pearl. The pack of wolves pounced but could not get close. Kong Xian's face darkened. This was the first time he found the resentful spirits troublesome. Let me try. Gu Hai pulled out the life-extinguishing saber. Your Majesty, it's useless. Mosquito Daoran was still worried. Boom. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. Immediately, billions of saber auras appeared and slashed at the blood wolves. All the blood wolves exploded in an instant. The resentful spirits entered the Death Eye's transformation pool. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the blood wolves turned into surging energy. Sizzle 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 sizzle. Gu Hai's surroundings were filled with sizzling sounds. Clouds of blood mist appeared, but the blood wolves did not revive. How could this be? Mosquito Daoran was confused. Ah woo! Suddenly, a pained howl of a wolf came from the distant horizon. That howl contained a monstrous amount of resentment. However, the resentful spirits that Gu Hai killed could no longer be revived. Mosquito Daoran and Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. We'll attract more resentful spirits. Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's right. The bigger the commotion, the stronger the resentful spirits will be attracted. Even the corpse worm demon will know. Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. The group quickly passed through the forest and headed for the depths of the corpse tomb world. Not long after they left. Roar, roar, roar. A series of blood wolves pounced, but the group had already left. Ah woo! The blood wolves were furious. They searched everywhere for Gu Hai and the others. The blood wolves left and went to a place where the corpses were rotting in the forest. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a swarm of flies flew up. In the eyes of the flies, the images of Gu Hai and the others were eerily left behind. Whoosh! The flies flew quickly toward the depths of the corpse tomb world. Not long after, the flies flew to a huge valley. There were nearly 1,000 corpses in the valley. There were humans and monsters. As the corpses rotted, countless flies flew around. White maggots kept crawling out of the corpses. It was extremely disgusting. The corpses seemed to be for the maggots and flies to eat. A man in green was sitting cross-legged next to them. His body was also covered with maggots and flies. However, his eyes were shining with green light. He looked at the corpses being eaten by the flies and maggots with satisfaction. Eat, eat. When this batch is finished, I'll go to a small town and bring back some humans and monsters for you to eat. The man in green sneered. If Changming were here, he would recognize him at a glance. This was the master who gave him the Chaos Essence bead. Taoist fly. The swarm of flies that had flown in from the outside suddenly rushed into Taoist fly's head and disappeared. Taoist fly narrowed his eyes. Oh. Mosquito Daoran is back. And that kid? So the Chaos Essence bead is back too. Chapter 941. Corpse Mound World. In a mountain forest. Lifespan array, activate. Boom. As the unborn man activated the array, countless centipede resentful spirits were trapped in a blue lifespan array. The centipede resentful spirits are more troublesome than the wolf resentful spirits. With the chaos orb, the centipedes can't get close, but they can spit out poisonous fog mixed with divinity, which is extremely dangerous. Moreover, they can burrow into the ground and fly into the sky. Fortunately, the unborn man's lifespan array trapped them. Mosquito Dauren said with lingering fear. Resentful spirits? How troublesome. As long as one of them is alive, they can be reborn. And the more resentful spirits there are, the more resentful they are. Why didn't the heavens deal with this place? Kong Xian said with a frown. The liches were originally the main characters of the world. After that shocking battle, they were nearly wiped out. Only resentful spirits remained. It is truly miserable. The heavens took pity on them and allowed them to continue existing in this world, the unborn man said sullenly. Kong Xian frowned slightly, but he did not refute. Your Majesty, we can't go forward. There's a great witch resentful spirit there. We have to go around it. Unborn man said with a frown. Go around it? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's a blood witch resentful spirit, one of the most powerful resentful spirits in the corpse mound world. Although its mind is muddled, its strength is incomparable to the previous ones. It has devoured countless resentful spirits and has reached a monstrous strength. Even the corpse bug heavenly demon couldn't subdue it, so. Mosquito Dauren said with a frown. A blood witch resentful spirit. It's that strong. Kong Xian said in surprise. In the world of the living, there were very few people who had reached the level of Mosquito Dauren. How come there were so many in the netherworld? It's probably in the corpse mound world. It's best to avoid it. This blood witch resentful spirit is really strong. I once encountered it and was injured by it. It took me 100 years to recover. Mosquito Dauren said with a bitter smile. Blood witch resentful spirit. Everyone's face fell. All right, let's go around. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai didn't try to be brave. He bypassed the area that Mosquito Dauren pointed at. The group no longer had the confidence they had when they first entered. Different vengeful spirits appeared one after another, letting everyone know how terrifying the corpse mound world was. The undying vengeful spirits were endless. This was not the most dangerous part. There was also the power of the corpse mound peak. Your Majesty, we've been circling around for a long time. I might know the direction your spell ball is pointing at. Mosquito Dauren said with a slightly unpleasant expression. Oh. The central corpse pit. Mosquito Dauren said with an ugly expression. Central corpse pit. That's right. Why would Jiang Rulai place Crown Prince Gu Han there? That is where most of the witch and fiend corpses are buried. The vengeful spirits there are the most horrifying. Furthermore, the overwhelming resentment there can change a person's temperament. No, at least 60% of the entire corpse mound world's vengeful spirits are there. Only the corpse bug sky fiends can barely enter that place. No one else can, Mosquito Dauren said in shock. The corpse pit of witch and fiend corpses. Bodhisattva Yan Xing felt stunned. Is Crown Prince Gu Han still alive? Chang Ming asked worriedly. Jiang Rulai and Gu Han coexist. It is impossible for him to kill Gu Han. He must still be alive. Gu Hai said seriously. Then, everyone asked worriedly. Let's give it a try. Continue forward. Gu Hai said seriously. Everyone nodded. With the location and Mosquito Dauren as a guide, the group circled around the many strong vengeful spirit territories and slowly headed for the central corpse pit. All kinds of vengeful spirits appeared along the way. There were demon-type vengeful spirits and humanoid vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits attacked anyone who trespassed on their territory. However, Chang Ming had the Chaos Elemental Pearl, Gu Hai had the Slaughter Spirit Annihilator, and the Unborn Man's Longevity Array could also trap vengeful spirits. The group ventured deeper and deeper. At this moment, screech. Suddenly, a super loud screech sounded. Peacock cry. Kong Xian's face darkened. As the peacock cry sounded, the void suddenly trembled. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with rolling green light. Is this the peacock demon's vengeful spirit? How powerful! Is the phoenix cry void tremor? Kang Xian's face changed. Gu Hai's face turned solemn. A vengeful spirit that could make Kang Xian's face change was naturally an extraordinary existence. Impossible. It shouldn't be here. Is this the Bird King vengeful spirit? It is one of the strongest vengeful spirits, like the blood witch vengeful spirit. Mosquito Doran's face darkened. Boom. However, all of a sudden, birds appeared from all directions. There were sparrows, eagles, cranes, and vultures. All kinds of vengeful spirits seemed to be filled with anger as they charged toward the group. At the head of the countless vengeful spirits was a gigantic peacock vengeful spirit that was 3,000 feet tall. The peacock was blood red. The Bird King vengeful spirit. Kang Xian's face darkened. How is this possible? Why would the Bird King come here? This is not its territory. Mosquito Doran was anxious. Screech. The Bird King saw the group and immediately let out an angry roar. Boom. Thousands of vengeful spirits charged toward them. Oh no, the corpse mound longevity array. The unborn man took out a small box. Inside the box was the corpse bug that Gu Hai had given to the unborn man not long ago. The corpse bug could not resist the unborn man at all. The unborn man reached out and pressed it against the ground. The unborn man activated a secret technique. With the corpse bug as the center, waves of black fog emerged and enveloped the group. Screech. Screech. The bird vengeful spirits charged toward them and entered the corpse mound longevity array. Whoosh. The vengeful spirits flew into the corpse mound longevity array and lost their sense of direction. Only the Bird King vengeful spirit seemed to be able to see everything clearly with its pair of eyes. It instantly charged toward the group. Oh no, the corpse mound longevity array cannot stop it. The unborn man said anxiously. The Bird King vengeful spirit. And the blood shaman vengeful spirit from before. At their level, even the chaos elemental bead cannot stop them once they go berserk. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. I'll do it. Kang Xian stepped forward. He instantly charged toward the vengeful spirit. Screech. The Bird King roared and instantly threw out 10 rays of 5-colored divine light. 5-colored divine light? Good one, come on. Kang Xian shouted. In an instant, Kang Xian also threw out 10 rays of 5-colored divine light, which collided with Yang Kai. Whoosh! Hong! Kang Xian and the Bird King's 5-colored divine light collided in the void and tore the void apart. The powerful impact even stunned Kang Xian. So powerful. You are not weaker than me. Kang Xian's expression changed. Screech. Kang Xian instantly transformed into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. You are an ancient senior and can use 5-colored divine light. Unfortunately, you are only a vengeful spirit and do not have a physical body. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me with just your soul body. Kang Xian said coldly. Screech. Kang Xian flapped his wings. Boom. Nearly 100 beams of 5-colored divine light shot toward the Bird King from all directions. Screech. The Bird King seemed to be filled with anger. However, it did not have any intelligence and was filled with resentment. It flapped its wings and sent out 50 rays of 5-colored divine light. Boom. With a loud sound, the Bird King retreated. Ha 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 ha, a vengeful spirit is only a vengeful spirit after all. Kang Xian said coldly. He sneered and threw out another 100 rays of 5-colored divine light. The divine light of 5 colors shot out in all directions. It was as if victory had been secured, and the Bird King was completely suppressed. Screech. The Bird King's expression turned sinister. Suddenly, it flapped its wings at the same time. Boom. A huge ray of 5-colored divine light was thrown out. This ray of 5-colored divine light was 10 times thicker than the previous one. However, there was only one ray of 5-colored divine light. While Kong Xian was puzzled, his expression changed. No, it is not 5-colored. It is 6-colored. This ray of divine light has 6 colors. 6-colored divine light? Kong Xian's expression changed drastically. This was because the moment the 6-colored divine light was thrown out by the Bird King, a terrifying aura rushed toward him. 100 rays of 5-colored divine light? Not enough, definitely not enough. Kong Xian did not have time to think. He flapped his wings and sent out another 200 rays of 5-colored divine light. 1 ray of 6-colored divine light versus 300 rays of 5-colored divine light. Hong! There was a huge collision in the void. A destructive force rushed in all directions and created a black hole that drowned Kong Xian and the Bird King. The shockwave was so powerful that it rushed toward everyone. Oh no! Mosquito Daoran waved his hand and protected everyone. The shockwave from the black hole even drowned everyone. The ground exploded and the corpse worm that the unborn man had activated suddenly emerged. Bam! The corpse worm exploded instantly. The corpse mound longevity array immediately collapsed. Screech! Screech! Thousands of vengeful spirits saw the group and rushed toward them ferociously. Kong Xian! Gu Hai called out worriedly. Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet, Your Majesty. Kong Xian coughed in the distance. The void slowly returned to normal, revealing the furious Bird King and Kong Xian, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. If Kong Xian had not dodged the 6-colored divine light in time, he would have been split in half. 6-colored divine light? Is this the 6-colored divine light? No, that was a weakened version of the 6-colored divine light. This vengeful spirit does not have a physical body and cannot use its full power. The 6-colored divine light. If I can master the 6-colored divine light, not even the prime of Tong Tian would be a match for me. Kong Xian looked at the Bird King excitedly despite his injuries. At this moment, the vengeful spirits surrounded Gu Hai. Chaos Essence Pearl. Changming quickly activated it. Screech! Screech! The vengeful spirits were instantly infuriated, but they were blocked by the white light and could not get close. Fortunately, we have the Chaos Essence Pearl. Mosquito Daoran sighed. Why are these vengeful spirits chasing us so relentlessly? Gu Hai frowned slightly. However, Bodhisattva Yansheng suddenly formed hand seals and closed his eyes. The will of the past connects karma. Where does the vengeful spirit's resentment come from? Buzz! Bodhisattva Yansheng's hand seals suddenly shot towards a pile of rubble in the distance. Hong! That pile of rubble instantly exploded, revealing a large number of flies inside. Buzz! Buzz! The flies quickly fled into the distance. Is it Taoist fly? Did you attract these vengeful spirits? Bastard, you still want to run? Mosquito Daoran roared furiously as his expression changed. As he roared, he flung his sleeve. Boom! Immediately, the black mosquitoes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surrounded the group of fleeing flies in the distance. Buzz! 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 The number of flies in the surroundings also increased rapidly. They flew everywhere, covering the sky in an instant. There were many black mosquitoes and flies. The two types of insects clashed everywhere. Mosquito Daoran jumped out of the Chaos Essence Pearl's protection. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the center of the large number of black mosquitoes. Then, he threw a palm strike. Boom! The palm strike collided with another palm strike. A huge shock wave immediately blasted away the mosquitoes and flies. In the blink of an eye, an azure-robed man appeared not far from Mosquito Daoran. Indeed, it is you, Taoist fly. Mosquito Daoran said coldly as he glared. Chapter 942. It's you, Taoist fly. Mosquito Daoran said coldly as he glared at Taoist fly. Taoist fly glared at Bodhisattva Yen Sheng in the distance. Nalanda Temple. Humph. In his anger, Taoist fly slapped at Mosquito Daoran again. Boom. Their palms collided in the air, creating a majestic shockwave. Taoist fly, you've become much stronger. Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. They were familiar with each other. Taoist fly had been imprisoned by Mosquito Daoran in the past, which showed how powerful Mosquito Daoran was. However, they were evenly matched this time. Changming, you brat, I taught you a cultivation technique, detoxified your poison, and even gave you a chaos essence pearl. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Are you not going to help me? Taoist fly glared at Changming in the distance. Changming's expression froze. He looked at Gu Hai. Mosquito Daoran said that Taoist fly was using Changming, but it was true that Taoist fly had saved him. Changming was in a difficult position. Boom. On the other side, Mosquito Daoran was entangled with Taoist fly again. Taoist fly's body emitted a dark aura. What's that? The unborn man's expression darkened. Corpse worm aura. I was wondering why your strength suddenly increased. Taoist fly, you've finally joined Corpse Mound Peak. Mosquito Daoran said angrily. Humph, so what? Mosquito Daoran, aren't you embarrassed now? Imperial Dynasty. My fly clone heard you call that person, Your Majesty. Have you joined Imperial Dynasty as a subject? Ha ha ha. Taoist fly sneered. What do you know about my business? Mosquito Daoran said coldly. Boom. The two were entangled. Fly baby, go. Taoist fly shouted coldly. Buzz. Buzz. The flies swarmed towards Gu Hai. Creak creak creak. Changming waved his sleeve and countless bats appeared to block the flies. Changming, you brat, do you know what you're doing? In the distance, Taoist fly, who was entangled by Mosquito Daoran, was furious. Although Changming didn't want to be enemies with Taoist fly, he was a subject of the Dahan and had to protect the emperor. Woo woo. In the distance, a series of wolf howls suddenly sounded. Evidently, the countless bird-type resentful spirits had attracted countless other resentful spirits. Your Majesty, if this continues, the Corpse Mound Peak will be alerted. The unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Xian, who was fighting in the sky. The vengeful spirit of the Bird King possessed the six-colored divine light. Even though it was only a vengeful spirit left, it was still able to force Kong Xian back. Kong Xian! Gu Hai shouted. In the sky, Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of witch blood and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Don't stop the Bird King. Let it come down. Gu Hai shouted. Huh? Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Let the Bird King come down. Even the Chaos Pearl couldn't stop it. However, since Gu Hai had given the order, Kong Xian could only transform into his human form and charge towards Gu Hai. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived at Gu Hai. Your Majesty. Why? Kong Xian was confused. The Bird King swooped down from the sky. The vengeful spirit of the Bird King doesn't have much intelligence. It only acts on instinct. Taoist fly couldn't have persuaded it. He must have taken something from the Bird King or destroyed it. The Bird King must have come after Taoist fly. Otherwise, Taoist fly wouldn't have been hiding in the ruins. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Shriek. As expected, the Bird King suddenly changed its direction and dove toward Taoist One and Taoist Fly after letting out a crazed shriek. Oh no! Taoist Fly's expression changed. Mosquito Daoran, come back quickly. Let them fight. Gu Hai shouted. Mosquito Daoran moved. Buzz! Mosquito Daoran dodged Daoist fly and charged towards Gu Hai. Shriek! The Bird King looked ferocious as it swooped down towards Daoist fly. The vengeful spirits that were surrounding Gu Hai suddenly changed their direction and charged towards Daoist fly. In an instant, Daoist fly became the target of all vengeful spirits. It was as if thousands of arrows had been fired at the same time. Mosquito Daoran, just you wait. Daoist fly roared in frustration. Boom! Daoist fly instantly fled into the distance. Shriek! The Bird King looked ferocious as it chased after him. Daoist fly was powerful, but the Bird King was even more powerful. The vengeful spirits of the Corpse Mound realm were alerted. Daoist fly was like a stray dog, fleeing in all directions. Your Majesty, let's leave immediately. Such a big commotion must have alerted countless vengeful spirits. Mosquito Daoran said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. In an instant, everyone left the place. They returned to a mountain forest. After confirming that there were no more vengeful spirits chasing them, the group stopped. This is bad. Daoist fly has sided with Corpse Mound Peak and is lingering around. We are in trouble now. Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. Furthermore, I have a bad feeling. Bodhisattva Yensheng said with a frown. Huh? Everyone looked at Bodhisattva Yensheng. Do you still remember how I found Daoist fly's technique? Bodhisattva Yensheng asked with a frown. It was all thanks to Bodhisattva Yensheng. Otherwise, we would not have known that Daoist fly was behind this. It would have been very troublesome if we kept pestering the Bird King. Gu Hai nodded. That is called tracing the past. It is a secret technique of Nalanda Temple. Not many people in the world know about it, but that Daoist fly mentioned it, Bodhisattva Yensheng said worriedly. Oh. Everyone felt confused. You should know that the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land was just a branch of Nalanda Temple in the past. Before the current Buddha established the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land, he was the first senior brother of Nalanda Temple. In my previous life, I was just the most insignificant junior brother of Nalanda Temple. He was the first senior brother. At that time, Master, the Withered Lamp Buddha, died. Although first senior brother was very talented and ranked first in the Buddhist Tao, before Master passed away, he instructed not to pass on the position of sect master to him. So, he established his own sect and became the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land, Bodhisattva Yensheng recalled. The current Buddha's master is called the Withered Lamp Buddha. Why did he not pass on the position to him? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. I am not sure. However, the strongest secret technique of my Nalanda temple is called the 3 lifetime Buddha intent. 3 lifetime Buddhas. You know about the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Jiang Rilai's Spirit Mountain's Holy Land was established based on the 3 lifetime Buddha intent. The 3 lifetime Buddhas have their own secret techniques. Among them, the past Buddha knew the past meaning secret technique. I also cultivated the past meaning secret technique. The root-seeking past meaning secret technique is one of the past meaning secret techniques. Based on the present and the past, there should be no more than 3 people in the world who know this secret technique. Me, Jiang Rilai, and the Spirit Mountain's past Buddha, I guess. Bodhisattva Yensheng said. Only the 3 of you know. How did that Taoist fly recognize it? The Mosquito Daoran asked in surprise. Bodhisattva Yensheng shook his head, showing some worry on his face. Perhaps Jiang Rilai said it. Alright, there's no need to worry. Let's continue on our way. Be careful from now on. Gu Hai consoled. Yes. Everyone answered. 2 hours later, at a large mountain peak in the Corpse Grave realm, there was a large hall on the mountain peak called the Corpse Grave Hall. Inside the Corpse Grave Hall, cough. 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 Taoist fly coughed, his entire body covered in wounds. Clearly, he did not gain an advantage against the Bird King earlier. Buzz! A black aura came from the throne in the north of the hall. The throne in the north was shrouded in black fog, making it impossible to see who was inside. The black aura surged out of the black fog and entered Daoist Fly's body. Daoist Fly's injuries healed at a visible rate. Soon, the black aura stopped, and Daoist Fly's injuries were all healed. Many thanks for the treatment, Peak Master. Daoist Fly said gratefully. Before the Peak Master on the throne, the corpse bug Sky Fiend, who was shrouded in black fog, could speak. A cold laugh came from the other side of the hall. Ha! Daoist Fly, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You went to provoke the Bird King's resentful spirit? Daoist Fly's face twitched. Chun Shinsho, what do you know? I did it for the corpse grave realm. Daoist Fly said with a glare. If the unborn man were here, he would recognize the black-robed Chun Shinsho, who had set up the corpse grave longevity array with Baiming Shou in Three Mountain City not long ago. Apart from Chun Shinsho, there was a group of other experts in the hall, standing in 2 rows. However, these 2 rows of people did not move at all, as if they were statues. Daoist Fly, why did you provoke the Bird King? A dignified voice came from the throne in the black fog. Peak Master, Mosquito Daoren came back with a group of experts. I didn't know what they were going to do, so I wanted to stop them. After all, this is the Peak Master's territory. Daoist Fly said immediately. Oh. What group? The Peak Master in the black fog said coldly. Daoist Fly was already one of the few experts in the world. The group of people that Daoist Fly used to deal with had to be extraordinary, and they even made Daoist Fly suffer a great loss. Daoist Fly waved his hand. Buzz! He condensed the appearance of Gu Hai and the others with a spell. Oh! It's Gu Hai! Chun Shinsho suddenly exclaimed in shock. You know him? Daoist Fly asked in surprise. Nonsense! You didn't go out, so of course you wouldn't know. Not long ago, we dealt with this Gu Hai in the world of the living. I know him even if he turns into ashes. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Unborn Man, Mosquito Daoren, Bodhisattva Yensheng. And this? Chun Shinsho said in surprise. This is Changming. Does that mean you know all of them? Daoist Fly asked in surprise. Chun Shinsho nodded and told him what happened in the world of the living. Peak Master, this group of people is not to be trifled with. Although we don't know why they are here, we can't let them continue like this. We must capture them. Chun Shinsho said solemnly. Yes, yes, capture them. Daoist Fly immediately shouted. Well, as you said, they are indeed extraordinary. They entered without notice and didn't take me seriously. The Peak Master said coldly. Peak Master, you don't have to do it yourself. We can do it. Don't worry. With everyone's help, we will definitely be able to take them down. Daoist Fly immediately shouted. Daoist Fly also had his own thoughts. He didn't want the Peak Master to take action. After all, there was still the Chaos Essence bead. If the Peak Master took action, he would definitely obtain the Chaos Essence bead. Well, in that case, Daoist Fly, you organize it. Who do you want? The Peak Master said indifferently. They have a master show. Chun Shinsho will go with me. Daoist Fly shouted. Okay. The Peak Master said indifferently. They have Kong Xian, Gu Hai, and Bodhisattva Yensheng. So, I want 2 more people, the 2 at the front of the 2 groups in the hall. Daoist Fly said with some anticipation. Daoist Fly, you really dare to ask for the 2 strongest subordinates of the Peak Master? Chun Shinsho smiled. Daoist Fly looked at the black fog on the throne expectantly. Approved. The Peak Master in the black fog answered. Many thanks, Peak Master. However, Chun Shinsho exaggerated them. I was worried about accidents, so I asked for the two strongest subordinates. Taoist Fly immediately said. In the black fog, the Peak Master shot two streams of black energy at the two people at the front. Previously, the two stood there like statues, motionless. Now that the black energy entered their bodies, they trembled and moved. Yes, Peak Master. The two said respectfully. Then, they slowly walked over to Taoist Fly. 6 Paths of the Sword God, Withered Lamp Buddha, I will have to trouble you next. Taoist Fly said with a smile. Chapter 943. The Corpse Grave Realm. With the Mosquito Daoran leading the way, the group managed to avoid most of the resentful spirits. I feel that we have returned. We only advanced a short distance, Kong Xian said with a frown. Yes, we have returned. However, we went around the Blood Shaman resentful spirit area. Now, we just need to continue forward. We should reach it soon. The central corpse grave is right before us, the Mosquito Daoran said confidently. In that case, let's go. Anticipation flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Although Xiao Chen still felt somewhat worried about Taoist Fly, the most important thing now was to rescue Gu Han. The curse-seeking ball in Xiao Chen's hand showed that they should not be far away. With the Mosquito Daoran leading the way, the group quickly headed for the central corpse grave. As they flew, something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. His figure paused. Everyone also stopped abruptly. Where are they? Where are Kong Xian and the unborn man? The Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Earlier, those two were still around. Why did they suddenly disappear while flying? Only Gu Hai, the Mosquito Daoran, Chang Ming, and Bodhisattva Yanxing remained. Everyone's face sank. Standing where they were, the group looked around. However, they could not find anything. The Mosquito Daoran stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, countless black mosquitoes covered the surroundings. The black mosquitoes searched, but the surroundings were silent. There were no resentful spirits. There were no resentful spirits either. Your Majesty, something is wrong. They really disappeared. The Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. Gu Hai's face sank. Kong Xian and the unborn man disappeared right before his eyes. Yet, they disappeared just like that. This was too strange. What should we do now? Chang Ming also showed a worried expression. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. In this world, it's impossible for anyone to kill Kong Xian and the unborn man without alerting anyone. It can only be a spirit array. They were moved to another place by the spirit array. They're still alive. Chang Ming's expression changed. Although I don't know what happened, I believe in their strength. Once they have a chance to breathe, they will definitely think of a way to save themselves. Either they leave the corpse grave world or they go straight to the central pit. Since we can't find them, we will continue to go to the central pit. Gu Hai gravely said. Yes. Everyone answered. At this moment, the four of them were extremely cautious. After all, the disappearance of Kong Xian and the unborn man was too strange. Array formation. No one noticed it at all. While flying. Who? Gu Hai suddenly paused. He finally heard a strange sound. In the next instant, Chang Ming and the Mosquito Daoran vanished. Only Bodhisattva Yanxing remained by Gu Hai's side. They disappeared again. Gu Hai's face sank. I think I know. Bodhisattva Yanxing's expression suddenly changed. You know? Do you know where they went? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Yanxing nodded, frowning deeply. What's going on? Bodhisattva Yanxing, can you find them? Gu Hai asked worriedly. I can't do anything. However, I think I know why they disappeared. This is the triple-layered past intent. That's impossible. The past Buddha of the Spirit Mountain's holy land could not achieve this triple-layered past intent. Even I can't do it. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said anxiously. Triple-layered past intent? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked seriously. Actually, Chang Ming, Mosquito Daoren, Kong Xian, and the unborn man are still with us. Perhaps they are. However, we can't see them, and they can't see us. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said with an unsightly expression. Why can't we see them? Is it because they are trapped in a small space? Like my immortal dome of the ancients? Gu Hai frowned. Different spaces? No, they are at different times. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said with a frown. Different times? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. The triple-layered past intent squeezes the time of a certain place into 3 layers of time. To be more precise, the time here is slightly chaotic. Mosquito Daoren is still here, but he might be here tomorrow. Kong Xian is still here, but he might be here yesterday. We are looking at the same place, but we are at different times. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said worriedly. We are in the same space, but we are at 3 different times. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded. Gu Hai gave Bodhisattva Lien Xing a deep look. That Nalanda temple lived up to being a temple with a long history. Initially, as the Dahan temple grew stronger, Gu Hai felt that Nalanda temple was nothing much. After all, even the strongest Bodhisattva Lien Xing was not that strong. However, Nalanda temple's methods were horrifying. Is this the ability to control time? Gu Hai asked seriously. It is different from old man Guanxi's time laws. The triple-layered past intent can only fold the time in a certain area into 3 layers of time, 1 or 2 days at most. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said bitterly. A layer of time. In that case, this is indeed like a ritual array, a region. We just need to step out of this region. Gu Hai asked. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded. Since that is the case, let's leave this place immediately. Let's go. Gu Hai said seriously. Ancient Emperor, we might not make it in time. Look. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said bitterly. Roar. 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 However, Gu Hai saw countless resentful spirits charging over from all directions. There were birds, beasts, and even humanoid resentful spirits. All of them seemed to carry overwhelming hatred as they charged at Gu Hai and Bodhisattva Lien Xing, wanting to tear the two apart. Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression changed. He pressed his palms together and started chanting scriptures. Xing. Gu Hai took out the life-punishing saber, showing a ferocious expression as though he was about to attack. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, follow me later. I'll bring you out. Gu Hai said seriously. The resentful spirits that Gu Hai killed could not be revived. Hence, Gu Hai's destructive power was even greater. He had to protect Bodhisattva Lien Xing and quickly leave this area. However, Bodhisattva Lien Xing continued chanting. As Bodhisattva Lien Xing chanted, he heard chanting in the distance. To his surprise, Gu Hai discovered that the chanting in the distance was identical to Bodhisattva Lien Xing's. Furthermore, as the chanting grew louder, it seemed like a blazing sun rose in the distance. Soon, Shaoqin saw an extremely old monk sitting cross-legged in that blazing sun. The old monk chanted, and his voice entered the ears of the countless resentful spirits. The countless resentful spirits seemed to be under his control as they charged at Gu Hai. That old monk is guiding these resentful spirits? Gu Hai's face sank. Master. Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression changed. What? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That is my master, the withered lamp Buddha. Didn't he pass away? Bodhisattva Lien Xing exclaimed in shock. Withered lamp Buddha. Jiang Rulai's master. Gu Hai's eyelids raised. What kind of place is this corpse grave realm? It even has a withered lamp Buddha. Roar! The few tiger and leopard resentful spirits at the front immediately charged over. Boom! Under the life-slaying saber, the group of resentful spirits immediately vanished. The 3 layers of past intent were created by my master. It must be him. However, why? Why? Bodhisattva Yen Sheng exclaimed in shock. Let's go. I'll bring you to confront him. Gu Hai immediately led the way while holding the life-slaying saber. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng nodded, feeling confused. Boom! 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 Although there were many resentful spirits, they were not as powerful as the Bird King's resentful spirit from earlier. With Gu Hai's saber, he could already sweep through everything before him. However, there were too many resentful spirits charging forward, slowing down Gu Hai significantly. When Xiao Chen approached, Bodhisattva Yansheng pressed his palms together and said respectfully, "Disciple Yansheng greets Master." However, the withered lamp Buddha ignored Bodhisattva Yansheng. He still looked at Bodhisattva Yansheng like a stranger. "Master, do you not recognize this disciple?" Bodhisattva Yansheng asked anxiously. "Of course, this Buddha recognizes you. However, the Peak Master said that if you surrender, this Buddha can spare your lives and wait for the Peak Master to deal with you," the withered lamp Buddha said expressionlessly as he pressed his palms together. "You. Master, why are you following the corpse bug sky demon?" Bodhisattva Yansheng exclaimed in shock. At the side, Gu Hai's expression changed. He is not the withered lamp Buddha. He should be a clone of the withered lamp Buddha. What clone? Bodhisattva Yansheng asked, feeling confused. Kong Xian and the unborn man flew with Gu Hai's group. As they flew, Gu Hai's group suddenly vanished. Where did they go? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. That's not right. Why did His Majesty suddenly disappear? Kong Xian's expression changed as well. Perhaps it's some kind of ritual array. Be careful. The unborn man warned. Ha 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 ha. Ritual array. Unborn man, to think that you dare to barge into the corpse grave realm? Why are you here? Suddenly, a voice came from the nearby forest. Huh? The two looked over. Then, they saw a skinny, black-robed figure standing in the nearby forest. Chun Shinsho. The unborn man asked. How long has it been? Don't you recognize him? Chun Shinsho sneered. Where's His Majesty? Where did you take His Majesty? Is this a lifespan ritual array? Kong Xian demanded with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai and the others? Ha! You can't even protect yourself, yet you are still thinking about Gu Hai. Chun Shinsho sneered. This is not a lifespan ritual array. The unborn man countered. Who cares if it is a lifespan ritual array? Humph. Let's take down Chun Shinsho first. Then, we can resolve everything. Kong Xian said coldly. As Kong Xian spoke, he instantly launched himself at Chun Shinsho. Kong Xian's speed was extremely horrifying. He arrived before Chun Shinsho in an instant, looking like he would capture him. Xing! Suddenly, a sword radiance appeared behind Chun Shinsho. The sword radiance circled around Chun Shinsho's shoulder and arrived before Kong Xian's face in an instant. The sword radiance was ferocious and was about to cut Kong Xian in half in an instant. What? Kong Xian's expression changed. He immediately threw out 2 rays of 5-colored divine light from his hands. Boom! With a loud sound, the 5-colored divine light exploded. Kong Xian was instantly sent flying by the powerful force of the sword radiance. He crashed into several huge mountains. There's someone else. The unborn man's expression darkened. Then, he saw a man slowly walking out from behind Chun Shinsho. Rokudo Shinkun. Kong Xian crawled out from the ruins and shouted in surprise. That sword-wielding man was actually Rokudo Shinkuin. Moreover, it was the extremely destructive Rokudo Shinkuin gold god body. 800,000 years ago, Rokudo Shinkuin was in existence that caused Kong Xian to despair. Rokudo Shinkuin's clone, the sword god 6 Dao who fought against Hui in the infinite celestial capital, the unborn man said in astonishment. Chapter 944. 6 Dao of Sword God. When Kong Xian and the unborn man saw the man holding the sword, their expressions changed drastically. How powerful is 6 Dao of Sword God? In the past, Kong Xian had seen Rokudo Shinkuin's water god body. 2 Tongtian sect master, Taisheng sect master, Gu Hai, and 4 old man Guanqi were barely able to deal with the water god body. This is the metal god body, which is even more powerful than the water god body. Duplicate? Even if it is a duplicate, it is still extremely powerful. 6 Dao of Sword God, leave the unborn man to me. Why don't you focus on Kong Xian? TSK, Kong Xian. Great Myojin, I have heard of your great name before. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xinsho laughed loudly. Okay. 6 Dao of Sword God replied. Swish. In an instant, 6 Dao of Sword God appeared not far away from Kong Xian and slashed down with the sacred sword in his hand. Holy light of 5 colors. Kong Xian shouted in shock. He stretched out his hand and 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors were shot out. A series of black holes tore open in the void and charged towards the 6 paths of the Sword God. At this moment, Kong Xian did not dare to stay behind. Humph. 6 Dao of Sword God snorted. The sacred sword in his hand slashed down and seemed to be able to cut the heavens and earth in half. It collided with the 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors. Boom! With one slash, all skills were destroyed. With a loud bang, the 300 rays of holy light of 5 colors exploded and were completely destroyed by the slash of the heavenly sword. A huge black hole appeared in the void and the sword did not stop there. It arrived in front of Kong Xian in an instant. Boom! Puff! In the black hole, Kong Xian turned into a ray of light and was shot away. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. The sword god of the 6 paths looked on coldly, only to see that Kong Xian had been smashed into a huge crater below. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing up blood, Kong Xian crawled out of the hole. However, at this moment, Kong Xian's body was covered in blood. There were sword wounds all over his body, as if half of his skin had been torn apart. Ha 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 ha, Kong Xian, you are actually not a match for one of the 6 paths of the sword god, ha ha ha. Chen Xinsho laughed loudly. Cough cough cough, ha ha ha, there is indeed something different. 6 Dao of Sword God. Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body clone. No, a replica is just a replica. It's still lacking a little. Kong Xian said coldly as he coughed up blood. Lacking a little. Chen Xinsho said solemnly. Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body is the 10th level of the Heavenly Palace, the Great Perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace. Your replica is not at the Great Perfection stage, it's still lacking a little. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured, but killed by your sword. Kong Xian said coldly. Even if it's not at the Great Perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace, you are still not a match for it. It's just a little bit weaker. You will still die. Chen Xinsho said coldly. No, just a little bit, just a little bit. Even if the difference is like heaven and earth, the Great Perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace is flawless. Just a little bit more and there will be a flaw. I will find it. Humph. Again. Kong Xian said coldly. Kong Xian suddenly let out a long roar. Not only did he not run away, he charged towards the 6 paths of the sword god. You overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of the sword god snorted coldly. Shing! A sword ray pierced through heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, Kang Xian was slashed into the ground again. Although it was not enough to kill Kang Xian, the power of the 6 paths of the sword god was too strong. Kang Xian could only barely struggle. The second slash did not kill Kang Xian. The 6 paths of the sword god immediately rushed over. Boom! Kang Xian suddenly emerged from the ground. His hands formed into claws and instantly appeared in front of the 6 paths of the sword god. Die! Kang Xian revealed a ferocious expression as he tore out a claw. The 6 paths of the sword god glared at him and spun his sacred sword again. Shing! Boom! Kang Xian was instantly blasted into the distance by the sword ray. He crashed into a bunch of mountains and stopped. At this moment, Kang Xian was covered in blood. His face was filled with unwillingness. He looked at the 6 paths of the sword god ferociously. Even though he was severely injured, he still stared at the 6 paths of the sword god with all his might. The 6 paths of the sword god gently touched his face with his hand. There was a bloody wound on his face. Although it was shallow and was only a superficial wound, it meant that Kang Xian had injured the 6 paths of the sword god. Looking at the blood on his fingertip, the 6 paths of the sword god's eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent. You have angered me. Humph. With a cold snort, the 6 paths of the sword god seemed to have traveled through time and space. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kang Xian and slashed his sword at Kang Xian again. Rainbow Divine Light. Boom! Kang Xian was blasted away again. He barely managed to stay alive, but his injuries were getting worse. The unborn man wanted to help, but Chen Xinshu instantly blocked the unborn man. Ha, unborn man, with your cultivation, you won't be able to help even if you go. It's better for you to stay. Chen Xinshu said coldly. Chen Xinshu, you want to stop me too? The unborn man waved his hand, and a large amount of black gas appeared in the void. Shou Xiu, life is life, death is death. Ha, you are really courting death by combining life and death. Don't think that you are more powerful just because you have both. On the contrary, if you divide your attention between 2 Daos, you will only achieve nothing in both. Chen Xinshu waved his hand, and 10 jade boxes appeared. Achieve nothing in both Daos. Hee, I remember that the previous generations of Chen Xinshu had researched on combining life and death. Why? Didn't you look down on having 2 Daos? The unborn man released more and more black gas, forming a huge vortex. I am interested because I want to know how you are courting death. Humph, Shou Zhen, you can't do it. Chen Xinshu said coldly. As he spoke, the 10 jade boxes in front of him opened up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 10 corpse bugs appeared from the jade boxes, and each of them looked at the unborn man ferociously. Corpse bugs. The unborn man suddenly said in a deep voice. Yes, I am now following the corpse bug heavenly demon. He provides me with an endless supply of corpse bugs. That day in the 3 mountain city, it was only the small corpse mound longevity array. This time, you will have a taste of the 10 longevity arrays. Rise! Chen Xinshu shouted. Rise! The unborn man also shouted. Boom! The 2 of them were instantly shrouded in black gas. Rumble! Within the black gas, there was a series of loud noises. It was obvious that the 2 longevity masters were fighting fiercely inside. Half an hour later, Kang Xian was already covered in blood, and the 6 paths sword god had 2 more bloody scars on his face. There were a total of 3 scars, but they were only superficial wounds. However, Kang Xian's combat strength was getting weaker and weaker. Large pieces of flesh were cut off from his body, revealing the white bones on his arms and legs. I am not willing to accept this. My peacock tribe has yet to rise. My peacock tribe has yet to be revived in my hands. How can I die here? No. Kang Xian said unwillingly. Although he had already injured the Six Paths Sword God, he was still far from being able to do so, especially when it was Rokudo Shinkuan. You have no way out. Die. The Sword God's six paths once again slashed out with a ferocious aura. Boom. The sword was vast and seemed to have surpassed everything that had happened before. It brought out a sword aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Hundreds of millions of sword chi blocked all of Kang Xian's escape routes, forcing Kang Xian into the sword aura and killing him in one strike. No, five-colored divine light, kill. Kang Xian roared, unwilling to give up. Swoosh. Close to 400 rays of five-colored holy light clashed with the vast sword aura. Kang Xian gave it his all, almost hysterically exerting all of his strength. What's the use of having so many rays of five-colored holy light? If your quality is not good enough, don't even think about blocking my sacred sword. Die. The Six Paths Sword God's eyes turned cold. Boom. The sacred sword clashed with the five-colored holy light. Just like what the Six Paths Sword God said, what's the use of having so many rays of light? Wherever the sword aura passed, all the rays of light were torn apart like rags. They could not withstand a single blow and exploded in all directions. Kang Xian's hysterical attack had no effect at all. No, I can't lose. I can't lose. The peacock tribe can't be exterminated. Kang Xian roared with despair. At this moment, Kang Xian's eyes were filled with tears of blood. Kang Xian understood that the peacock tribe would soon be exterminated after losing his protection. 800,000 years ago, he had promised the old Peacock Supreme to revive the peacock tribe. However, he had not done so. He had a great mission to fulfill and could not die here. Even though Kang Xian was in despair, the sacred sword was still merciless. It tore apart all the five-colored holy light and was about to cut Kang Xian in half. Screech. At this moment, the cry of a peacock could be heard behind Kang Xian. Huff. Before the sacred sword arrived, a huge mouth appeared and swallowed Kang Xian whole. At the same time, a ray of five-colored holy light clashed with the sacred sword. Boom. With a loud bang, the five-colored holy light exploded and the sacred sword was knocked back for the first time. The Six Paths Sword God's face turned cold. At this moment, the resentful spirit of the Bird King arrived and swallowed Kang Xian whole. Resentful spirit? You ate the person I wanted to kill. Spit him out. The Six Paths Sword God said coldly. Screech. The resentful spirit of the Bird King stared at him and screeched. You have a grudge against him and you want to eat him? Hee, I don't care whether you have a grudge against him or not. I promised the Peak Master that I want to see Kang Xian, dead or alive. If you don't spit him out, I will cut open your stomach and dig him out before killing him. The Six Paths Sword God slashed at him again. Screech. The resentful spirit of the Bird King let out a cry and threw out a ray of five-colored holy light to meet the Six Paths Sword God's attack. Boom. The Six Paths Sword God's opponent was the resentful spirit of the Bird King. In a daze, Kang Xian was swallowed into the stomach of the Bird King. It was as if there was a force digesting Kang Xian. Kang Xian's injuries were getting worse and worse. In order to prevent himself from fainting, Kang Xian forcefully broke 3 fingers on his right hand. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! With a painful cry, Kang Xian became much more awake. Is this the stomach of a peacock? This is the stomach of the resentful spirit of the Bird King. He wants to kill me. Kang Xian quivered as he realized what was going on. However, Kang Xian's injuries were too severe and he couldn't save himself. The digestive force of the stomach was like a corrosive liquid that was melting him. It wouldn't be long before he was completely melted. Kang Xian, however, suddenly felt sorrow in his heart. Senior from 800,000 years ago, I promised you that I would revive the peacock race, but I can't do it. Kong Xian is unwilling, Kong Xian is unwilling, I can die, but the peacock race can't be exterminated, the peacock race can't be exterminated, I am unwilling, if I die, what will happen to the peacock race? The peacock race can't be exterminated. Kong Xian cried out in grief. His eyes were filled with tears of blood. A sense of unwillingness and resentment surged out along with Kong Xian's shout. Kong Xian's resentment soared to the sky. Buzz! The vengeful spirit of the Bird King vengeful spirit shuddered violently, especially where Kong Xian was. The shuddering felt as if the vengeful spirit of the Bird King vengeful spirit's stomach was cramping. The corrosive powers suddenly weakened and a deep voice was heard. I am unwilling, if I die, what will happen to the peacock race? The peacock race can't be exterminated. The resentful voice was almost identical to Kong Xian's. That despair and unwillingness seemed to come from the depths of the Bird King's soul. Kong Xian's resentment resonated with the resentment of the Bird King. It was a resonance of grief and despair. Chapter 945. Kong Xian's resentment resonated with the Bird King's resentment. It was a resonance of grief and despair. Wang! The corrosive force around Kong Xian gradually weakened. To be more precise, as the resentment resonated, the corrosive force slowly acknowledged Kong Xian and merged with Kong Xian. The corrosive force disappeared, and a five-colored radiance surged into Kong Xian's body as though it was repairing Kong Xian's body. Wang! In front of Kong Xian, the phantom of a huge blood-colored peacock appeared. Ancient peacock god. Kong Xian was stunned. Huff! The ancient peacock god drilled into Kong Xian's glabella in an instant. Kong Xian also had a green peacock god in his glabella, but it was only 1/10 the size of this blood-colored peacock god. You woke me up. You are also a peacock god. But you are too weak. The blood-colored peacock said solemnly. Wang! Kong Xian's consciousness entered his own peacock god. Ancient senior, you've awakened. You can communicate. Kong Xian was pleasantly surprised. Was it the Bird King's resentful spirit that swallowed you? How many years has it been? He has completely lost his mind. Sigh, if not for the resonance between you and his resentment, I wouldn't have woken up. How is the peacock race now? The blood-colored peacock asked anxiously. I am the only one holding the fort. As for the others, there is no one in the upper and middle celestial palaces. There are only a few in the lower celestial palaces. If not for me, the peacock race would have been exterminated. We can't even be called a race anymore. Kong Xian said sorrowfully. You are the only one holding the fort. You are the only one in the upper celestial palaces. The blood-colored peacock was shocked. Yes, senior. This time, I came to the corpse tomb world to handle some matters. I encountered a powerful expert and was almost killed. If not for the Bird King's resentful spirit, Kong Xian said bitterly. What is your cultivation? The blood-colored peacock asked. The 9th level of the upper celestial palaces. However, I am still not a match for the Bird King's resentful spirit. His 6-colored radiance is too strong. Kong Xian said bitterly. The 9th level of the upper celestial palaces? You can't beat the resentful spirit of the Bird King? That's absurd. His strength can't possibly be your opponent. How can you be so weak? The blood-colored peacock said in astonishment. You don't even know the 6-colored divine light? At the 7th level of the celestial palace, all peacocks must know how to do it. You're already at the 9th level, and you still don't know how to do it? The blood-colored peacock was confused. No, I'm not. 6-colored holy light, super godly peacock, it's very difficult to be born. Kong Xian explained in frustration. Let me see your memories. Don't resist. The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. As he spoke, the blood-colored peacock head bumped into the head of the peacock god that Kong Xian possessed. Buzz! Immediately, layers of halos appeared at the point of contact between their heads. Human. The weak human race had become the main character of the world. Ha, ha ha ha, so this is the result. If I had known this would happen, I would have had the Bird King devour the entire human race. The blood-colored peacock said furiously. The annihilation of the peacock race didn't seem to have much to do with the human race. Kong Xian smiled bitterly. Humph, what do you know? The human race is extremely weak. How can they compare to the peacock race? However, the Bird King and the rest have fallen. The peacock race's heritage has also been cut off. Even Firmament is dead. Ha, this world is truly a mess. The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. I've always wanted to revive the peacock race, but... Kong Xian smiled bitterly. Have you gone back in time 800,000 years? Super godly peacock. Ha, it's just the six-colored divine light. In our era, when we were at our peak, there were 20 super godly peacocks. What a joke. Our peacock race has fallen to such a state. In your memories, there was the birth of a super godly peacock 800,000 years ago. That was the sixth color created by the supreme peacock of each generation using the faith of the peacock race. At that time, the peacock race was still rather prosperous. Now, ha! The blood-colored peacock said bitterly. I've tried my best, but... Kong Xian said bitterly. It's not your fault. You were able to reach the 9th level of Heavenly Palace with your normal cultivation. It's a pity that the peacock race's heritage has been cut off. You don't know how to use your own strength. Humph, you're already at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace. No matter if it's the early, middle, or late stages of Heavenly Palace, no one in this world can stop you unless they have reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. Ah! Kong Xian was puzzled. Fortunately, the peacock race's bloodline hasn't been cut off. Good, good, good. The blood-colored peacock said excitedly. But there are too few peacocks in this world. With such a small number, if not for me, the race would have been wiped out in a matter of days. Kong Xian sighed. That's because the peacock race has lost its heritage. It's all right. You don't have a heritage. Use your god to swallow me and receive my heritage. I'll show you the power of the peacock race. The vengeful spirit of the Bird King fought against the sword god of Six Paths replica. He's only at the 8th level of Heavenly Palace. So what if his sword aura is ferocious? Humph, if you receive my heritage, he won't be a match for you. Quick! The blood-colored peacock said in a low voice. But if I swallow you, what will happen to the Bird King? Kong Xian asked with a frown. If you swallow me, he'll be able to rest in peace. As long as the peacock race can rise again, everything will be worth it. Solemnly, the blood-colored peacock said to him. Me? Yes. Kong Xian answered. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-colored peacock. Remember, be careful of Jiang Chen. The blood-colored peacock added at the end. Whoosh! Immediately, the blood-colored peacock entered the mouth of Kong Xian's peacock god. At the same time, blood-colored peacocks rushed out of the Bird King vengeful spirit's stomach and entered the mouth of Kong Xian's peacock god. For the sake of his race, the ancient peacock god did not have any complaints and chose to help Kong Xian without hesitation. Solemnly, Kong Xian said, Kong Xian will remember the righteousness of the elder. For the sake of the peacock race, Kong Xian is willing to fight to the death. Kong Xian said solemnly. Screech! Screech! Inside the Bird King vengeful spirit's body, waves of energy flowed rapidly into Kong Xian's body following the righteousness of the ancient peacock god. They repaired Kong Xian's body and healed Kong Xian's injuries. Kang Xian suddenly sat down cross-legged. With the sacrifice of the ancient peacock god, countless secret techniques of the peacock race suddenly appeared in his mind. So many inheritances. Kang Xian was overjoyed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of 5-colored divine light appeared on each of Kang Xian's palms. Kang Xian merged the 2 rays of 5-colored divine light together. The 2 rays of light merged into one, and gradually, a 6th ray of light appeared. Wang! A 6-colored divine light appeared in Kang Xian's palm. As soon as the 6-colored divine light appeared, it immediately emitted a piercing light. The light was boundless and carried a strange aura. If the 6-colored divine light released by the Bird King Vengeful Spirit was lifeless, then Kang Xian's 6-colored divine light was full of vitality. This blinding light seemed to be many times stronger than the 6-colored divine light released by the Bird King Vengeful Spirit. In the outside world, Hong, Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths, sent the Bird King Vengeful Spirit flying. You are getting weaker and weaker. Just now, you were able to block my attack. Now, you are just like Kang Xian. The peacock race is nothing more than this. You deserve to be exterminated. Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths sneered. His last sentence seemed to have provoked the Bird King. In an instant, the Bird King was enraged. Screech! Boom! The Bird King's 6-colored divine light was getting dimmer and dimmer as it charged towards Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths. Boom! 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 An hour later, the Bird King was covered in wounds after a series of sword attacks. You are getting weaker and weaker. You are nothing more than this. Watch me cut open your stomach and find Kang Xian. Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths' eyes turned cold as he slashed with his sword. Boom! The speed was so fast that the weakened Vengeful Spirit could not block it. In an instant, it was cut in half by Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths. Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths sneered. He turned his head. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the powerful Vengeful Spirit of the Bird Monarch exploded. At the moment of the explosion, the Bird King let out a cheerful cry of a peacock. Screech! One of the strongest Vengeful Spirits in the Corpse Mound world. You are nothing more than this. Ha 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 ha! Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths laughed disdainfully. Halfway through his laughter, Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths' face froze. Wait, didn't I kill it with more resentment and unwillingness? Is its resentment gone? That's impossible. Why does it feel like it is free? How can it be free? Because the Bird King knows that I will avenge it. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the center of the explosion. Kang Xian. Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths' face darkened. Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated and the void slowly returned to normal. The Bird King Vengeful Spirit had been blown to pieces and disappeared. However, there was a Kang Xian in the void. Kang Xian was still the same Kang Xian. The wounds on his body had disappeared, but his clothes were still in tatters. However, the current Kang Xian seemed to have retracted all his aura. If one did not look closely, they would not be able to sense any aura from him. It was as though he had become one with heaven and earth. Kang Xian, you are not dead yet. Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths' eyes turned cold. Kang Xian was no longer afraid of Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths. In fact, he even had his back facing him. Kang Xian bowed respectfully to the void after the explosion. Bird King, Kang Xian will help you fulfill your last wish. It is also my lifelong wish. Kang Xian bowed. Thank you, Senior, for imparting to me the esoteric talent of the Peacock tribe. I was so stupid in the past to not know how to use such a great talent. Although I have only comprehended 10% of it, it is enough. Kang Xian bowed again. Stop pretending. Sword God Dominator of the 6 Paths sneered. Xing. Sword god dominator of the six paths slashed towards Kang Xian's back. Even 400 rays of the five-colored divine light could not block the previous slash. Now, it was slashing towards Kang Xian's back. Kang Xian was about to be cut down by the sword. Sword god dominator of the six paths, do you know the esoteric of the six-colored divine light? Kang Xian said calmly with his back facing the sword. Wang. The peacock's body seemed to have blurred and turned into a ray of six-colored divine light. Boom. The sword slashed across, tearing the void apart and shattering the ground in the distance. However, the sword went through Kang Xian's body. He was still standing there as though he did not touch the sword at all. It was as though he was standing in another void. What? Sword god dominator of the six paths face changed. How could the sacred sword not hit Kang Xian? However, he saw Kang Xian's illusory image in the distance slowly solidify as he slowly turned his head. Kang Xian said coldly, Sword god dominator of the six paths. It is my turn now. Chapter 946. The Corpse Grave Realm. Mosquito Daoren and Chang Ming paused, and their expressions suddenly changed. Where are they? Mosquito Daoren glared. His Majesty and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng disappeared as well. Chang Ming said with a sullen expression. Earlier, when Kang Xian and the unborn man disappeared, the two already felt nervous. Unexpectedly, only the two of them remained. The two exchanged glances. Something is wrong with the situation. Let's immediately head to the central corpse pit. His Majesty will definitely be able to avert the danger. We will meet up with him there, Chang Ming said seriously. Mosquito Daoren raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he still felt some lingering fear from the central corpse pit. However, at this moment, Mosquito Daoren could only nod. Just as the two were about to speed up, wang 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 wang. Suddenly, the buzzing of flies filled the air. Daoist fly again. Mosquito Daoren's expression sank. Oh no. Look. Chang Ming's expression changed. However, he saw that in the distant horizon, there were flies flying in from all directions. The flying flies covered the sky and the sun, making people feel numb in their hearts. Of course, it would be fine if it were just flies. After all, both Chang Ming and Mosquito Daoren could summon swarms of bats and mosquitoes. More importantly, nearly 1 million resentful spirits followed behind these flies. Roar. Shriek. Awoo. The swarms of resentful spirits seemed like they were at a gathering, attracted by the flies. Bastard. Daoist fly, come out. Mosquito Daoren roared, his expression changing. Whoosh. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the swarms of mosquitoes immediately charged forward, blocking the swarms of flies. Rumble. Even though the mosquitoes blocked countless flies, many still charged at Chang Ming and Mosquito Daoren. The countless resentful spirits seemed enraged. At this moment, they would not rest until they tore the two apart. Chaos Essence Bead. Chang Ming immediately took out the Chaos Elemental Pearl. Immediately, a white light enveloped the surroundings, preventing the vengeful spirits from approaching. Roar! Roar! A ferocious expression appeared on the faces of the resentful spirits. What a bunch of troublemakers! Fly Daoist, come out! The Mosquito Daoren shouted angrily. This was because Daoist Fly had attracted too many resentful spirits this time. There were actually more than 1 million of them. Although it was blocked outside by the Chaos Essence Bead, it blocked the two's path. The two of them were unable to leave. Daoist Fly, you know that we have the Chaos Pearl. These wraiths can't get close to us. You're harming others without benefiting yourself. What can you do? Mosquito Daoren roared. Suddenly, black smoke appeared around Chang Ming and Mosquito Daoren. The two of them were puzzled. Buzz! The light of the Chaos Essence beads suddenly dimmed. At this moment, the mosquito Daoren and Changming suddenly fell into a trance, as if they were about to enter a dream. Who said that I'm harming others without benefiting myself? Ha ha ha. I asked Chun Shinsho to set up a corpse mound longevity array here. Daoist Fly's sneer came from a forest not far away. Squeak. Two corpse bugs suddenly appeared in the black smoke beside the two of them, and they were about to drill into their bodies. At this moment, the two of them were in a dream and couldn't resist at all. Unlike Gu Hai, who could resist with his strong sense of logic, the two of them would be controlled by the Brain Eater as long as they were hit. More importantly, the Chaos Essence bead had dimmed, and the nearly 1,000,000 resentful spirits would definitely tear the two of them apart. Daoist Fly's plan was perfect. Changming and Mosquito Daoren were about to die. However, at this moment, Changming and Mosquito Daoren woke up almost at the same time. They stretched out their fingers and stabbed at the two corpse bugs. Stab! Stab! The two corpse bugs were instantly pierced through. Squeak! Squeak! The two corpse bugs screamed in pain. At the same time, they each took out a jade box with a restriction. Paw! The two severely injured corpse bugs were stored in the jade boxes. What? Why are you awake? Daoist Fly, who was not far away, exclaimed. Buzz! Changming took out the Chaos Essence bead again. As soon as the light came out, some resentful spirits that were pouncing at him quickly escaped with screams. Chun Shinsho helped you set up the Corpse Mound Longevity Array. Do you think the Corpse Mound Longevity Array is only for Chun Shinsho? His Majesty has already experienced it once. How could he not be prepared? In order to prevent accidents, His Majesty asked the unborn man for some longevity talismans for us to guard against the Corpse Mound Longevity Array. Mosquito Daoren looked coldly at the forest in the distance. Impossible. B*****. B*****. Daoist Fly's gloomy voice came from the forest in the distance. Daoist Fly had everything planned out. The withered lamp Buddha would deal with Gu Hai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, the sword god 6 Dao would deal with Kong Xian, and Chun Shinsho would deal with the unborn man. In this way, he could deal with Mosquito Daoren and Changming alone. Together with his plan, he could easily get the Chaos Essence bead. However, who would have thought that they were prepared? Roar! At this moment, a group of resentful spirits pounced on the forest where Daoist Fly was. Get lost! Boom! Daoist Fly immediately punched the resentful spirits away. He was obviously very angry, but punching a group of resentful spirits away would only attract more resentful spirits. You've trapped yourself in a trap of your own making. Humph! Mosquito Daoren snorted. Where are they, His Majesty? Changming shouted. However, in the forest in the distance, Daoist Fly ignored the two of them. Rumble! After a series of heavy blows, some resentful spirits were eliminated. However, resentful spirits could be reborn and were undying. In the blink of an eye, Daoist Fly was in a difficult situation. Daoist Fly, you and I have been fighting for so many years. We can be considered old acquaintances. Now, I'll give you a chance. Follow me to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, and we'll save you. Mosquito Daoren shouted. Rumble! More and more resentful spirits appeared around Daoist Fly. However, Daoist Fly's strength was also extraordinary. He sent the resentful spirits flying again and again, but it was difficult for him to move. Humph, enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Mosquito Daoren, don't drag me down with you. Besides, you and I have been fighting for so many years. Do you think I'm on the same side as you? Daoist Fly refused angrily. You don't know what's good for you. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have imprisoned you in the world of the living. I would have killed you directly. Mosquito Daoren said coldly. Humph, apart from the Chaos Pearl, you also want my heart of the fly, just like how I want your heart of the mosquito. If it weren't for the fact that you can only get my power if I'm willing, you would have done it long ago. Taoist Fly sneered at the resentful spirits around him. Yes, I used to have such thoughts, but I don't need them now. You and I can join forces, but we don't have to be as one. Wouldn't our combined strength be the same? As long as you're willing to enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, I will tell His Majesty your importance, and you and I will share the position of commander of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Mosquito Daoran persuaded. Bah, you? Taoist Fly said coldly. Humph, so what? It's better than harming others without benefiting yourself. No, you're harming yourself too. Mosquito Daoran said coldly. Harming others without benefiting myself? Humph, I just made a mistake. Just you wait, when the dominator of the 6 paths finishes off the others, none of you will be able to escape. Taoist Fly said coldly. Just as Mosquito Daoran was about to retort, whoosh. Suddenly, countless bloody lights appeared in all directions. As soon as the bloody lights appeared, they seemed to have covered the entire world. Blood was everywhere. The ground was also covered in blood. Blood. Blood seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It rained blood from the sky, and there were fountains of blood on the ground. A bloody wind blew in all directions, and endless blood rolled in. In just an instant, everyone seemed to be in a sea of blood. Countless resentful spirits seemed to have sensed the arrival of their natural enemy. They were all terrified, and they were no longer in the mood to deal with Taoist Fly. With a cry, they scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. The millions of resentful spirits no longer cared about Changming, Mosquito Daoran, and Taoist Fly. Run, run, run. They only had one thought, and that was to leave this place immediately. The sea of blood had turned into a stormy sea in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the surging tide, the 3 of them were like a lonely boat in the middle of the sea that could capsize at any time. Mosquito Daoran's eyelids twitched violently. What's going on? Changming asked blankly. Taoist Fly was also shocked. Isn't this harming others without benefiting yourself? You even attracted the blood shaman resentful spirits to deal with us? Do you know how many detours we took to avoid them? You actually lured them here to deal with us. If anything happens to us, you won't be any better. Mosquito Daoran shouted hysterically. I don't know. I didn't lure them here. They came by themselves. Taoist Fly exclaimed. Then what do we do now? How do we leave? Where are His Majesty and the others? Mosquito Daoran asked angrily. Withered Lamp Buddha, let me out, Withered Lamp Buddha. Taoist Fly roared in horror. Whoosh! The sound of waves crashing against the sea of blood couldn't be heard. Taoist Fly's cry for help was useless. You're already at the 9th level of the Heaven Palace. Why are you so afraid of the blood shaman resentful spirits? Changming asked with a frown. However, Mosquito Daoran and Taoist Fly didn't explain at all. Mosquito Daoran pulled Changming and immediately flew in one direction. Taoist Fly also instantly flew in another direction. I died so unjustly. A mournful voice came from the sea of blood. While Mosquito Daoran and Changming were fleeing, they suddenly stopped and saw an old man in a blood-red robe walking over from the sea in the distance. The old man leaned on a crutch and was covered in blood. The robe covered his body, making it impossible to see his features clearly. He seemed to be walking over slowly like an old man, but his speed was strangely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 2. When the countless resentful spirits in the surroundings saw the old man in blood-red robes, they immediately turned around and ran. Let's go. Mosquito Daoran pulled Changming and instantly turned around and fled in another direction. However, as soon as they flew, they retreated. This time, another blood-red old man suddenly appeared in that direction. It was exactly the same as the previous one. The 2 changed directions, but another one appeared in that direction. For a moment, it seemed like 60 blood-red old men appeared in all directions. No matter which direction they ran in, they were forced back. Taoist fly was the same. In the blink of an eye, the three were forced together again. The blood shaman resentful spirit. It's really him. Taoist fly cried out in horror. Are these the clones of the blood shaman resentful spirits? They don't seem to be as strong as you. Why are you so afraid? Chang Ming said in confusion. However, before he could finish his sentence, the 60 blood shaman resentful spirits suddenly raised their heads. I died so unjustly, they said in unison. Suck. The mouths in the blood-red robe's hat made a sucking sound. Shriek. Ah. Woo. The 1,000,000 resentful spirits that were fleeing in all directions were suddenly sucked back by an extremely strong suction force. They struggled desperately, but they couldn't break free at all. In just a moment, they were all sucked into the mouths of the blood shaman resentful spirits. They couldn't escape. Like a whale sucking in water, they kept sucking in. In just 5 breaths of time, whoosh. The sucking sound stopped. The 1,000,000 resentful spirits were all sucked into the mouths of the 60 blood shaman resentful spirits. The 60 blood shaman resentful spirits swayed and merged into one. It swallowed the 1,000,000 resentful spirits that caused trouble for them in one gulp. The three of them gasped almost at the same time. Hum. The blood shaman resentful spirit suddenly faced the three of them, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them from under the blood-red robe. Chapter 947. In the blood sea, the blood which vengeful spirit stared at Mosquito Daoren, Taoist fly, and Chang Ming. Although they couldn't see what was under the blood-red robe, the three of them shuddered as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. We are being stared at. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. In the corpse mound realm, the blood which vengeful spirit has eaten all the flesh and blood that it has targeted, except for the corpse worm heavenly demon. Taoist fly said. But you are at the 9th level of the heavenly palace. Why do you? Chang Ming said anxiously. As the blood which vengeful spirit stared at them, Chang Ming felt very uneasy. However, he still couldn't understand how the blood which vengeful spirit could be so powerful. What do you know? The blood which vengeful spirit is the culmination of the divine path. What we have is just brute force and divine power. This one has the true power of the divine path. Apart from the peak master, no one can do anything to it. Taoist fly said anxiously. But it is already interested in us and is about to open its mouth. Ah, no, let's do something. Mosquito Daoren exclaimed. Because the blood which vengeful spirit suddenly opened its mouth. It looked like a human's face was in the hat, but its mouth suddenly enlarged dozens of times. There seemed to be only 2 rows of huge saw-like bloody teeth left in the hat. When it opened its mouth, it immediately produced a suction force that was about to swallow them. Do something. Taoist fly also shouted anxiously. Boom. Boom. The two of them each struck with their palms. For a moment, the blood sea below them surged with waves of blood. However, the 2 palms seemed to have passed through the blood which vengeful spirit and didn't touch it at all. Be careful. The 3 of them quickly dodged at the same time. That huge mouth bit the place where the 3 of them were standing, again and again. Boom. Suddenly, the void was torn apart by the bite, and the 3 of their clothes were torn apart by the teeth. Mosquito Daoren and Taoist fly both had small pieces of flesh torn off their bodies. Only Chang Ming didn't get hurt because of the Chaos Essence Pearl. Divine Dao Domain. We can't even touch his blood sea domain and can only let him attack us. Mosquito Doran's expression changed drastically. Swish. Taoist fly, however, didn't care about the 2 of them. His figure flickered and shot into the distance, disappearing in an instant. Ah! Soon, a scream was heard from the distance. Taoist fly, who had just run far away, returned in the blink of an eye. In the distance, another blood shaman's clone appeared and tore off a piece of flesh from Taoist fly's chest. I died for nothing. The two blood shamans charged at Taoist fly and mosquito Dauren again. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time. Their palm power was extraordinary, and they even tore black holes in the void. However, they couldn't touch the blood shaman's body at all. The black holes were instantly filled by the sea of blood, and another piece of flesh was torn off their bodies. Run! Let's split up and escape! Taoist fly shouted. Boom! Taoist fly suddenly transformed into 1,000,000 flies and fled into the distance. I died so unjustly. The blood shaman wailed. Huff, 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 huff. 1,000,000 shadows of the blood shamans suddenly appeared above the sea of blood. One by one, they appeared and covered the sky. Each of them was dealing with a fly, as if they were going to devour Taoist fly in one bite. No! Taoist fly quickly transformed back into one in horror, and the 1,000,000 blood shamans also turned into two in an instant. We can't touch him, but he can touch us. How are we going to fight? Taoist fly fled in panic. The two blood shamans, one rushing toward Taoist fly and the other toward mosquito Dauren, could only flee in horror. Divine Tao Domain. Chang Ming's eyelids twitched violently. Previously, he didn't understand what was going on from mosquito Dauren and Taoist fly, but now he understood. No wonder they were afraid of the blood shamans. This was a one-sided slaughter. Under the divine Tao domain, they couldn't even touch the opponent, so what was the point of fighting? After a series of explosions, mosquito Dauren and Taoist fly could only be hunted down. They could only rely on their high cultivation to escape quickly. However, the blood shamans were too powerful. This was his domain, and there was nowhere to run. Soon, Taoist fly and mosquito Dauren were covered in wounds. Why isn't Chang Ming attacked? Taoist fly asked in shock and anger. Sure enough, except for when Chang Ming was forced to flee by the blood shamans, as long as he didn't run, the blood shamans wouldn't attack him. Otherwise, with Chang Ming's strength, he would have been killed by the blood shamans. Chaos Element Bead, I understand. Although the blood shamans aren't afraid of the Chaos Element Bead, they hate it after all. That's why they didn't attack Chang Ming. Mosquito Dauren shouted immediately. Chaos Element Bead? Taoist fly's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be about to pounce. I died so unjustly. Boom. Suddenly, one of the blood shamans hit Taoist fly's back with his crutch. Ah! Taoist fly screamed in pain. He staggered from the hit. Slap! The blood shamans immediately grabbed Taoist fly's arms from behind. They caught Taoist fly. No, no! Taoist fly screamed. He had been dodging all this time. Although he was covered in wounds, he wasn't caught in the end. Because once he was caught, he wouldn't be far from death. Fly! Taoist fly's expression changed drastically as he shouted in shock. Buzz! Taoist fly's body suddenly split apart, as if he had turned into millions of flies, trying to escape in all directions. I died so unjustly. The blood shamans let out a sorrowful cry, and a blood-red light appeared in their palms. Immediately, all the flies were trapped. Taoist fly immediately returned to his original form, unable to escape. What? You sealed my divine ability. Taoist fly desperately kicked his feet. However, apart from grabbing Taoist fly's hand, the blood shaman's entire body was empty, and he couldn't touch anything. Taoist fly was caught and couldn't escape. He was horrified because the blood shamans opened their sawtooth-like mouth again and tried to bite Taoist fly. Taoist fly knew that this time, he would definitely be bitten in half. He would definitely be eaten. Save me. Save me. Quick, quick, save me. Taoist Fly shouted in a sobbing voice. Although he had killed countless people before, when it was his turn, Taoist Fly finally understood the fear of being killed. Moreover, those who were killed by the blood shaman's resentful spirits would never be reincarnated. On the other side, Mosquito Doran's expression changed, and he immediately pounced over. Whoosh! In an instant, Mosquito Doran arrived in front of Taoist Fly, intending to save him. Seeing Mosquito Doran pouncing over, Taoist Fly's heart suddenly trembled, and a great sense of gratitude filled his heart. Although he had fought with Mosquito Doran for many years, neither of them actually wanted to see the other die. Mosquito Doran had indeed come to save him. I died so unjustly. Boom! It was another clone of the blood shamans that hit Mosquito Doran with a loud bang. Poof! Mosquito Doran spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. He couldn't save Taoist Fly in time. No! Taoist Fly shouted in despair. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood shamans that were about to bite Taoist Fly to death were suddenly hit by a strong force and staggered. With this stagger, Taoist Fly risked tearing off the flesh on his arm and rushed out of the blood shaman's clutches. He turned his head in shock, only to see that at the critical moment, it was Changming who had hit the blood shaman's head with the chaos essence bead. The blood shaman staggered. I died so unjustly. The blood shaman staggered and turned his hand over. Boom! Changming was shot into the distance like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Changming, why did you save me? Taoist Fly cried out in shock. Ahem, although I know that you are using me, you are still my master, and you saved my life. Changming said as he spat out blood. Taoist Fly's heart trembled, and for a moment, his thoughts were extremely complicated. However, he was instantly attracted by the chaos essence bead. This was because no one could touch the blood shamans, but this chaos essence bead could. I died so miserably. The blood shamans shouted gloomily. Hum, 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 hum. Above the blood sea, 10,000 blood shamans suddenly appeared, forcing Changming, Taoist Fly, and Mosquito Doran to the center. This time, the blood shamans not only had to deal with Taoist Fly and Mosquito Doran, but also with Changming. What should we do now? Mosquito Doran, why don't you use my chaos essence bead to defeat the blood shaman's vengeful spirits? Changming said anxiously. Mosquito Doran's eyelids twitched violently. No, this is the blood shaman's divine path realm. He has countless clones, and you only have one chaos essence bead. Even if we can deal with one, there are still 10,000 of them. Moreover, my strength is still not enough. Unless I can shatter the entire realm in an instant, I won't be able to kill the blood shaman's vengeful spirits. Mosquito Doran, we still have a chance. Taoist Fly gritted his teeth. Huh? You're willing to work with me? Mosquito Doran stared at him. That's right, we'll work together to form the Dark Realm. Taoist Fly said solemnly. Dark Realm? Changming was puzzled. Mosquito Doran didn't have time to explain. Instead, he looked at Taoist Fly with a deep frown. There's no other way. If we don't work together, we'll die in the hands of the blood shamans. I'll leave the Heart of Darkness to you for the time being. What do you think? Taoist Fly said solemnly. Mosquito Doran's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded. Okay, Taoist Fly, don't worry. After we deal with the blood shaman's vengeful spirits, I'll return your favor. I won't go back on my word. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Okay. Taoist Fly nodded. What do you mean by work together? Changming was puzzled. He saw that Taoist Fly and Mosquito Doran were suddenly back to back. All of a sudden, the flesh on their backs melted and merged with each other, back to back. Hum. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became one person. No, they shared the same torso. They became a freak with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. Black flames suddenly emerged from the freak's body. As soon as the flames appeared, they instantly filled the entire blood sea. Not far away, the first blood shaman's vengeful spirit struck with its palm. The freak's arm was burning with black flames, and it met the attack head-on. Boom! With a loud sound, huge waves appeared in the blood sea around them. You touched them. You too can touch the blood shaman's vengeful spirits without using the Chaos Essence Pearl. Changming was surprised. I died so unjustly. 10,000 blood shaman's vengeful spirits cried out. Bang! The mosquito fly Taoist's body suddenly shook, and 10,000 mosquito fly Taoists appeared in the surrounding area of black flames. 10,000 blood shamans vengeful spirits versus 10,000 mosquito fly Taoists. Blood Sea Realm versus Dark Realm. Chapter 948. Mosquito Dorans and Taoist flies' torsos merged, and they were able to form a dark domain. As soon as the dark domain was formed, the black fire merged with the blood sea. Half of it was black, and the other half was red. 10,000 blood shamans and 10,000 mosquito fly Taoists attacked at the same time. When the blood shamans waved their hands, there was a trace of blood-red light on their bodies. When the mosquito fly Taoists attacked, there was also a layer of black fire on their bodies. Hong! There was a loud noise. Mosquito Doran's palm collided with the blood shaman's. The entire blood sea domain shook violently, almost collapsing into pieces. The 10,000 colliding figures suddenly converged and turned into a pair of figures that were in the middle of attacking each other. Rumble. The blood sea surged, and the black fire soared into the sky. The two domains clashed, and for a moment, the entire void seemed to tremble. Mosquito Dauran controlled the heart of the mosquito fly, so it was Mosquito Dauran who attacked with all his might. The blood sea was about to explode. Can you do it? Taoist Fly's head said anxiously. Mosquito Dauran looked ferocious as he fought the blood shamans with all his might. Just a little bit more. Mosquito Dauran looked anxious. I lent you my heart of the mosquito fly and all my power. Now that I can use my domain to eliminate his domain power, why can't I suppress him? He's just a vengeful spirit. Even if he had perfected Heavenly Palace cultivation, he's no match for you now that he doesn't have a physical body. Taoist Fly said anxiously. How would I know? This blood shaman's vengeful spirit has such power. I can only tie with him. No, I think I'm a little weaker than him. Mosquito Dauran roared gloomily. Changming. Attack the blood shaman's vengeful spirit. Taoist Fly shouted. Changming looked and immediately rushed forward. Taoist Fly had given all his power to Mosquito Dauran, so he was the only one who could attack. Moreover, he had the Chaos Pearl, so he could use it to touch the blood shamans. Let me do it. Chaos Elemental Bead, out. Changming raised the Chaos Elemental Bead and immediately slammed it towards the blood shaman vengeful spirit. I died so unjustly. The blood shaman vengeful spirit wailed. Thousands of rays of blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. Hong! Changming was instantly sent flying by the thousands of bloody rays. Pooh! Mosquito Dauran also spat out a mouthful of blood. Every time the blood shaman vengeful spirit cried out, the resentment on its body would increase by another level. The surrounding sea of blood also surged. After all, Changming had just entered Heavenly Palace not long ago. His strength was still lacking. Even if he had the Chaos Bead, he was instantly sent flying by the aftermath. No, I can't even get close. Changming said bitterly. Then give me the Chaos Origin Bead. I'll do it. Taoist Fly shouted. Changming frowned and remained silent. Taoist Fly, you've given me all your power. What use do you have for the Chaos Origin Bead? Mosquito Dauran said coldly. You're in a stalemate with the blood shaman vengeful spirit, and you can't use it. Why don't I do it? The chaos origin bead is so annoying. It means that when the heavens refined it in the past, it had the effect of restraining the vengeful spirits. When I activate the chaos origin bead, I'll be stronger than Changming. Taoist Fly shouted. But all your power is with me. How much power can you activate it? Mosquito Daoran said coldly. Mosquito's heart, if you let me control it for a while, I can destroy the blood shaman vengeful spirit when it's unprepared. Taoist Fly shouted. Let you control it? Mosquito Doran's face turned cold. Don't worry, I won't let it kill you. Now that you and I are of one mind, it's a symbiotic relationship. If it kills you, I'll die too. This is the only way. Otherwise, the blood shaman vengeful spirit will become stronger and stronger, and we'll all be exhausted to death. Taoist Fly shouted. I died for nothing. The blood shaman vengeful spirit wailed again. Boom. The blood sea around them surged again, and the blood shaman vengeful spirit's power rose again. Pfft. Mosquito Daoran spat out a mouthful of blood again. Obviously, it was very difficult for him to hold on. Quick, do as I say. Taoist Fly said anxiously. No, I don't trust you. Cough, cough, cough. Mosquito Daoran was unwilling. There's no other way. Taoist Fly said anxiously. No, I can wait for His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely come. Mosquito Daoran cried out in pain. You don't trust me? Humph, Guhai, do you know where Guhai is now? Otherwise, we're all going to die. This is the only way. Taoist Fly roared with a ferocious expression. However, Mosquito Daoran was still unwilling to let Taoist Fly control the heart of the mosquito. Master, I trust you. Changming suddenly said. Huh? The two were stunned. Now, only Master can do it. Changming's life was saved by Master, so this disciple has repaid Master once. Although logically speaking, this chaos element bead can't be given to Master, this disciple has been taught by His Majesty, and I will definitely repay the favor. This chaos element bead was given to me by Master, so this disciple is willing to trust Master and return this chaos element bead to Master. Changming solemnly handed over the chaos element bead. Taoist Fly looked at Changming, but his expression froze. Disciple? From the beginning, Taoist Fly had never considered Changming as a disciple. He was just using his relationship with him. However, this disciple's trust and respect surprised Taoist Fly. It was a very strange feeling. Taoist Fly looked deeply at Changming, but didn't say anything. He took the chaos element bead. Buzz! The chaos element bead glowed slightly in Taoist Fly's hand. Changming, what's wrong with you? Mosquito Daoran asked anxiously. Alright, Mosquito Daoran, Changming has given me the chaos element bead. Hurry up and give me the heart of the mosquito. Otherwise, we're all going to die here. Hurry up! Taoist Fly shouted. I'm going to die so unjustly. Boom! The resentful wail sounded again. The sea of blood roared again and soared into the sky. Puff! Mosquito Daoran struggled to hold on, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Hurry up, Mosquito Daoran! Taoist Fly yelled. Taoist Fly, remember our agreement. When this battle is over, we'll go our separate ways. Mosquito Daoran cried out in pain. Buzz! The black flames attached to Mosquito Daoran's body suddenly surged into Taoist Fly's body. The heart of the mosquito was instantly transferred to Taoist Fly, and the boundless power was transferred to him. At the same time, the boundless power of the blood wizard acted on Mosquito Daoran, and Mosquito Daoran's body suddenly seemed to explode. Ah! Mosquito Daoran cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Taoist Fly injected the boundless black flames into the chaos element bead and suddenly activated it. Break! Hong! The black flames soared into the sky. The super-huge explosion suddenly tore a hole in the sea of blood. No, in just an instant, the entire sea of blood was torn into pieces. The huge explosion occurred, and the boundless power rushed toward the blood wizard resentful spirit. I died so unjustly. Boom! Even though the blood wizard resentful spirit screamed, it was useless. Most of its power was used on Mosquito Daoran, and it couldn't stop Taoist Fly's attack at all. Moreover, Taoist Fly also activated the Chaos Element bead with the power of the domain, which increased the power by several times. This was the magical effect of the Chaos Element bead that only Taoist Fly knew. Ah! The blood wizard resentful spirit screamed. As if it was being washed by endless power, its entire body was instantly torn apart. The moment it was torn apart, a red humanoid light appeared. The moment the humanoid light appeared, it was covered by the Chaos Element bead and then merged with it. The Chaos Element bead turned blood red. The void quickly returned to normal. As for the aftermath just now, it blasted Changming until his entire body was covered in blood as he was sent flying. Buzz! Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the void returned to normal. Mosquito Daoran was dying at this moment, but there was still a worried look in his eyes. Taoist Fly, the blood wizard resentful spirit is destroyed, and the god of the blood wizard was taken by you? I don't want the god of the blood wizard anymore. Give me back my mosquito heart, and we will separate. Mosquito Daoran said weakly. Ha! Ha 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 ha, your mosquito heart. Do you think I'm stupid? You want your mosquito heart back when it's in my hands? At most, I will separate you. Taoist Fly laughed sinisterly. Rip! He suddenly tore his body, and the two of them were instantly torn in half. Taoist Fly returned to his original state, but there were traces of black flames around him. Mosquito Daoran was thrown far away, and his entire body went limp, without a trace of strength. Looking carefully, there was a big hole in his chest, and there was no heart in the hole. Mosquito Daoran. Changming rushed over and hugged Mosquito Daoran weakly. Cough, 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 I misjudged you. Changming, go quickly, and let His Majesty take revenge for me. Cough, cough. Mosquito Daoran was aging. No, His Majesty will definitely save you. This is the sky replenishing power, His Majesty's sky replenishing power. Changming quickly took out the small bottle that Gu Hai had given him and poured it into Mosquito Daoran's heart. Mosquito Daoran's heart was slowly healing, but Mosquito Daoran was still aging. It's useless. You don't know that Taoist Fly and I, the body of darkness, rely on the guidance of the heart. The heart is the source of our power. This bottle of sky replenishing power can only heal injuries, but it's not enough to create a heart. Without a heart, you'll just be a corpse. Mosquito Daoran sighed weakly. I'm the one who harmed you. Changming said guiltily. Taoist Fly's eyelids twitched, as if he was regretting it, but the next moment, he was overwhelmed by his long-held wish. Mosquito Daoran, don't blame me. Our hearts are not complete, and only by merging can we achieve the heart of darkness of the Mosquito Fly. So, either you die, or I die. This is predestined, Taoist Fly sneered. Taoist Fly. I shouldn't have trusted you. Changming looked at Taoist Fly with grief and indignation. He shouldn't have trusted Taoist Fly. Taoist Fly looked at Changming and sneered. My good disciple, ha ha ha, you're really my good disciple. Originally, I couldn't have gotten the heart of the mosquito, but you helped me get it and the god of blood sorcerer. Did you know that I didn't want to leave the corpse tomb realm because of the god of blood sorcerer? With this god, I can use it to reach the peak of the heavenly palace. At that time, I won't even have to worry about the corpse bug heavenly demon. As expected of my good disciple, ha 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 ha. While speaking, Taoist Fly opened his mouth and swallowed the chaos element bead that contained the god of blood sorcerer. Buzz! As soon as it entered his mouth, traces of bloody light appeared on his body. I'll have the power of the Blood Sea realm and the Dark realm. Ha 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 ha. Taoist Fly laughed excitedly. As he laughed, Taoist Fly exuded an aura that made the void tremble. The void trembled as Taoist Fly's power climbed to the extreme, even stronger than the blood sorcerer's vengeful spirit. Just as Taoist Fly was feeling smug, crack. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in between Taoist Fly's eyebrows. Traces of black gas came out of the hole, and a worm could be vaguely seen swimming inside. Taoist Fly's body stiffened, and he couldn't move. What happened? Taoist Fly was shocked. That's right, Taoist Fly. You fused with the god of blood sorcerer that even I couldn't get. And with the heart of darkness, you'll be my first subject. A deep voice came from between his eyebrows. Worm Corpse Demon. No, Peak Master. What did you do? Why can't I move? Ah, there's a worm in my head. It's eating my head and trying to control my body. No, it's a worm in my head. Why is it in my head? Taoist Fly roared in shock. Have you forgotten? When you entered my peak, you ate the loyalty pill. The worm corpse demon's voice slowly came. Loyalty pill? I've already expelled it from my body. Could it be that there's a worm in it? You've already buried a worm in my head? No. Taoist Fly exclaimed. You're smart. The worm corpse demon's voice came again. Peak Master, please spare me. Peak Master, please spare me. I'll be loyal to you forever. Please don't destroy my consciousness. No, I'll be loyal to you. Taoist Fly begged in horror. No need. Compared to you, I trust my corpse worm doppelganger more. So, as you can see, in the corpse tomb palace, all my subordinates are controlled by the corpse worm. You and Chun Shinsho are special because I need to use your memories. It seems that I was right. Chaos Essence Bead. Blood Sorcerer Vengeful Spirit. You were looking forward to it. Now, you've gotten it. You're strong now. It's time for you to be controlled by me. The worm corpse demon's indifferent voice came. It was as if everything had been planned. Taoist Fly was happy about his cleverness and luck, but he didn't expect that he was already a dead man. All of a sudden, Taoist Fly realized how sad everything was. The enemy who had fought with him for so many years had just risked his life to save him. In the end, the enemy trusted him unconditionally and put his life in his hands. The person he was loyal to had already sentenced him to death. Ha, ha ha ha, worm corpse demon, I was really blind. Taoist Fly roared in despair. Buzz, buzz. In his mind, the worm kept gnawing at him. Taoist Fly's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. He felt that his consciousness was blurring. The heart of darkness, in my name, is given to Mosquito Daoran. Please return to the body of Mosquito Daoran. Taoist Fly cried out softly. Buzz! A black light suddenly emerged from Taoist Fly's chest and tore it apart. It immediately rushed to the chest of Mosquito Daoran, who was withered not far away. Buzz! The heart of darkness entered Mosquito Doran's body. Mosquito Doran's weak body seemed to be injected with infinite vitality and quickly recovered. How dare you! The worm corpse demon suddenly roared. Taoist Fly's body trembled violently and withered quickly. Ha ha ha, worm corpse demon, you want to make me a puppet? Even if I die, I won't give you everything I have. Taoist Fly said with a ferocious expression. Changming, I'll return the chaos element bead to you. And the god of blood sorcerer, refine it well. Taoist Fly spat out the chaos element bead weakly and immediately shot it to Changming. Buzz! In an instant, it drilled into Changming's forehead. You! Changming trembled and felt that his body was suddenly filled with a strange power. In between his eyebrows, the god of blood sorcerer emitted bloody power and poured into Changming's body. Changming felt that his whole body was greatly nourished. Taoist fly, you're crazy. The worm corpse demon's furious voice sounded. Taoist fly had given all his power to Changming and Mosquito Daoren. The most correct thing I've done in my life was to take in a disciple. Changming, I've failed to teach you well, so I can only give you the god of blood sorcerer. There are some secrets that even Mosquito Daoren doesn't know. The chaos element bead has purified the god of blood sorcerer and made it a god without a master. Whoever fuses with it can refine it and become their own god. God is the seventh soul of a human. Only with the seventh soul can one reach the peak of the heavenly palace. Changming, solemnly. Taoist fly said weakly. A bloody light emerged from Changming's body. With a wave of his hand, a sea of blood appeared around him. Suddenly, a large amount of blood sea enveloped Taoist fly. Ma master. Changming's face stiffened. He wanted to force the corpse bug out of Taoist fly's forehead, but it had already disappeared. Only the furious voice of the corpse bug heavenly demon was left in his head. At this moment, Mosquito Daoren slowly recovered, and traces of black flames appeared around his body. Taoist fly, you gave me the heart of darkness? Mosquito Daoren looked at Taoist fly in surprise. After all, Taoist fly was just like him. Without the heart of flies, he would die too. Mosquito Daoren, after so many years, I've finally won against you. Ha, ha ha ha. Taoist fly laughed weakly. You can still laugh at this time. I'll give you back the heart of flies. Mosquito Daoren said anxiously. The weakened Taoist fly grabbed Mosquito Daoren's hand. Come, it's too late. My lifelong opponent, take care. Boom. However, Taoist fly's head exploded with a deafening boom. No. Changming and Mosquito Daoren immediately screamed. Chapter 949. Come, it's too late. My lifelong rival, take care. Boom. However, Taoist fly's head exploded with a deafening boom. No. Changming and Mosquito Daoren immediately screamed. Changming and Mosquito Daoren wanted to stop it, but they couldn't. The huge explosion even pushed the two of them back. Taoist fly's head exploded, and billowing black fog came out from half of his head. In the black fog, a corpse bug seemed to have been blown apart, and it let out a monstrous roar. Taoist fly, you piece of trash, how dare you blow yourself up? Do you think that I can't get the god of blood sorcerer if you die? And your heart of darkness, it's all mine. Both of them are mine. I'll kill them right away. A roar came from the corpse bug. Slap. Mosquito Daoren slapped it with his palm. Boom. The corpse bug exploded. Taoist fly's body was left with a headless body, lying in a pool of blood. It looked very miserable. You'd rather die than let your 3 souls be eaten by the corpse bug? Ha, you and I are indeed the same kind of people. Mosquito Daoren's eyes flashed with malevolence. At the side, Changming's body was emitting a red light. Obviously, the god of blood sorcerer was slowly showing its effect. Changming looked at the headless body and suddenly knelt down. Master, although there was a time when I doubted you, a master for a day is a father for life. I, Changming, swear that I will avenge you. Changming gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression. With that, Changming kowtowed 3 times to Taoist fly's body. Mosquito Daoren, however, took out a coffin and carefully placed Taoist fly's headless body inside. Old bastard, even though I've fought with you for so many years, I'm still not used to losing you all of a sudden. Since you'd rather die than let the corpse worm eat your 3 souls, even though they've been destroyed, I'll find a way to revive you. Maybe I don't have the ability now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. You will always be Mosquito Doran's opponent. Mosquito Doran clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Mosquito Doran, Chang Ming, come and die. A loud shout came from afar. Mosquito Doran and Chang Ming's faces darkened. Not good, the corpse bug heavenly demon is really here. Chang Ming's expression changed. Pa! Closing the coffin lid, Mosquito Doran quickly put away Daoist Fly's body. Let's go now, quickly, to the center of the corpse pit to meet His Majesty. Mosquito Doran shouted. Whoosh! The two immediately shot toward the center of the corpse pit. You want to leave? No one can escape from me. The corpse bug heavenly demon's angry voice came from the horizon. Kang Xian was in the first layer of the pastwell area. Previously, Kang Xian had been defeated by the 6 paths of the sword god. Kang Xian was in the middle of the 9th layer of the heavenly palace, which was more powerful than Mosquito Doran. However, he was defeated by the 6 paths of the sword god, who was in the 8th layer of the heavenly palace. Those with higher cultivation were inferior to those with lower cultivation. This was not normal at all. But it was happening right in front of them. Because the 6 paths of the sword god's swordsmanship was too powerful. No matter how many 5-colored divine lights there were, they were like rags under the 6 paths sacred sword and were instantly cut into pieces. Kang Xian used to be very powerful, but he could only continue to be injured by the 6 paths of the sword god. Just as he was about to be killed by the 6 paths of the sword god, he was suddenly swallowed by the Bird King Resentful Spirit. The Bird King Resentful Spirit and the 6 paths of the sword god were evenly matched. However, the ancient peacock god inside the resentful spirit was awakened by Kang Xian's resentment. Knowing that the peacock clan was about to be wiped out, he did not hesitate to help Kang Xian and pass down the ancient peacock clan's inheritance to him. After the ancient peacock god disappeared, the Bird King Resentful Spirit was weakened and killed by the 6 paths of the sword god. Kang Xian's injuries were healed by the ancient peacock god. More importantly, he had obtained the ancient inheritance and become a super peacock god. He had the 6-colored divine light, which was even more powerful than the Bird King Resentful Spirit. In the past, Kang Xian seemed to have a lot of power, but he did not know how to use it. Now that he had obtained the ancient inheritance, he instantly knew how to use it. His power did not increase by much, but the power brought about by the ancient inheritance was incomparable. Kang Xian's eyes turned cold. The 6 paths of the sword god. It's my turn now. Your turn. Humph, a loser, you overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of the sword god's eyes turned cold. Screech. A sword radiance rushed towards Kang Xian again. Boom. The sword radiance passed through Kang Xian's body, but it did not touch him at all. The 6 paths of the sword god's face darkened. Kang Xian's body suddenly emitted endless green light. As soon as the green light appeared, it covered the sky and covered the earth. There was rolling green light in all directions. Within the green light, there were countless illusory images of peacock plumes. A vast world of peacock feathers was born. The figure of Kang Xian suddenly turned from one to hundreds and thousands of Kang Xian. What is this? The 6 paths of the sword god's face changed. This is the divine path territory of the peacock tribe. Kang Xian's eyes turned cold. Screech. Suddenly, a peacock's cry soared into the sky. Vaguely, a huge illusory figure of a peacock appeared in the sky above the world of peacock feathers. The illusory figure looked down and carried with it the power of heaven and earth. God of Peacock. The 6 paths of the sword god's face darkened. That's right. In my peacock territory, I am the god. You, who are only at the 8th level of the heaven palace, want to kill me. You are courting death. Kang Xian snorted coldly. The thousands of Kang Xian waved their hands at the same time. Boom! Each of them shot out a 6-colored divine light towards the 6 paths of the sword god. The 6 paths of the sword god could barely block the bird king's vengeful spirit with one 6-colored divine light. Now, the thousands of divine lights made the 6 paths of the sword god see destruction. This is not real. The 6 paths of the sword god's face changed as he slashed at one of the 6-colored divine lights. Boom! With a loud sound, the void trembled. The 6-colored divine lights were real. Bastard, how is this possible? The 6 paths of the sword god turned around and fled in fear. Whoosh! In an instant, the 6 paths of the sword god dodged the attack and the thousands of 6-colored divine lights collided. Rumble! A huge black hole tore open in the void. If not for the fact that most of the terrifying power was cancelled out, anyone who entered it would have been reduced to ashes. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. He had just obtained the divine path inheritance of the peacock tribe and wanted to test it out. He did not expect the power to be so terrifying. Ha, ha ha ha, this is the power of the divine path. This is the inheritance of the peacock tribe. So powerful, so powerful. Kong Xian's eyes widened in ecstasy. I don't believe that you are all real. The 6 paths of the sword god was also very anxious. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 6 paths of the sword god's speed had reached the maximum. He was so fast that the naked eye could not see him. Hiss, hiss. In an instant, the entire peacock territory was filled with the 6 paths of the sword god's sword radiance. The sword radiance slashed through Kong Xian's body one after another. However, he could not hit any of them. It was as if they were all illusions. He could not touch them at all. He could not touch them. How could he fight? Your cultivation is not even as high as mine. You want to fight me in my divine path domain? What a joke! Kong Xian sneered. While sneering, Kong Xian's body shrunk and turned into one. Obviously, he was not interested in bullying the 6 paths of the sword god. Divine path domain? There must be a flaw. There must be. The 6 paths of the sword god slashed again with a ferocious expression. One of them tore through the void and was about to cut down Kong Xian in an instant. Flaw. There is nothing in this world that is flawless. However, the divine path domain is not something you can touch. You are just Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body and a clone. You want to know my flaw? I can only tell you that in my domain, I am God. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. He ignored the sword slash and his body swayed. Whoosh! It was as if he had traversed through space and time. He appeared in front of the 6 paths of the sword god in an instant. The 6 paths of the sword god's expression changed drastically and he quickly pulled back his sword. However, it was too late. Kong Xian placed his hand on the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. Suddenly, a colorful light appeared from his palm. The 6-colored divine light rushed towards the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. No! The 6 paths of the sword god screamed in despair. Boom! The 6 paths of the sword god's body was swept by the 6-colored divine light and exploded. Although the 6 paths of the sword god was no longer controlling the sacred sword, it still slashed towards Kong Xian. Whoosh! It passed through his body and strangely did not touch Kong Xian at all. It was as if Kong Xian was standing in another space and time. The sacred sword was thrown away. The 6 paths of the sword god widened his eyes and looked at the unharmed Kong Xian and his remaining head in disbelief. His eyes were filled with despair. Divine Tao. Lifespan divine literature spirit, so the divine Tao was actually so powerful? Most of the monster deities in the world have taken the wrong path. No wonder the human race was so weak in the ancient era. There were very few humans who could cultivate the 7th soul. However, almost all of the monster deities could cultivate the 7th soul. Divine Tao. Divine Tao is the greatest power. Kong Xian said in surprise. Boom! With one palm, Kang Xian crushed the 6 paths of the sword god's head. Speaking of the 6 paths of the sword god's sacred sword, Kang Xian's eyes changed. The powerful 6 paths of the sword god was defeated by him so easily. The divine path, so the inheritance of the ancient times, is so powerful. Kang Xian's face was filled with excitement and joy. With a twist of his body, Kang Xian kept the peacock domain and looked at the black fog in the distance. Unborn man, let me help you. Kang Xian's body flashed and appeared in the black fog. In the black fog, the unborn man was fighting with Chun Xinshu. During the battle, they heard the sound of the outside world. Both of them looked up at the same time and saw Kang Xian in the air holding the 6 paths of the sword god's sacred sword. What? Impossible, you killed the 6 paths of the sword god? Chun Xinshu exclaimed. Even the unborn man was shocked. Buzz buzz buzz. Chun Xinshu tore at the void, and a huge crack appeared in the void. Want to run? Stop right there. The unborn man reached out his hand. Rip. Just by tearing off Chun Xinshu's clothes, Chun Xinshu had already escaped. Boom. As Chun Xinshu escaped, the black fog disappeared and the unborn man was exposed. Chun Xinshu escaped. Kang Xian said coldly. The unborn man looked at Kang Xian in surprise. You killed the 6 paths of the sword god? Yes, what should we do now? Should we find His Majesty first or chase after Chun Xinshu? Kang Xian frowned. Chun Xinshu is too slippery. He must have escaped. We can't catch him. The unborn man shook his head. Then let's go to the center of the corpse pit. Kang Xian said solemnly. Okay. The unborn man nodded. The two stepped forward and rushed towards the center of the corpse pit. Chapter 950. Corpse Grave Realm. Gu Hai wielded the life-punishing saber, killing countless resentful spirits along the way. There were many resentful spirits, 1 million of them. They could even revive. However, before Gu Hai, they were destroyed as soon as they were killed. Boom! With one saber strike, 10,000 ghosts were destroyed. Gu Hai led Bodhisattva Yanxing towards the dry lamp Buddha, sweeping through everything before him. Although there were many resentful spirits, they were much weaker than the Bird King resentful spirits and the Blood Shaman resentful spirits. These resentful spirits were not a match for Gu Hai at all. However, these resentful spirits did not have any consciousness. They did not fear Gu Hai's saber at all, charging at Gu Hai one after another. Kill! 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 By the time Gu Hai's group arrived near the dry lamp Buddha, Gu Hai killed all 1 million resentful spirits. Master's clone. How can that be? Master's flesh has never been damaged in his entire life. No, there was one time. There was one time when he bled to save first senior brother. Could it be? Jiang Rulai. Bodhisattva Yanxing's expression changed. The two of you, are you still going to insist? The Peak Master already knows everything about you. You can't run, the dry lamp Buddha said as he looked at the two. Gu Hai stared at the dry lamp Buddha, feeling a sense of danger. Let's go around and head for the central corpse pit immediately, Gu Hai said to Bodhisattva Yanxing. However, Bodhisattva Yanxing's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! There's no time. Huh? Gu Hai said, feeling confused. The sinful hell domain, the ultimate world of the past. Bodhisattva Yanxing exclaimed in shock. The dry lamp Buddha held his palms together as he sat on a blazing sun. The surrounding space suddenly turned dark. Suddenly, millions of crying ghosts appeared everywhere, all of them suffering great torment. Some had their heads cut off, some had their tongues pulled out, and some were thrown into a frying pan. It was an incredibly miserable scene, one tragedy after another. A horrifying atmosphere surged into the two's hearts. This horrifying atmosphere seemed to affect the two's minds, making them recall the mistakes they had made in the past. He magnified the impact of the wrong thing on his heart, continuously magnifying it. This made the two of them feel a great sense of guilt. Mess with my temperament? It's still lacking. Gu Hai's expression sank. As he spoke, he slashed his saber at Withered Lamp Buddha. Boom! A ferocious saber aura slashed at Withered Lamp Buddha's body. When it slashed, it strangely passed through his body as if it did not touch him at all. What? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Ancient Emperor, this is a domain, a God Dao domain, a world of the past. Here, he is a god. This is one of the strongest profundities of the 3 generations of Buddha in Nalanda Temple. No one can touch him. Withered Lamp Buddha said anxiously. Can't touch it? Gu Hai's face darkened. If they couldn't even touch each other, how could they continue fighting? However, Gu Hai did not give up. Gu Hai had many tricks up his sleeves, and not all of them would fail to touch Withered Lamp Buddha. Gu Hai reached out and pulled out his Life Slayer saber, intending to test Withered Lamp Buddha again. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in front of Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng had opened a void exit. Ancient Emperor, I used my entire life's past intent to open this exit. You go first. Leave this to me. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said solemnly. Leave it to you. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Time is of the essence. Earlier, Master said that the corpse bug sky demon already discovered our tracks. What if it went to deal with Gu Han earlier? We cannot remain here for long. We need to find Gu Han immediately. We cannot waste any time here. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said anxiously. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he nodded. Gu Hai did not fear dealing with Withered Lamp Buddha. However, it would be bad if something happened to Gu Han. In that case, let's go together. Gu Hai nodded. No, I used my own past intent to open this exit. I can only open it because I merged my body with this domain. I cannot leave. Quickly, leave. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng shook his head. Gu Hai's face sank. If I leave, you will be in danger. How about we end this quickly? After I kill Withered Lamp Buddha's clone, we will leave together. No. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng immediately shouted. Huh? Gu Hai said seriously. Ancient Emperor, you go first. Actually, I have some selfish motives. Although he is Master's clone, he has Master's memories. I have some things that I need to verify with Master. Don't worry about me. Quickly find Gu Han. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng requested. Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Finally, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng nodded. With one step, Gu Hai stepped into that exit. Buzz! The entrance instantly vanished. Yen Sheng, you have cultivated your past intent pretty well. Withered Lamp Buddha said coldly. As Withered Lamp Buddha spoke coldly, a vast black energy surged towards Bodhisattva Yen Sheng and drowned him. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng's shout came from the vast black energy. Master, the Hell of Sin domain is a technique that you use to reflect your true heart. Every evil spirit and yin energy inside is a sin that you committed in the past. This disciple was fortunate enough to enter Master's domain in the past. At that time, the domain was bright, without any yin energy. Why are there so many evil spirits and yin energy now? Master, how many evil deeds has this clone of yours committed? How many people has it helped the corpse bug sky demon kill? The black energy surged, drowning Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Withered Lamp Buddha pressed his palms together, his gaze cold. Since you know that I am a clone, you should also understand that I only listen to the Peak Master's orders. No, Master, you said before that all lives are equal, and all lives are miserable. We Buddhist cultivators live only to save all lives, to resolve the sins of the world. have you forgotten? This disciple's dharmic name is Lian Sheng. My compassion for all lives comes from Master. Master, have you forgotten your true heart? Don't you want your Buddhist Tao anymore? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng's sorrowful cry came from the black energy. Withered lamp Buddha trembled slightly, showing a conflicted expression. You said before that your greatest demonic obstacle is first senior brother. You want to use your entire life to guide first senior brother to do good. If one life is not enough, then 10 lives. Have you forgotten? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said anxiously in the black energy. Gautama. Withered lamp Buddha's figure trembled slightly. Gu Hai exited the hell of sin domain. The moment he did, he returned to the corpse grave realm. Everyone in the surroundings was gone. Gu Hai frowned slightly, his heart heavy. Then, he walked towards the center of the corpse pit. The center of the corpse pit was not far away. Gu Hai moved at his fastest speed. Along the way, the number of resentful spirits increased. All the resentful spirits charged at Gu Hai. However, wherever Gu Hai's life-killing saber passed, all the resentful spirits turned to dust. Rumble. Everywhere Shaoqun passed, rumbling rang out. A large number of resentful spirits were forcefully killed. The curse-seeking sphere guided Shaoqun closer. Along the way, Gu Hai's luck was pretty good. He did not run into any strong resentful spirits like the Bird King's resentful spirit or the Blood Shaman's resentful spirit. The strongest resentful spirit he ran into along the way was just the 6th layer Heavenly Palace's rat resentful spirit. When Shaoqun arrived near the corpse pit, the surroundings were filled with resentful spirits. There were many, boundless and endless. At one glance, there were millions, tens of millions, or even billions of resentful spirits. At this point, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He no longer massacred the resentful spirits. Instead, he moved quickly. Before some of the resentful spirits could react, he passed by them. Whoosh! 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 With a series of shuttling sounds, Gu Hai already arrived at the center of the corpse pit. Billions of resentful spirits surrounded the circular pit that looked like a super canyon. Countless resentful spirits roared as they looked at the figure in the center. Gu Hai suddenly showed joy on his face. At this moment, Shaoqun saw 2 chains on Gu Han's back, one golden and one black. One end held Gu Han's shoulder blade while the other end extended into the void and disappeared, as though it led to another space and time. Gu Han sat cross-legged in the void, his body giving off a bright golden light. Om Mani Padme Hum. Shaoqun chanted the 6-syllable mantra in the void. The resentful spirits that approached clutched their heads in extreme pain as though they were being burned and purified by this mantra. There were even 2 resentful spirits that had been completely purified. They knelt behind Gu Han with their palms pressed together, chanting along with him. Gu Hai shouted. This caused Gu Han's figure in the distance to tremble. He stopped chanting and looked at Gu Hai. Roar! The instant Gu Han stopped chanting, the golden light around him receded. Then, countless resentful spirits suddenly charged at Gu Han. Immediately, surging resentful energy rushed at Gu Han. You are seeking death. Gu Hai glared. Rumble. Shaoqun drew the life-punishing saber, and billions of saber chi immediately killed all the approaching resentful spirits. Father! Gu Han exclaimed in shock, slightly stunned. Roar! Countless resentful spirits continued to charge forward. Gu Hai immediately shielded Gu Han by his side, continuously killing the resentful spirits. However, there seemed to be no end to the vengeful spirits here. There were even billions of vengeful spirits rushing out from the huge crater below. Gu Hai's face sank as he tried to bring Gu Han away. Father, I cannot leave. I am already locked in this void. Gu Han said bitterly. Don't worry. Your father is here today to save you. I will definitely bring you away, Gu Hai said seriously. At the same time, he did his best to kill the surrounding resentful spirits. Gu Han felt slightly moved. Father, this child heard about your deeds at Nalanda Temple. Actually, this corpse grave realm is different from the outside world. It is a small world that the previous heaven set up. The 6 paths immortal did not take away the laws of this world. Oh. Gu Hai felt stunned. As Xiao Qian chopped down the resentful spirits, he raised his hand and drew a line in the void. Buzz! Gu Hai pulled up what seemed like a purple energy thread in the void. There really isn't. There are Go Dao laws here. Gu Hai immediately showed joy on his face. Zither Dao laws. Aside from the already dead old man Guanqi, no one in the world was a match for Xiao Qian. As long as there were Zither Dao laws, Xiao Qian could use them. Gu Hai did not even need to use the heavenly Go Stone. He moved his hand in the void. Rumble. Countless energy threads immediately appeared in the void. Then, a surging fog encased Gu Hai and Gu Han. The Go Dao ritual array activated in the fog. A huge ritual array immediately enveloped the surroundings. Countless resentful spirits charged in and lost their bearings. The scene before Gu Hai and Gu Han instantly turned quiet. Go Dao laws. Father's Go Dao is indeed unparalleled in the world. Gu Han praised. Han, Father finally found you. Let me see the chains on your body. Father will bring you away. Gu Hai immediately said. However, Gu Han shook his head. Father, this child does not want to leave yet. Oh. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Jiang Rulai placed me here to use countless resentful spirits to stir up the demonic nature of the past in my heart. However, under the influence of my previous life's master, the withered lamp Buddha, my demonic nature has already been eliminated. No, it has already been suppressed. Jiang Rulai wants to stir up my demonic nature again. However, the resentful spirits here are the best place for me to temper my heart. I want to use this to purify all the resentful spirits and accumulate great beneficence to wash away my past sins, Gu Han said solemnly. Past sins? Father does not understand. Gu Hai said with a frown. Father, you know about my previous life, right? Gu Han smiled. In your previous life, you were the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's good Rulai. Jiang Rulai was the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's evil Rulai. The two of you were originally one. Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, in fact, when I was one with Jiang Rulai, there was another name. Father, have you heard of it? Solemnly Gu Han said. Tathagata Heavenly Demon. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai had heard of this name in the past, but he only thought that it meant, good as Tathagata, evil as Heavenly Demon. However, now that Gu Han asked, Gu Hai suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. Yes, this child used to be the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Later, I was sent by the vast freedom Heavenly Demon to Nalanda Temple to become Withered Lamp Buddha's disciple. I wanted to inherit this ancient temple and open up the Heavenly Demon Holy Land's territory in the world of the living. Unfortunately, Withered Lamp Buddha discovered my purpose and did not let my plan succeed. After that, I established the Spirit Mountain sect, which later became the Spirit Mountain Holy Land. Tathagata Heavenly Demon. Corpse Bug Heavenly Demon. You are the Tathagata Heavenly Demon. In that case, the Spirit Mountain Holy Land is actually just a branch of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes, this child was the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land in my previous life. The Tathagata Heavenly Demon. He created a monstrous sin. In this life, this child wants to resolve this sin. Gu Han nodded. Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Gu Hai's face sank. This was the most terrifying foundation. One main peak had 12 sub-peaks. The Tathagata heavenly demon was only the peak master of one of the sub-peaks. Didn't that mean that there were 11 Tathagata heavenly demons of the same level? Then, wouldn't the vast freedom heavenly demon of the main peak be even stronger? Chapter 951. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land. In my previous life, I was sent to Nalanda Temple and used my demon body to cultivate Buddhism. It was only then that I gradually understood the difference between Buddhism and demons. One thought could be Buddha, and the other could be demon. Now that I think about it, it was truly laughable. I thought that I was a Buddha, but the moment I stepped into Nalanda Temple, my master, withered lamp Buddha, saw through me. He spent his entire life enlightening me. It was only when he died that I was enlightened in my previous life and developed a split personality. Withered lamp Buddha died for you? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. Master sacrificed himself to enlighten me. It was at that moment that I understood. I realized that besides fighting for power and profit, there were many other things that I needed to do. The various memories of the past were boundless sins. However, although Master sacrificed himself to enlighten me, he was still worried about me. Thus, he did not let me inherit Nalanda Temple, so I re-established the spiritual mountain sect. I enlightened the world, guiding people to do good and delivering all living beings from torment. Gu Han explained. Then what about the evil Rulai? No, Jiang Rulai. Is he the evil part of your heart? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Him. Speaking of which, he's just a trace of good from when I was evil. Gu Han sighed. Good. Isn't he the evil Rulai? The evil Rulai. However, father, do you think that Jiang Rulai has done many things that harm the common people? Gu Han asked with a smile. No. Although this person is cold and ruthless and disregards life, he does not appear to be too evil on the surface. Gu Hai recalled. That's right. In my previous life, I simply revered power. If there was a disagreement, I would kill in all directions. I was vicious and vicious. In order to achieve my goal, I would do anything. That was the true evil of the heavenly devil. Back then, Jiang Rulai was a trace of my good. However, even then, my good was far from true compassion. It was equivalent to being gray. He was good compared to me back then. Later on, after Master enlightened me, I seem to have turned from black to white. He is still gray. As such, compared to the current me, he is evil. Gu Han explained. Withered lamp Buddha made you change so much. Gu Hai sighed. I was captured by Jiang Rulai, and he returned me the golden body of my previous life. With the golden body in my body, these resentful spirits can no longer kill me. However, there is an overwhelming resentment here. Jiang Rulai's goal is to use this resentment to awaken the vanished evil in my heart, turning me from white to black again. Gu Han explained. Why? Because when I did evil, I tolerated him. When I did good, I couldn't tolerate him. If I turned from white to black, I would be in cahoots with him. Originally, I was one with him and would only be a great help to him. However, if I did good, I would constantly think of ways to deal with him, making him feel helpless, Gu Han explained. However, you are here. What if? Gu Hai said worriedly. Father, don't worry. Father, there is no need to worry. I am one with him. He will not kill me. It is just like how even though I want to deal with him, I will not kill him. Although there are many resentful spirits here, it is also a good place that is hard to come by. If this child can purify these boundless resentful spirits, the boundless beneficence that I have accumulated will be able to wash away the sins of my previous life. With my golden body, I can return to my peak, reaching consummation of the heavenly palace, Gu Han said gravely. Heavenly palace consummation? What about Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Jiang Rulai is also at Heavenly Palace consummation. Father, you have to be careful of him. Gu Han said solemnly. He is indeed at Heavenly Palace consummation. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. It is not just him. There is actually another heavenly demon Holy Land's peak master in the Yang realm. Father, you have to be careful. Gu Han said solemnly. Oh. There is another one in the Yang realm? The Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest? Gu Hai's pupils suddenly constricted. Father knows? Gu Han asked in shock. It is just a guess and cannot be confirmed. Because of the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, the Dragon Lady Bodhisattva went to the spiritual mountain. Jiang Rulai treated her with great respect. Back then, the South Sea Dragon King made a request. Aside from Jiang Rulai, a large number of peak experts from the spiritual mountain's holy land went to help. At that time, I suspected that the person in this Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest was in existence on the same level as Jiang Rulai. Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes. That is Purple Bamboo Peak's peak master, Amethyst. He entered the Yang realm later than I did in my previous life. Hence, he has not grasped many factions yet. He has always been very low-key. Father, do not provoke him easily. Gu Han advised. Oh no. Gu Hai's face sank. Father, what's wrong? Gu Han asked, feeling puzzled. Shengguan Hen and Ao Shun both went to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to save Ao Sheng. No wonder there was no news after Ao Shun left for so long. Amethyst? Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. At this moment, he felt worried. Oh. Gu Han frowned slightly. Han, it is enough that I am certain that you are fine. Father needs to return immediately. At this moment, do you still need Father to help you with anything? Gu Hai said solemnly. This child does not need any help, but... Gu Han frowned slightly. But what? But before Father came, dozens of people came and entered the corpse pit below me. This child is somewhat worried. Gu Han said with a frown. Another group of people entered the corpse pit. They are not Jiang Rulai's men, nor are they the corpse bug heavenly demon's men. Gu Hai said in shock. Yes, they are very capable. They forced the 6 great resentful spirits into the center of the corpse pit. Then, they all entered together. Gu Han said with a frown. 6 great resentful spirits? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. If this child remembers correctly, there are 8 great resentful spirit kings in the corpse grave realm. Each of them is the ruler of the resentful spirits. The strongest one is the Azure Dragon resentful spirit, but it was also forced into the center of the corpse pit. Aside from the 6 that were forced into the corpse pit, there are only 2 strongest resentful spirits left. One is the Bird King resentful spirit, and the other is the Blood Shaman resentful spirit. Perhaps the 2 of them did not wander around the corpse pit all year round, so they were spared. Gu Han recalled. Gu Hai had not seen the Blood Shaman resentful spirit before. However, Gu Hai had seen the Bird King resentful spirit before. Even Kong Xian was not a match for it. There were 8 rulers of such resentful spirits. 6 of them were forced into the center of the corpse pit by a group of people. Where did this group of people come from? How could they be so powerful? They originally wanted to deal with me, but a black-robed man called Mr. Wu Xing told them not to cause any trouble. That Mr. Wu Xing was very capable. With a flip of his hand, he sprinkled a sky full of stars. The stars were very powerful and immediately formed a starry sky formation, forcing the group of resentful spirit kings into the center of the corpse pit. Gu Han recalled. Mr. Wu Xing. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Oh right, there was another person called Emperor Kong. At the mention of Emperor Kong, Gu Hai's pupils shrank. I know where he came from. The Great Yellow Dynasty. Ha, I really did not expect there to be so many experts in the Great Yellow Dynasty. While Gu Hai was still in shock, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the bottom of the corpse pit. Ong! An extremely powerful dragon's roar rang out. When the dragon's roar rang out, Gu Hai felt like the entire world trembled. This was an overwhelming dragon might, the strongest dragon might Gu Hai had ever seen. In the past, the dragon might of Ao Tian Huang, Ao Sihai, Ao Shun, and Ao Sheng added together was not as loud as this dragon's roar. Azure Dragon Resentful Spirits? This dragon might has become stronger. Gu Han's expression changed. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the clouds in the surroundings immediately vanished. The resentful spirits enveloped by Gu Hai's Go formation immediately showed terrified expressions as they fled in all directions. Roar! Roar! Crack! Crack! Loud roars immediately came from the center of the corpse pit again. The roars soared into the sky with boundless might. Although they were weaker than the dragon might, there was a limit to how many of them there were. Buzz! Suddenly, Gu Hai saw that the entire corpse grave realm seemed to be filled with countless energy threads. These energy threads seemed to be the crux of the corpse grave realm structure. These energy threads were being guided by a bright white object below. That bright white object looked like a book, sparkling and translucent. It gave off a bright light, and Xiao Qian could vaguely make out 3 large words on the book: Heavenly Spirit Book. Heavenly Spirit Book? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. At this moment, the Heavenly Spirit Book landed in the center of the countless energy threads. It seemed to be controlling the corpse grave realm's laws to suppress the countless resentful spirits in the corpse grave realm. Below the corpse pit, a gigantic azure dragon was circling its body. It opened its mouth, wanting to bite the Heavenly Spirit Book. However, the Heavenly Spirit Book controlled the worldly laws of the entire corpse grave world. It naturally formed a great pressure to stop the azure dragon. What a huge azure dragon! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock as he goggled. That dragon might earlier came from this azure dragon, right? To think that it was 30 kilometers long. A 30-kilometer long azure dragon. Even Ao Shun, as Gu Hai recalled, was less than 30 kilometers long. Yet, this azure dragon was 30 kilometers long. This is the ancient azure dragon, the dragon ancestor's corpse. No, the azure dragon's resentful spirit from earlier possessed its own corpse. Gu Han exclaimed in shock. The dragon ancestor's corpse. Gu Hai looked carefully. Indeed, although that 30-kilometer-long azure dragon was alive, its eyes did not have pupils, only white. A dead dragon possessed by a resentful spirit? It was not just the azure dragon. There were 5 other huge ferocious beasts at the bottom of the corpse pit. Although the 5 ferocious beasts were not as large as the azure dragon, they were not that far off. The earlier roar came from them. The 6 ferocious beasts did not have white eyes. They were the corpses possessed by resentful spirits. A group of black-clad men stood on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts. At this moment, this group of black-clad men drew some kind of talisman restriction on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts. It was like they were controlling the 6 ferocious beasts. Father, it's them! Gu Han exclaimed in shock. Originally, the corpse pit was pitch black. However, the Heavenly Spirit Book seemed to have been activated. It immediately gave off a bright light, illuminating the corpse pit. This group of black-clad men controlled the 6 strongest ferocious beasts for the Heavenly Spirit Book that suppressed billions of resentful spirits. One more time. Break the barrier around the Heavenly Spirit Book. A loud roar came from below the corpse pit. It's Emperor Kong's voice. That's right, it's him. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Although Gu Hai had seen Emperor Kong's voice before, he had a deep impression of Emperor Kong's voice. Yes, the black-clad men on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts shouted at nearly the same time. Buzz! When the black-clad men activated the talisman, the 6 ferocious beasts immediately trembled. They showed ferocious expressions and exuded overwhelming might. Boom! Nearly at the same time, the 6 ferocious beasts soared into the sky and crashed into the heavenly spirit book enveloped by the white light. Chapter 952. The 6 vengeful spirit kings found their own corpses in the corpse pit and possessed them. The vengeful spirit kings already possessed overwhelming force. When the vengeful spirit kings twisted their bodies, space trembled, much less this full-powered strike. In nearly an instant, space tore into countless pieces. The 6 ancient ferocious beasts struck the light barrier around the heavenly spirit book. Kacha! Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the light barrier. It looked like the vengeful spirit kings would break through the barrier and obtain the heavenly spirit book. It was at this moment that a voice rang out. Woo! 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 Suddenly, loud cries came from the bottom of the corpse pit. Rumble! Countless vengeful spirits charged out of the corpse pit in an instant. There were many, incredibly many of them. The vast number made Guhan's expression change at the sight. Boom! The boundless vengeful spirits seemed like they were suddenly released after being suppressed for countless years. The vast resentment dyed the entire corpse mound realm red. There were too many, so many that Guhai felt horrified. 100 million. No, 10 billion, 100 billion, or even more. These vengeful spirits charged out with resentment. However, they avoided the 6 ancient ferocious beasts. Perhaps the 6 ancient ferocious beasts were kings, and these vengeful spirits instinctively avoided them. Guhai had his Godao ritual array, so he easily avoided the vengeful spirits. I understand now. I understand now. This is the reason why the heavenly spirit book is here. Guhan goggled. What do you mean? Aside from the 8 vengeful spirit kings, the vengeful spirits have been killing each other since the ancient era. Some experts were able to eliminate some. However, the strange thing is that after so many years, the number of vengeful spirits has never decreased. It's like the number of vengeful spirits that was eliminated is automatically replenished. I never knew why. So it turns out that this heavenly spirit book suppressed 99% of the vengeful spirits at the bottom of the corpse pit, forming a balance. If there are fewer vengeful spirits in the outside world, it will release some. When the vengeful spirits are released, when the heavenly spirit book is released, the suppression of the billions of vengeful spirits is broken. All the vengeful spirits have come out. Gu Hai's face sank. That's right. What should we do now? The number of vengeful spirits in the corpse mound realm increased tenfold. Gu Han showed an anxious expression. Below, the group of black-robed men didn't care about this at all. Quick, one more time and we can get the heavenly spirit book. Quick, before the corpse bug heavenly demon comes, one more time. Emperor Kong roared. Yes. Roar. The 6 ferocious beasts roared under their control. With a loud rumble, it crashed into the barrier of light. Hong! A super loud sound rang out. The halo barrier suddenly exploded. At the moment of the explosion, the countless energy lines drawn by the heavenly spirit book suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Without the halo barrier, the heavenly spirit book could no longer control the world law of the corpse tomb world. Buzz! The heavenly spirit book flew out. Ha ha ha, the barrier is broken, quickly take the heavenly spirit book. Emperor Kong laughed loudly. Roar! The 6 ferocious beasts pounced towards the heavenly spirit book and were about to grab it. But at this moment, boom! A pitch-black palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. With a shocking speed, he surpassed the 6 ferocious beasts and grabbed the heavenly spirit book. What? All the black-robed men's expressions changed as they looked up. At this time, someone actually dared to snatch our things? They saw that the sky above the corpse tomb world was suddenly filled with stars. It was as though countless stars had appeared out of thin air. The stars were densely packed together and formed a huge starry sky net. No, it was a super starry sky array. As soon as the array was formed, the pitch-black palm condensed and grabbed at them. Chess array. Gu Hai. Emperor Kong suddenly exclaimed. It was indeed Gu Hai. The moment Gu Hai saw the Heavenly Spirit Book, he did not hesitate to attack. The chess Tao of the corpse tomb world was still there. How could Gu Hai let go of such a good opportunity? With the chess Tao of the Tao of chess, Gu Hai had no restrictions. He was the master of this world. In an instant, a super chess array was formed and condensed into a pitch-black palm that rushed down and grabbed the Heavenly Spirit Book. Great! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He had gotten it. However, this was like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. How could the group of black-robed men agree to it? Knock it away. We need to bring back the Heavenly Spirit Book. Emperor Kong roared. Roar! The 6 ferocious beasts roared in unison. Instead of charging at the Heavenly Spirit Book earlier, they suddenly charged at the pitch-black palm. Boom! The 3 ferocious beasts tore through space and heavily struck the black palm. The black palm trembled intensely, and the starry sky above shook as well. It seemed like the black palm would shatter Gu Hai's chess Tao array. With the chess Tao's Tao of chess around, you want to snatch something from me? Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. His hands suddenly rippled. The stars in the starry sky suddenly gave off a dazzling light, looking incredibly piercing. Boundless energy instantly poured into the black palm below as it smashed down. Hong! A super loud sound immediately shattered the corpse tomb world. The 6 ferocious beasts below fell into the corpse tomb world in nearly an instant. Bam! 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 After the 6 ferocious beasts fell into the corpse tomb world, the group of black-robed men screamed miserably from their heads. Arg! 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 After a series of miserable screams, the black palm clearly won. Under Gu Hai's control, the black palm flew back to Gu Hai. Then, it shrank and slowly placed the Heavenly Spirit Book in Gu Hai's palm. Clack! Gu Hai obtained the Heavenly Spirit Book. In the corpse tomb world below, cough! 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 A series of coughs rang out. Gu Hai's chess Tao array can control the stars in the sky. No, Mr. Wu Xing, you can do it too. You can also control the power of the stars. Quickly, snatch the Heavenly Spirit Book back. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to His Holiness. Emperor Kong called out anxiously. Cough! 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 No, Nangong Shou, quickly bring us away. Bring us away immediately. Another black-robed man said as he coughed blood. Mr. Wu Xing. Emperor Kong called out reluctantly. Cut the crap. Didn't you hear about Gu Hai's chess Tao from His Holiness? There are chess Tao laws here. There are chess Tao laws here. Are you crazy? You want me to fight it out with him? We can't obtain the Heavenly Spirit Book, but we have the resentful spirits of the 6 ferocious beasts. We even obtained their corpses. Quickly, leave immediately. Otherwise, we will lose everything we have. If that happens, we will not be able to answer to His Holiness. Mr. Wu Xing roared. Buzz! Not far away, a short black-robed man swiped his hand in the air. A spatial tear immediately appeared, and yang energy leaked out of the tear. Let's go. Mr. Wu Xing was the first to roar. Boom! However, Mr. Wu Xing controlled a ferocious beast and immediately charged out. Humph! Emperor Kong roared angrily. He could only control the Azure Dragon corpse to charge out. Rumble! The 6 ferocious beasts quickly entered the spatial tear and disappeared into the corpse pit. The boundless resentful spirits in the surroundings feared the 6 ferocious beasts and did not dare to follow. By the time the 6 ferocious beasts entered, it was already too late. The spatial tear had already vanished. High in the sky, Gu Hai looked at the heavenly spirit book and carefully put it away. Then, he looked down at the group of people in the corpse pit. However, when Xiao Qin looked down, he saw that all the people had already fled into the spatial tear. In the blink of an eye, the 6 ferocious beasts and the group of black-robed men vanished. The spatial tear instantly recovered. The black hole created by the Black Fist and the 6 ferocious beasts also recovered. Roar! Woo! 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 Meow! Countless resentful spirits continued to rush out of the corpse pit. The world was already dyed scarlet. Overwhelming resentment covered the entire corpse grave realm. The resentful spirits surged. Even with the Go Dao formation protecting them, Gu Hai suddenly felt resentment rush into his head. This made Gu Hai feel somewhat distracted, like it was trying to affect his mental state. This resentment is already more than 10 times stronger than before, perhaps even 100 times stronger. Han, can you endure it? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Gu Han looked around and felt slightly stunned. Then, he said bitterly, Father, this child did not expect so many resentful spirits in this corpse pit. So many died in that ancient battle. This child. Ha! If this child had used the 3 lifetime Buddhist intent back then on Spirit Mountain, I would have been able to suppress the resentment. Now, even with the golden body protecting me, this child cannot endure it. The 3 lifetime Buddhist intent? Gu Hai said with a slightly changed expression. Yes, the past intent, the present intent, and the future intent. This child only has enough present intent. As for the rest. Gu Han said worriedly. Before we came, Mo Yike looked for me and asked me to bring someone to help you. Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai extended his hand and beckoned, summoning a figure from the immortal dome of ancients. It was Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai held the wisdom divine scepter. The moment he appeared, boundless resentment rushed into his head. How can this be? Qin Zibai's expression changed as he quickly drove the wisdom divine scepter. The wisdom divine scepter gave off boundless green light. Qin Zibai immediately felt much better. Qin Zibai greets your majesty. Qin Zibai said respectfully. The future Buddha. The wisdom divine scepter. Gu Han said in shock. Mo Yike is the reincarnation of the future Buddha who followed you in the past. This is his wisdom divine scepter. Before we left, Mo Yike said that he had a dream. In the dream, you might need the wisdom divine scepter, so he asked me to bring Qin Zibai, Gu Hai explained. The future Buddha's reincarnation. Ha! I understand now. It turns out that Mo Yike was my martial uncle in the past. No wonder the future Buddha has been acting strangely for 800,000 years. Gu Han said with a sigh. I materialized this 800,000-year-old future Buddha using the Go Dao ritual array. You said that Mo Yike was your martial uncle? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. Back then, when this child established the spiritual mountain sect, I brought out 2 people from Nalanda Temple. One is my martial uncle, the future Buddha. He is actually the junior brother of the withered lamp Buddha. The other is the past Buddha. He is my second junior brother, Gu Han explained. Qin Zibai, who was at the side, felt slightly stunned. Then, he seemed to recall something. He said respectfully, Lord Mo said that he sealed his future intent in this wisdom divine scepter. Future intent? Good. I have the future intent. I have the present intent. I just lack the past intent. If I had the intent of 3 generations of Buddha, I would be able to guard the corpse grave realm. If only Master, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng, were here. Gu Han said worriedly. Past intent? I nearly forgot. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng is currently dealing with the withered lamp Buddha's clone over there. Gu Hai's expression changed. Master? Gu Han exclaimed in shock. The clone of the previous life's master and the present life's master. They are all here. Chapter 953. They can? Gu Hai asked. They can. That's enough. Gu Han nodded. That's good. Gu Hai said seriously. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand and moved. The space around Gu Han trembled slightly. The chains binding Gu Han's shoulder blades behind him rattled as though they were about to come undone. Father, don't. These two chains were bound by Jiang Rulai and the corpse bug Sky Fiend. They were worried that something would happen to me here. If we forcefully undid them, they would immediately know. Gu Han said worriedly. In that case, let's not undo them first. I'll dig up this space as well. Gu Hai said seriously. Boom. A tear immediately tore open in space. The other end of the two chains could now be moved. However, the one on Gu Han's shoulder had not been undone yet. Many thanks, Father. These chains cannot leave the corpse mound realm. Gu Han explained. We do not need to leave the corpse mound realm. They are there. I heard Bodhisattva Yen Sheng say something like the 3 layers of past intent. Let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and pulled. Gu Han and Qin Zibai quickly flew up, carrying them to the 3 layers of past intent in the distance. Soon, they arrived. Aside from the resentful spirits that just flew over, there was no one else. Gu Hai frowned slightly. It seemed like he was going to use a Go Dao ritual array. Father, there's no need to destroy this 3 layers of past intent. This child can distinguish between them. Gu Han said. As Gu Han spoke, his eyes suddenly turned golden. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. These are the 3 layers. However, one is already empty. As for the other, oh no, it's the corpse bug Sky Fiend. Is that Mosquito Daoren? Kong Xian. They are in danger. Gu Han's expression changed. Qin Zibai, who was at the side, felt worried. What should we do? Bodhisattva Yen Sheng and the withered lamp Buddha are fighting as well. No, Master Yen Sheng is in trouble. Gu Han's expression changed again. You can open the entrance. Gu Hai looked at Gu Han. Yes, Father. You go and save Mosquito Daoren and the others. I will save Master. Gu Han immediately said. But now you. Gu Hai said worriedly. Father, don't worry. I have the golden body protecting me. Nothing will happen to me. Furthermore, this is the will of the 3 lives Buddha. I will definitely be able to save Master Lien Sheng. Gu Han immediately said. Qin Zibai, you stay by Gu Hai's side and wait for orders. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Zibai replied. Gu Han did not object and nodded. However, he saw Gu Han clasping his hands together and chanting a Buddhist mantra. Buzz. Immediately, 2 golden symbols with the character swastika appeared in his palm. Bang! The swastika golden talisman slammed into the void. Suddenly, the void seemed to melt, and 2 entrances appeared. One could vaguely see the other side of the entrances surging with black gas. Father, you enter the left one. This child and Qin Zibai will enter the right one. Solemnly, Gu Han said. All right. Gu Hai nodded. The 3 entered the 2 entrances at nearly the same time. Buzz. The instant they entered, the swastika golden talisman vanished, vanishing from the entrances. Mosquito Daoren obtained the Heart of Darkness and grasped the Dark Domain. Changming obtained the Blood Witch deity. Although he had not completely refined it, he grasped the basics of the Blood Sea domain. Let's leave immediately. Quick, meet up with His Majesty at the center of the corpse pit. Mosquito Dauren shouted. Whoosh! The two immediately shot towards the center of the corpse pit. You want to leave? No one can escape from me. The corpse bug Skyfian's angry voice came from the horizon. The expressions of Mosquito Dauren and Changming changed. However, they saw boundless corpse chi suddenly appear in all directions. The corpse chi surged and instantly filled the surroundings, blocking the two's path. The two's expressions changed as they suddenly stopped. They saw figures walking out of the black fog one after another. All of them were expressionless and looked at the two with gloomy faces. Mosquito Dauren's expression darkened. These are. You know them. They are the peerless experts who have entered the corpse tomb realm in recent years. Unexpectedly, they were all turned into corpse bug puppets. Be careful. Mosquito Dauren said in a low voice. Roar! Roar! Corpse bugs appeared all around them. All of them looked at Mosquito Dauren and Gu Hai with ferocious expressions. These corpse bugs bared their teeth and revealed ferocious expressions. Wave after wave of powerful corpse chi assaulted the two people in the face. Move quickly, don't hold back. Mosquito Dauren said in a low voice. Okay. Changming nodded. Dark Domain. Blood Sea Domain. Boom. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. In an instant, countless black flames and rolling blood mist appeared in all directions. They saw that Mosquito Dauren's figure suddenly turned into tens of thousands of figures and rushed towards the group of experts. Every Mosquito Dauren had a ferocious expression and used all their strength. On the other side, Changming did the same. He turned into hundreds of millions of bats and rushed towards the corpse bugs. Die! Mosquito Dauren roared with a ferocious expression. As soon as the dark domain was released, a great divinity was emitted. His body suddenly became illusory. The group of experts attacked at the same time, but they missed. Boom! Mosquito Dauren attacked with all his might and smashed all the experts. Changming did the same. Countless bats rushed towards the corpse bugs. The corpse bugs and bats collided. Boom! Suddenly, countless bats exploded, and the corpse bugs exploded into pieces. Just as Changming and Mosquito Dauren were feeling smug, paw. Suddenly, two palms appeared in the corpse gas and clenched. Boom! Boom! The tens of thousands of Mosquito Dauren instantly merged into one. Moreover, the only Mosquito Dauren was choked by a right hand and could not move. On the other side, countless bats also merged into one and turned into a human. His neck was choked by a left hand and he could not move at all. What? Mosquito Dauren was shocked. He had just obtained the dark domain and thought it was strong enough. Who would have thought that it would be restrained just like that? The black flames on the surface of his body did not cause any harm to the right hand choking his neck. However, he saw a man in a black robe with golden edges slowly walking out from the corpse gas. The man was quite thin and wore a tall hat. His face was pale and there was no white in his eyes, only black pupils. He looked extremely terrifying. He looked coldly at Mosquito Dauren and Changming who were choked by his hands. I didn't give up on these subordinates in vain. You two really came. Ha! The black-robed man sneered. Corpse bug heavenly demon. Mosquito Dauren quivered. This black-robed man was the corpse mound peak's peak master, the corpse bug heavenly demon. You don't want these subordinates of yours? Changming grabbed the corpse bug heavenly demon's left hand, trying to pry it away. However, the corpse bug heavenly demon held him in place, and corpse gas rushed into his body. Changming and Mosquito Dauren could not move at all. Around them, the corpse bug heavenly demon's subordinates were all smashed by Mosquito Dauren. Corpse bugs slowly crawled out from the smashed corpses. Although Changming had killed a few corpse bugs earlier, there were too many of them around. At this moment, they all looked at the two together with the corpse bug heavenly demon with a ferocious expression. Subordinates? Them? Just a bunch of trash. Now, without them, don't I have you? You can be my subordinates, and you'll be the same. No, you'll be much stronger than them. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Us? You want to refine us into puppets? Mosquito Doran's face changed drastically. Let me see, which one should I choose? The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Zhi. The surrounding corpse bugs jumped around as if they wanted the corpse bug heavenly demon to choose them. They would enter either Mosquito Doran or Changming's mind and control them. The corpse bug heavenly demon looked at the countless corpse bugs, as if it was about to make a choice. Devour the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. Boom! A strong suction force rushed toward the group, as if it wanted to swallow them all. Zhi. The countless corpse bugs screeched in fear. Numerous black winds suddenly swept up a bunch of corpse bugs. Humph! The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted, and a strong corpse aura appeared around it. In an instant, the corpse aura surrounded all the corpse bugs, preventing them from being swallowed by the owner of the voice. When the black wind stopped, Kong Xian's face changed drastically. Lord Kong, save me! Mosquito Doran screamed. He was controlled by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Once the corpse bug swallowed his brain, he would be finished. In the sky, the unborn man stood beside Kong Xian. The unborn man exclaimed, "Fortunately, Lord Kong changed his mind and stepped into the world of the living first. There are changes in this space-time." Kong Xian had planned to meet up with Gu Hai at the center of the corpse pit. However, after flying for a short while, the peacock god sensed the corpse bug heavenly demon and gave a warning. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Therefore, he discussed with the unborn man and decided to come back and try again. Sure enough, as soon as he came back, he found that the world had changed. Mosquito Doran and Changming were controlled by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Kong Xian tried to swallow it, but he couldn't. He immediately understood the horror of the corpse bug heavenly demon. So many corpse bugs. Activate the longevity array. The unborn man waved his hand, and countless black auras appeared around them. Setting up the corpse mound longevity array in front of me? Ridiculous. The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted. Zhi. Countless corpse bugs bared their fangs at the two. Boom! In the next moment, all the corpse bugs rushed toward the unborn man's corpse mound longevity array. In the blink of an eye, they were not far away from the two. Good timing. Peacock's domain. The peacock flung his sleeves. Boom! Billions of green lights appeared in all directions, and the peacock's domain spread out again. Wang! Just as the divine Dao domain spread out, the corpse bug heavenly demon took a step forward and was one zhang away from Kong Xian. It was so fast that Kong Xian couldn't react in time. Peacock's domain. You must have obtained the Bird King's inheritance, right? If it weren't for the Bird King's stubbornness, he would have become my puppet. You? The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Divine light of 6 colors. Kong Xian's face changed. He waved his hand, and a beam of divine light of 6 colors flew toward the corpse bug heavenly demon. Whoosh! The corpse bug heavenly demon blocked Mosquito Daoren and Changming in front of it. Despicable. Kong Xian's face changed. He waved the divine light of 6 colors, and the divine light of 6 colors changed its direction. Obviously, Kong Xian didn't want to hurt Mosquito Daoren and Changming. At this critical moment, between Changming and Mosquito Daoren, a gust of corpse aura suddenly spewed out. In the corpse aura, a third hand suddenly appeared and slammed into Kang Xian's neck. It looked like it was going to grab Kang Xian's neck. Chapter 954. Amidst the corpse chi, the third palm of the heavenly corpse bug demon charged towards Kang Xian's neck. As it charged forward, a large amount of corpse chi rushed towards Kang Xian's body, as if it wanted to choke Kang Xian's neck and seal his cultivation. Heavenly Palace's perfection stage was still perfection stage after all. Even without using the domain, it still had a huge advantage against those who had yet to reach perfection stage. So what if it was the peacock domain? Could the peacock domain become illusory? No, it depended on the person. Facing the heavenly corpse bug demon, there was nowhere to hide. In an instant, it reached Kang Xian's neck. Break! Kang Xian's expression changed drastically, and he swung his hand. Another beam of six-colored divine light rushed out. Boom! The six-colored divine light collided with the third palm, and the third palm exploded. However, Kang Xian was also shocked and retreated quickly. Because in that instant, Kang Xian felt a huge threat, and he could feel that the palm could restrain him. Heavenly Palace's perfection stage. Kang Xian was shocked. You are more alert than Mosquito Daoren and Changming. The heavenly corpse bug demon sneered. On the other side, thousands of corpse bugs pounced towards the unborn man. The unborn man was surrounded by rolling black fog, and he seemed to be trying his best to resist. Kang Xian was shocked by the heavenly corpse bug demon's strength, but he was not afraid. He waved his hand. Boom! In the peacock domain, the number of Kang Xian's figures increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, close to 10,000 Kang Xian's figures appeared. In the domain, there are thousands of figures? Ha, you think I don't understand? Although there are thousands of figures in the domain, there is only one true body. The heavenly corpse bug demon said coldly. Then you find the only one. 10,000 Kang Xians shouted at the same time. Almost at the same time, more than 10 Kang Xians shot out six-colored divine light, rushing towards the heavenly corpse bug demon's back. Who? The corpse worm heavenly demon was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it had dodged a dozen beams of six-colored light. However, there were 10,000 Kang Xians inside the corpse worm heavenly demon's body. It wasn't just a dozen beams of six-colored light. More than 10,000 beams of six-colored light flooded the corpse worm heavenly demon. How could the strength of Heavenly Palace's great circle be injured so easily? Holding Mosquito Daoren and Changming with both hands, the corpse bug heavenly demon was like a black ray of light, shuttling through the air at high speed. Swish, swish, swish. The corpse bug heavenly demon was able to evade the beams of six-colored divine light. The 10,000 Kang Xian showed a trace of anxiety. As the corpse bug heavenly demon dodged, endless corpse chi emerged from its body. For a time, the entire peacock domain was filled with corpse chi. It rolled in all directions. Corpse bug heavenly demon, aren't you at the peak of Heavenly Palace? Don't run if you have the ability. Kang Xian said anxiously. Then I won't run. The corpse bug heavenly demon suddenly paused. Whoosh! The corpse bug heavenly demon stopped in mid-air and looked at the 10,000 Kang Xian with a cold smile. Won't run? Humph, then you'll die. The 10,000 Kang Xian roared at the same time. Suddenly, a large number of Kang Xian threw out the six-colored divine light and rushed towards the corpse bug heavenly demon. You're quite capable. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. I've just run one round and I've seen through your foundation. The corpse bug heavenly demon revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, a third hand emerged from the corpse chi where the corpse bug heavenly demon had passed through. No, it wasn't just a third hand, but a total of 10,000 hands. Each of them carried a murderous intent and rushed towards the unguarded Kang Xian. Boom! With a loud bang, all the six-colored divine light suddenly collapsed. The 10,000 Kong Xian were choked by the 10,000 hands in the corpse chi. A strong corpse chi rushed into Kong Xian's body and sealed his cultivation. What? Kong Xian painfully tried to pry open the palm on his neck, but he couldn't. You can split into 10,000 bodies in the realm? If I can't find your real body, then I won't look for it. I'll take down all your clones. Let's see how you're going to escape. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Master Kong. Mosquito Daoran shouted anxiously as he was choked by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Bang! 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 The surrounding Kong Xian's avatars immediately dissipated, and the peacock domain also instantly disappeared. Only one Kong Xian was left. He was choked by the corpse bug heavenly demon and was slowly brought to the front of it. You were running around on purpose just now. Cough, cough. Kong Xian roared with an unwilling expression. When I walked the world, you weren't even born yet. You want to deal with me with this little ability? However, this is also good. My subordinates are dead and the three of you are here. Ha ha ha. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed. Let me go. Otherwise, His Majesty won't let you go. Chang Ming shouted in pain. Your Majesty. That Gu Hai. I heard that he has just entered the heavenly palace. You still expect him to save you? What a joke. Ha 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 ha. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed proudly. As it laughed, it summoned the corpse bugs that were surrounding the unborn man. It picked 3 of them and flew over slowly. Enter their bodies and eat their brains. The corpse bug heavenly demon said confidently. Seeing that the corpse bug heavenly demon was about to reach them, the 3 of them were in despair. His Majesty will avenge me. Mosquito Daoran said in grief. Gu Hai. Humph. If he dares to come, I'll make him accompany you. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Is that so? Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from the void. The corpse bug heavenly demon's face darkened as it looked up. Zhou Tianjiu. Hong. A massive energy saber instantly shot toward the corpse bug heavenly demon. This saber aura carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the past, even the Tongtian sect leader was not a match for it. Wherever the saber passed, the void was instantly torn apart. The surrounding mountains were instantly blasted apart. The saber aura was ferocious as it instantly arrived in front of the corpse bug heavenly demon, heading straight for its face. You want to kill them too? The corpse bug heavenly demon's face darkened. Instantly, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Chang Ming stood in front of it to block the attack. After all, that was how Kong Xian had been hit earlier. However, Zhou Tianjiu did not stop. Instead, it instantly approached the corpse bug heavenly demon. Since you want them to die, let them die. The corpse bug heavenly demon said ferociously. Kong Xian and the other 2 were delighted at first. Then, they were horrified as Zhou Tianjiu was too powerful. It was going to kill them instantly. However, Gu Hai's control of Zhou Tianjiu had reached the minute subtlety realm. The moment the energy saber got close, it suddenly became as thin as a piece of paper. It passed through the gap between Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran and went straight for the corpse bug heavenly demon's face. It was going to split the corpse bug heavenly demon in half. Bastard! The corpse bug heavenly demon's face changed. The corpse bug heavenly demon would definitely not allow the energy saber to hit it. It did not have time to cast any techniques and could only give up on the prey in its hand. It immediately let go of the 3 of them and faced the attack with its palm. Hong! After the huge collision, a black hole was torn open. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Chang Ming regained their freedom and were instantly sent flying. The corpse bug heavenly demon also retreated, but it was not injured. Kang Xian and the other two were free. The moment they regained their freedom, they looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Gu Hai was wearing a dragon robe and holding the life-killing saber. Did he just save the three of them and block the corpse bug heavenly demon? Zhou Tianjiu. That can't be. His Majesty did not mobilize the power of the Dahan. Without the power of the people, how could he use Zhou Tianjiu? Kang Xian was shocked. Mosquito Daoren and Chang Ming were also shocked. However, this was not the time to be shocked. They flew toward Gu Hai in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were beside Gu Hai, who was holding the life-killing saber. Over here. Suddenly, a voice came from the clouds behind Gu Hai. The three looked over and froze. There was another Gu Hai. That was not right. The one in the clouds was the real Gu Hai. The one wielding the saber to execute Zhou Tianjiu was not the real Gu Hai. He was even larger than Gu Hai. A cloud beast of the Go Dao. Mosquito Daoren said in shock, appearing stunned. His Majesty used the Go Dao ritual array to create his own cloud beast. Chang Ming said in shock. That's right. No matter who he created, he could not be as perfect as himself. His Majesty created himself 800,000 years ago, when the human soul occupied the body. Kang Xian's eyes lit up. The three immediately flew to where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai controlled his cloud beast and looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. How could the corpse bug heavenly demon not be injured after executing Zhou Tianjiu? This scene made Gu Hai's face sink. A consummation of the heavenly palace is indeed extraordinary. Gu Hai said sullenly. The Tongtian sect master was a peak 9th layer heavenly palace expert. Even so, he was injured by Zhou Tianjiu. However, this corpse bug heavenly demon was unharmed, not injured at all. This made Gu Hai exceptionally grave. The corpse bug heavenly demon also turned grave. Go Dao laws. You can actually use the Go Dao laws so casually. The corpse bug heavenly demon narrowed its eyes. Corpse bug heavenly demon, you are bullying the weak. How despicable. Gu Hai looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. Bullying the weak. Ha! Are you saying that I bullied your subjects? So what if I bullied them? Can your Go Dao cloud beast really injure me? The corpse bug heavenly demon said coldly. After saying that, the corpse bug heavenly demon charged at Gu Hai. Whoosh! The corpse bug heavenly demon turned into a beam of light and charged over. At this moment, Gu Hai's cloud beast suddenly glared and chopped down with the life-punishing saber again. Zhou Tianjiu. Boom! The sky-ripping, earth-shattering saber strike tore through space and arrived before the corpse bug heavenly demon again. This time, the corpse bug heavenly demon was prepared. Its expression turned cold as it sent a palm strike over with all its might. Destroy! The corpse bug heavenly demon roared ferociously. Hong! A loud sound rang out, and a super black hole appeared. The saber tore open the corpse bug heavenly demon's clothes on its shoulder, causing blood to spill out. It seemed to be slightly injured. However, Gu Hai's cloud beast instantly exploded. The impact, which injured both sides, instantly destroyed the nearly undefeatable Gu Hai's cloud beast. This scene made the expressions of Kang Xian and the other two change dramatically. Even Gu Hai's cloud beast was not a match for it. Wasn't this corpse bug heavenly demon too horrifying? What was even more horrifying was that the corpse bug heavenly demon had chosen to injure both sides so that it could instantly reach the fore. It did not give Gu Hai's group any time to catch their breaths. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the corpse bug heavenly demon arrived before the fore. Furthermore, a large amount of corpse chi appeared in front of it. The corpse chi seemed to have thousands of hands reaching out to grab the fore. Oh no, the mosquito Daoren exclaimed. Only Gu Hai showed a cold smile. Although one of my ghost stones was destroyed in the Go board, a ghost stone is still a ghost stone. It can never hurt the player. Chapter 955. Although you destroyed one of my ghost stones in the Go board, a ghost stone is still a ghost stone. It will never be able to harm the player. Gu-hai extended his hand and pressed. Suddenly, a Milky Way appeared in front of him. There seemed to be a starry sky in the Milky Way. Suddenly, the Milky Way expanded infinitely. The corpse chi was very close to Gu-hai. The thousands of palms in the corpse chi looked like they were going to hit everyone. However, this Milky Way strangely expanded this space infinitely. Even if the thousands of palms were very strong, what could they do if they were far away and could not touch? The palms were very close but also very far away. The strange scene made the corpse bug heavenly demon's pupils shrink. There is an empty space in the Go board. No matter what you do, you will never gain anything in the empty space of the Go board. Gu-hai said indifferently. Kong Xian and the others goggled. Clearly, this sudden appearance of the Milky Way was too unexpected. Horror flashed in the eyes of the corpse bug demon. Clearly, the corpse bug demon could tell how incredible this Go ritual array was. It was not just incredible. That Milky Way was like an empty space in the Go board. If the corpse bug demon went in, it would not be able to come out anytime soon. Gu-hai, your Go Dao is indeed incredible. I have not felt this in a long time. Back when I went to the Yang realm, only Jiang Lianshan could fight me. Ha! Ha 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 ha! You are the second person after Jiang Lianshan. The corpse bug demon said coldly. Oh. Jiang Lianshan fought you before. In that case, you lost to Jiang Lianshan back then. Gu-hai's expression changed. Humph. That was because he was not in the corpse grave realm. Here, how could he be a match for me? Humph. Don't think that you are incredible just because you know the Go Dao. The Go Dao is not enough before me. The corpse bug demon said coldly. After saying that coldly, the corpse bug demon waved its hand. Boom! With the heavenly corpse bug demon as the center, an endless amount of corpse chi suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, covering everything in its path. As the corpse chi surged out, one corpse bug demon after another appeared in the corpse chi. Corpse worm domain. Kong Xian's expression changed. Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Divine Path Domain. Mosquito Doran's expression darkened. Rolling corpse chi instantly rushed toward the Milky Way region. The countless corpse bugs and heavenly demons did not attack. Instead, they channeled more and more corpse chi. The corpse chi gradually liquefied and turned into rolling black water. It covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning everyone. The empty space on the chessboard that Gu-hai had drawn out, the area of the Milky Way, was also surging with endless corpse aura. Walala! In an instant, it flooded a large area. There was too much corpse chi, as if it could drown the world. Gu-hai's expression sank, but he found it rather strenuous to manipulate the Tao of chess laws. I'm at the great perfection of the heavenly palace. Under the domain of the divine path, I can slowly push out the otherworldly laws. Chess laws. You can also be pushed out by my corpse bug domain. Are you finding it difficult to use your Go laws? Ha 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 ha, once all the laws are forced out, let's see how you can escape from my hands. The 10,000 corpse bug heavenly demons all said coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The overwhelming corpse chi surged around Gu-hai. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Gu-hai's forehead released a light. Immediately, the image of a chessboard appeared in the air. Gu-hai's group stood at the divine prime position. The surrounding empty space looked like a boundless starry sky, allowing the surging corpse chi to fill it. However, as the Go laws were pushed out, the chessboard could hold less corpse chi. Your Majesty, let's charge out. Kong Xian said anxiously. That won't do. Lord Kong, as long as we step out of His Majesty's chessboard, we will enter the corpse chi region. That will be certain death. We will be trapped. Mosquito Daoren said anxiously. Changming also felt anxious. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the increasing corpse chi. In the past, this emperor searched everywhere for corpse chi to cultivate. Now that corpse chi has delivered itself to him, is there any reason to fear it? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Buzz. His heavenly soul immediately produced a suction force. His heavenly soul started to absorb the surging corpse chi. The corpse chi that entered the chessboard suddenly surged into Gu Hai's body. Rumble. Gu Hai's body became like a bottomless pit, absorbing the surging corpse chi. What? You can absorb corpse chi as well. The corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. The corpse bug heavenly demon did not dare to step into the chessboard region. It could only use corpse chi to drown Gu Hai. However, who could have expected that Gu Hai could absorb corpse chi and that this corpse chi was ineffective against him? Humph. Let's see how much you can absorb. You'll be stuffed to death. The corpse bug heavenly demon roared. Boom. Even more liquid corpse chi surged into Gu Hai's chessboard, surging towards Gu Hai like a flood. However, Gu Hai was not afraid. The surging power surged into his heavenly soul and into his heavenly eye. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth activated automatically. Gu Hai wanted to use the corpse chi to reach the 4th level of the heavenly palace. However, a strange scene happened. The corpse chi did not condense into a new corpse chi core. Instead, it surged into the previous corpse chi core. After the corpse chi core absorbed the corpse chi, it turned into a strange power and rushed into the pupil of the heavenly eye. What's going on? The great compassion poem of heaven and earth can only condense one type of chi core at each level of the heavenly palace? Gu Hai said in shock. The heavenly eye suddenly felt like it was swelling. It continued to absorb more corpse chi as if the energy inside had been accumulated to the limit. It had to be released. Otherwise, the heavenly eye would explode. No, this can't happen. Gu Hai's expression changed. Buzz. His glabella shook, and the heavenly eye appeared. As soon as the heavenly eye opened, a black light spread out. The corpse chi absorbed seemed to have been modified by the heavenly eye. It changed from quantity to quality and suddenly burst out. Gu Hai suddenly opened his 3rd eye. As soon as it appeared, a black light shot out from it. Whoosh! It rushed through the chessboard and shot toward a corpse bug heavenly demon. What kind of dharma spell is this? The corpse bug heavenly demon's hair stood on end instinctively. Boom! With a deafening sound, the entire corpse bug domain seemed to be cut in half by the black light. It was torn in half. The black light did not slow down and instantly pierced through the chest of a corpse bug heavenly demon's clone. Bang! A bull-sized hole appeared in the chest of the corpse bug heavenly demon. The black light passed through the body and continued to tear apart the corpse bug domain. Cough, cough, cough. That's impossible. That's just a clone. The corpse bug heavenly demons cried out in horror. It would be fine even if the domain clone was destroyed. But what was going on in front of them? A bull-sized hole appeared on the chests of each of the 10,000 corpse bug heavenly devils, not the one that Ji Hao was talking about. Bang! The entire corpse bug domain suddenly exploded, and the 10,000 corpse bug heavenly demons instantly merged into one. The corpse bug heavenly demon clutched the large hole in its chest and looked at Gu Hai in horror. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Chang Ming also goggled. His Majesty's 3rd eye. What is this? Buzz. However, they saw Gu Hai's heavenly eye shrink and disappear. Without the corpse bug domain, Gu Hai grasped the strong Go Dao laws again. Immediately, the air moved, and the chessboard quickly enlarged. Why? Why did you only injure my deity Dao clone? Why can you also injure my main body? Why? The corpse bug heavenly demon roared in shock. Unrighteous deeds bring about self-destruction. Gu Hai said coldly, not bothering to explain further. It was not that Gu Hai did not want to explain, but that he could not. The black light that came out of the heavenly eye was the energy provided by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Now that the corpse bug heavenly demon was gone, he could not use it again. Suddenly, the corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. What is your relationship with Jiang Chen? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen's god-destroying heavenly eye. Yes, that's Jiang Chen's god-destroying heavenly eye. Was that the god-destroying light? During the war of sorcerers and demons in ancient times, Jiang Chen used the god-destroying heavenly eye to kill many divine path cultivators. Is that your god-destroying heavenly eye? What is your relationship with Jiang Chen? The corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. Jiang Chen. God-destroying heavenly eye. God-destroying light. Gu Hai's face fell. Could it be that Jiang Chen also had the god-destroying heavenly eye? However, now was not the time to talk nonsense with the corpse bug heavenly demon. Gu Hai waved his hand. Boom! The Go Dao of chess was activated, and a huge Go Dao array was formed, enveloping the corpse bug heavenly demon in an instant. The bull-sized hole could not kill the corpse bug heavenly demon. After all, Gu Hai still remembered how terrifying Rokudo Shinkuan was. Die. Unless he was reduced to ashes. Now, Gu Hai could not kill him, and there could not be a second beam of black light from the heavenly eye. However, although Gu Hai could not kill the corpse bug heavenly demon, it did not mean that he could not deal with the corpse bug heavenly demon. After all, Gu Hai knew Go Dao arrays. With the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal's heavenly Go chess as the source, Gu Hai immediately arranged a 35 heavens and earths array. Boom! The void seemed to be magnified hundreds of millions of times in an instant. The corpse bug heavenly demon was instantly transported to the starry sky. It was not that easy to find a way out in such a vast space. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Fight me again if you can. The corpse bug heavenly demon's roar came from the starry sky. However, Gu Hai ignored it. The 35 Go Dao arrays were enough to trap the corpse bug heavenly demon. Fighting again. Once Xiao Chen became stronger, he would come and destroy the corpse bug heavenly demon. You cannot trap me. I still have a sea of corpse bugs. 1,000 corpse bugs can save me. A furious roar came from the starry sky. Huh? Gu Hai looked at the starry sky, feeling confused. Whoosh! However, he heard a loud sound in the distance. It came from the battlefield where the unborn man was. The black energy withdrew, and the unborn man appeared. However, the countless corpse bugs that charged at him earlier strangely got trapped in a transparent barrier carved with 8 trigrams. Crack! The unborn man extended his hand and squeezed. The transparent barrier shrank, turning into a small sphere that contained thousands of corpse bugs. However, the unborn man captured the corpse bugs. I have already captured your corpse bug heavenly demon subordinates, the unborn man said coldly. No. No. Let me out. Gu Hai, you despicable person. If you are capable, fight me one-on-one. Let me out of this starry sky. Otherwise, when I come out, I will exterminate your entire sect. I will not rest until I die, the corpse bug heavenly demon roared. However, Gu Hai ignored it. It was not that easy to get out of the starry sky set up by the 35 heavens and earths array. Furthermore, even if Gu Hai let the corpse bug heavenly demon out, would the grudge be resolved? What a joke! Chapter 956. Your Majesty, the corpse bugs earlier were somewhat problematic, so the unborn man immediately flew over. It's fine. It is enough that you dealt with those corpse bugs. The corpse bugs are too powerful. Even the lifespan Tao cannot do anything to them, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Yes. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Liansheng disappeared as well. Should we look for Bodhisattva Liansheng first or go to Crown Prince Gu Han's place? Kong Xian asked with a frown. I already found Gu Han's place. He is here as well. However, he is in a different time period, like the two space-time periods you were in earlier. They are here, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Everyone's expression changed. Your Majesty, we came out of the netherworld earlier. When we returned, we appeared here. How about we try again? The unborn man asked. All right. Gu Hai nodded. However, the unborn man swung his hand in the air. Buzz! A tear appeared in space, and a large amount of yang energy surged out. Let's go. Everyone immediately rushed out. They instantly appeared in a mountain forest. However, the surrounding forests and countless plants had all strangely withered. Hey! It was not like this earlier. Kong Xian said in shock. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He understood that Emperor Kong and the other people of the Great Yellow Dynasty probably came out with the 6 resentful spirit kings' corpses and left already. Let's go back first. Gu Hai said. Yes. The unborn man answered. Ling Su swung his hand in the air, and another entrance to the two worlds appeared. Everyone immediately stepped in. The moment they entered, they heard boundless Buddhist chanting. Many huge golden swastika symbols floated in the surroundings. Not far away, the withered lamp Buddha was inside a blazing sun. The withered lamp Buddha showed a pained expression as if he was struggling with two conflicting thoughts. Not far away, Bodhisattva Liansheng and Gu Han held their palms together. Golden light radiated from their bodies. It looked like countless Buddhas and Bodhisattva images stood in the surroundings, chanting scriptures and giving off Buddhist hymns. The Buddhist voice surged towards withered lamp Buddha in the center of the blazing sun. Withered lamp Buddha's head hurt even more. Ah, the Peak Lord's orders cannot be disobeyed. Kill, kill, kill. I have made a great vow to resolve the sufferings of the common people and create a world of pure bliss. I will never forget my original intentions. Withered lamp Buddha let out 2 different sounds. As they clashed, his head hurt more and more. Esteemed Master, disciple Rulai has put down his butcher's knife and understands esteemed Master's painstaking efforts. Gu Han respectfully bowed to withered lamp Buddha. Master, disciple Liansheng will definitely assist first senior brother in his previous life to rebuild Nalanda Temple. It is my duty to save the common people from suffering. I will never forget Master's words. Bodhisattva Liansheng also bowed respectfully. At the side, Qin Zibai sat beside Gu Han and muttered to himself. The wisdom divine scepter in his hand gave off a green light. Ah! Withered lamp Buddha screamed in pain. Boom! A small hole immediately appeared in withered lamp Buddha's forehead. Black energy spread out from the hole, and it looked like a corpse bug was writhing in pain. Crack! 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 The corpse bug seemed to be suppressing withered lamp Buddha's consciousness, and withered lamp Buddha's consciousness was suppressing it as well. When Gu Hai and the others suddenly appeared, their expressions sank. The corpse bug heavenly demon is really careful. Withered lamp Buddha's clone listens to him in the first place. However, he was still worried and planted a corpse bug in withered lamp Buddha's head, Mosquito Daoren said in shock. His wariness is not without reason. At the very least, withered lamp Buddha's will is resisting now, Gu Hai said seriously. Boom! Immediately, that withered lamp Buddha's head gave off a loud sound. A large hole immediately appeared in withered lamp Buddha's head. The corpse bug inside screamed miserably and instantly exploded into pieces. Withered lamp Buddha's body withered, and the sun around him dimmed as well. At this moment, the struggle on withered lamp Buddha's face disappeared, replaced by a benevolent expression as he looked at Guhan and Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. Gautama, you finally put down your butcher's knife? Withered lamp Buddha asked weakly. Master, this disciple already fully understands. I will do my best to wash away the sins of my previous life in this life. Heaven left this corpse grave realm with trillions of resentful spirits. This disciple is willing to purify these trillions of resentful spirits as the first step. If the resentful spirits are not purified, I will not become a Buddha, Guhan said solemnly. Withered lamp Buddha gently waved his hand. Whoosh! Withered lamp Buddha immediately withdrew his 3 layers of past will. Aside from the 35-line pair world formation that Gu Hai laid, the surroundings of the corpse mound realm were dyed scarlet by the overwhelming resentment. The surging resentment spirits had multiplied by more than 100 times. They were everywhere. The more resentment spirits there were, the more miserable cries there were. Resentment and resentment mutually promoted each other, as if they were sublimating each other, increasing continuously. Resentment? What heavy resentment! Could it be that all the resentful spirits in the corpse pit were released? Given the rising resentment, it will soon shatter the corpse grave realm and harm the common people. Withered lamp Buddha exclaimed in shock. If the resentful spirits are not purified, this disciple will not leave the corpse grave realm. Guhan said solemnly. Withered lamp Buddha looked around and finally smiled bitterly. 3 generations of Buddhist intent? Purifying trillions of resentful spirits? The 3 of you happen to be a combination of 3 generations of Buddhas. However, there are too many resentful spirits, too many. You will not be able to handle it. This disciple will try his best. Guhan said solemnly again. Yen Sheng. Withered lamp Buddha looked at Bodhisattva Yen Sheng. This disciple is here. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said respectfully. Many thanks for your great kindness earlier. You helped me regain my lost nature, allowing me to regain my original heart. Withered lamp Buddha said gratefully. This disciple should do what he should. Furthermore, this disciple alone would not be enough. I need first senior brother's reincarnation to help. Only then. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng immediately said. You already understand the meaning of the Dharmic name Yen Sheng. I am already very gratified. Withered lamp Buddha pressed his palms together. Yes, Master. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng said respectfully. Gautama. Master's greatest hope is for you to put down the butcher's knife. This is because Master understands that you putting down the butcher's knife is more important to the common people than me cultivating Buddhism for my entire life. Right now, although I am a copy, my Buddhist heart has not changed. I am the original me. We cultivators of Buddhism cultivate the Buddhist heart. Our physical bodies are just shells, withered lamp Buddha said solemnly. Yes, Master. Guhan bowed respectfully. Although Guhan knew that this was just a copy, a fake withered lamp Buddha, he understood that the Buddhist heart was the foundation of withered lamp Buddha. With the Buddhist heart, one could live forever. Master is gratified that you can think of purifying these trillions of resentful spirits. Master's 3 souls are damaged and do not have much time left. At the last moment, I will help the 3 of you divide these resentful spirits and form a 13-floor eternal Buddhist pagoda. Each floor has its own space to divide the resentful spirits so that you can purify them. Withered lamp Buddha said as he pressed his palms together. Master, you can't. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng's expression changed. 13-floor eternal Buddhist pagoda. That is Nalanda Temple's eternal Buddhist pagoda technique. Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. Buzz. Then, Shaoqin saw withered lamp Buddha chanting in the sky. The blazing sun on his body suddenly released bright light, illuminating the surroundings. The blazing sun wrapped around the severely injured withered lamp Buddha and slowly changed shape, turning into a golden pagoda. The moment the gigantic pagoda appeared, it reached the sky and landed on the ground. There were a total of 13 floors, and each floor had 9 sides. Suddenly, all the doors of the 9-sided pagoda opened. Creak. A total of 117 doors opened, producing a strong suction force. Woo! 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 The surrounding resentful spirits cried out as the pagoda's suction force sucked them in. Rumble. The surging resentful spirits were immediately sucked into the eternal Buddhist pagoda. It was like a whale sucking in water, filling the entire corpse grave realm. Master! Bodhisattva Yen Xing cried out anxiously and sorrowfully. Solemnly, only Gu Han suddenly bowed and said, Master turned his body into a pagoda and saved the common people. This disciple congratulates Master on achieving enlightenment. When Gu Han bowed, Bodhisattva Yen Sheng and Qin Zibai looked at him in shock. They immediately understood what Gu Han meant. Wasn't this withered lamp Buddha's grand wish? Now, he turned his body into a pagoda and completed his grand wish. Didn't this mean that he achieved enlightenment? They should congratulate him. Congratulations, Master, on achieving enlightenment. Bodhisattva Yen Xing said respectfully. Congratulations, withered lamp Buddha, on achieving enlightenment. Qin Zibai said respectfully as well. The three slowly walked to the eternal Buddhist pagoda. Rumble. Resentful spirits surged over. The three slightly drove the pagoda, and the pagoda absorbed them even faster. In just one day, nearly all the resentful spirits were sucked into the eternal Buddhist pagoda. Only 1% of the resentful spirits remained outside. Creak. The pagoda's 117 doors closed at the same time. At this moment, the eternal Buddhist pagoda seemed to expand several times, filling the surroundings and forming an illusory pagoda. Woo 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 woo. Inside the pagoda, countless resentful spirits wailed. The boundless resentment in the world surged over, crashing into the pagoda. The pagoda shook as if on the verge of shattering. Oh no! The resentment in this world is too great. Bodhisattva Yen Xing said anxiously. There are too many resentful spirits, and the eternal Buddha pagoda can't hold them all. The resentful spirits inside are controlling the overflowing resentment outside, wanting to destroy the eternal Buddha pagoda. What should we do? Qin Zibai said anxiously. Resentment? There is too much resentment. Perhaps Master's efforts will go to waste. Gu Han also revealed an anxious expression. Are you worried about the resentment in this world? Gu Hai asked. Yes. The resentment comes from all the resentful spirits in the pagoda and is connected to them. Although the pagoda imprisons the resentful spirits, there is too much resentment outside, continuously attacking the pagoda. The pagoda might. Gu Han said worriedly. What if there is no more resentment? Gu Hai asked. Ah. Gu Han said, feeling confused. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, protect this emperor. Gu Hai said. Yes, the two answered. However, when they saw Gu Hai sitting down cross-legged, they immediately drove their heavenly soul and executed the great compassion poem to absorb the resentment. Rumble. The boundless resentment that dyed the corpse mound realm red seemed to abandon all resentful spirits and gathered around Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body was like a black hole, crazily sucking in this overwhelming resentment. Shaoqian swallowed up the resentful spirits even faster than the eternal Buddhist pagoda earlier. Gu Hai quickly absorbed the surging resentment. At the same time, it surged into the heavenly eye of his heavenly soul, forming a new chi core, the resentment pill. Chapter 957. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoren stood guard. Gu Hai sat down cross-legged and circulated the great compassion poem. Immediately, his entire body became like a black hole, crazily swallowing the surging resentment. That horrifying speed made the eyelids of Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran twitch. The heavenly palace cultivates energy. However, isn't the speed at which His Majesty swallows energy a little too exaggerated? Kong Xian said in shock. It's not just exaggerated. This is resentment. There are many types of energy. Most of them choose to cultivate energy that is compatible with one's body or a mild energy. This resentment is exceptionally ferocious and messes with one's mind. Ordinary people would not dare to touch it. Mosquito Daoran said in shock as well. Despite the shock, the two guarded Gu Hai diligently. Even Gu Han and Chang Ming did not allow them to get close. Rumble. The eternal Buddha pagoda at the side shook and gradually stabilized. Even the roaring of the countless resentment spirits inside could not shake the eternal Buddha pagoda after losing the support of the external resentment. Absorb. 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 In just 2 hours, boom. Gu Hai's body immediately roared, and a shock wave spread out from Gu Hai's body. After the witchcraft chi pill and the corpse chi pill, the third scarlet resentment pill formed in the heavenly eye. Heavenly Palace's fourth layer. The 3 chi pills revolved around the heavenly eye, giving off strands of strange energy. However, there was still a boundless amount of resentment outside. Xiaoqian had just absorbed 1/3 of the chi pills. Would he waste all that resentment? Gu Hai tried again, hoping to form the 4th chi pill. After all, others could form the same chi pill. After trying again and again, Gu Hai gave up. Like the corpse chi earlier, he could not form the 4th chi pill. He could only form 1 resentment pill. Can I only stop here? This won't do. Gu Hai was unwilling to give up. Xiaoqian continued absorbing. Rumble. Sure enough, the rolling resentment was absorbed like the previous corpse chi, but it didn't condense into a resentment pill. Instead, it caused the heavenly eye to swell, as if a force was gathering, wanting to shoot out the same kind of divine light as before. Previously, the corpse chi's divine light was so powerful that it tore apart the corpse bug heavenly demon's domain. Now, it was the same for the resentment chi. His heavenly eye swelled, but Gu Hai was still trying to find the maximum tolerance. Breathe, breathe, breathe. 2/3 of the resentment in the outside world was still surging toward Gu Hai. The eternal Buddha pagoda had completely stabilized and was no longer affected by resentment. Gu Han, who was at the side, was shocked. He put his palms together. When he saw how powerful his father was, joy flashed in his eyes. 2 hours. 4 hours. Finally, the last strand of resentment was completely absorbed by Gu Hai. Buzz. Gu Hai's body trembled. His heavenly eye couldn't take it anymore. The divine light didn't appear. Instead, it strangely condensed into a scarlet, thread-like divine light that surrounded the resentment pill. Gu Hai had a feeling that the divine light had been refined and could be stored in the resentment pill, ready to be released at any time. As long as he wanted to, he could shoot it out with his heavenly eye. Shoot it out now. No, how powerful was this divine light? Previously, he broke the corpse bug heavenly demon's domain and even shot a bowl-sized hole in its chest. How could he waste it? The corpse bug heavenly demon said that this is called the God-killing light. Gu Hai thought. A God-killing light stuck to the resentment pill. It looked ordinary, but only Gu Hai knew how powerful this God-killing light was. Just as Gu Hai was feeling happy. Suddenly, all the hair on Gu Hai's body stood on end. A great threat of death enveloped him. Oh no! Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively waved his hand. Endless Tao of chess laws were immediately activated by Gu Hai. In an instant, countless galaxies appeared around Gu Hai. Boom! It was as if the starry sky had exploded. The void expanded countless times. Corpse bug domain, no. The corpse bug heavenly demon's desperate voice suddenly came from the void. Rumble. Rolling corpse chi instantly drowned Gu Hai and the others. At the same time, the corpse bug heavenly demon that came to sneak an attack was thrown far away by the array formation. The overwhelming liquid corpse chi instantly drowned the surroundings. Retrieve. Gu Hai stared. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth was activated again. The rolling corpse chi was absorbed by his heavenly eye again. That was close. Kong Xian and the others' expressions changed. Gu Hai suddenly got up and stepped into the sky, heading toward the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. As the rolling corpse chi approached Gu Hai, he absorbed it all in the blink of an eye. That corpse bug heavenly demon felt extremely depressed. Just a little more, and I could have destroyed Gu Hai. How did you find the exit of the array formation? Gu Hai asked with a sullen expression. Initially, he thought that he trapped the corpse bug heavenly demon in the void. However, the corpse bug heavenly demon found its way back in the blink of an eye. How could Gu Hai not worry? Humph. Gu Hai, do you know that you are making an enemy of my heavenly demon Holy Land? The corpse bug heavenly demon did not answer. Gu Hai looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon. After thinking for a while, his expression changed slightly. I understand. Resentment energy. You found it by following the direction of the resentment energy. Humph. The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted coldly. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. However, he understood that this was just a coincidence. Didn't you say that I would not give you a chance? Now, I will give you a chance. Don't you have the corpse bug domain? I will not use the heavenly eye to fight with you. How about it? Gu Hai said coldly. That's what you said. Ha ha ha. You are seeking death. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed loudly. Boom. Immediately, surging liquid corpse chi surged towards Gu Hai from all directions. However, Gu Hai pushed the great compassion poem of the world to its limits, allowing the corpse chi to enter his body. Rumble. Immediately, the surging corpse chi was absorbed. The corpse bug heavenly demon immediately charged at Gu Hai. However, within the Go Dao ritual array, Gu Hai's figure flickered. The corpse bug heavenly demon could not touch him at all. I don't believe that my corpse bug domain cannot compare to your Go Dao ritual array. The corpse bug heavenly demon said with a ferocious expression. More corpse chi surged towards Gu Hai. However, all of this was like a huge tonic. The corpse bug heavenly demon turned into thousands of incarnations and continuously chased after Gu Hai. However, it could not even touch the corner of Gu Hai's clothes. This made the corpse bug heavenly demon increasingly anxious. Chase. Chase. After chasing for 2 hours, the corpse bug heavenly demon paled somewhat. When it turned its head, its expression changed. My domain? You are snatching the corpse chi in my domain, the corpse bug heavenly demon exclaimed in horror. However, in the 2 hours earlier, the corpse chi in the corpse bug domain had already decreased by more than half. The corpse bug heavenly demon immediately withdrew its corpse bug domain and panted heavily. Clearly, the corpse chi that Gu Hai snatched earlier drained the corpse bug heavenly demon significantly. Buzz. Gu Hai's figure trembled. In that instant earlier, after absorbing the boundless corpse chi, he had condensed a god-vanquishing light formed by the corpse chi in his corpse chi core. A second god-vanquishing light? Good. Gu Hai immediately laughed loudly. Gu Hai, you lied to me and stole my corpse chi, the corpse bug heavenly demon glared at him in shock and anger. Gu Hai looked at the corpse bug heavenly demon and was in a good mood. With a second god-vanquishing light, Gu Hai could fight against the corpse bug heavenly demon. As long as he used it well, he could deal a fatal blow to the corpse bug heavenly demon. However, Gu Hai did not do so. These two god-vanquishing lights were his greatest reliance. How could he waste them? Many thanks to the corpse bug heavenly demon for fulfilling my wish. Now, you can return to the array. Gu Hai flung his sleeve. Boom! The Go Dao array immediately swept the corpse bug heavenly demon into the starry sky and disappeared in an instant. No, Gu Hai, you liar, you liar. Ah! The corpse bug heavenly demon's angry roar came from the depths of the starry sky. However, would Gu Hai care about him? He turned his head and looked around. The corpse grave realm is still not safe enough. Since that is the case, I'll lay a super ritual array for Han. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved. Gu Hai immediately moved the Go Dao laws in the void. Strands of purple energy interweaved in the void. Suddenly, countless changes appeared in the stars in the sky. Gu Hai arranged the stars and laid a super ritual array. Gu Hai continuously improved and strengthened the 35-line pair world ritual array. After 6 hours, Gu Hai stopped. Buzz! The surrounding void turned chaotic and hazy. No one could tell east from west. Only then did Gu Hai arrive at Gu Han's place. Your Majesty, was that the corpse bug heavenly demon earlier? The mosquito Daoran asked worriedly. There's no need to worry. We have already trapped him in the 35-line pair world ritual array. He can't come out anymore. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone felt shocked. That was a consummation heavenly palace expert. However, he could not resist the Go Dao ritual array at all. Han, are you sure you want to purify these trillions of resentful spirits? Gu Hai looked at Gu Han. Yes, father. This child has already made a great wish. Solemnly, Gu Han said. Ancient Emperor, I will stay behind to accompany Gu Han. Many thanks for this trip. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng bowed respectfully. Bodhisattva Yen Sheng is too polite. You helped me by helping Gu Han. I should be the one thanking you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, this subject will also stay behind to accompany Crown Prince Gu Han. Qin Zibai said respectfully. Good. Even if you did not say that, we would have let you stay behind. We will tell Mo Yike that your Qin clan does not need to worry. We will ensure their safety. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded. Also, do not leave the 300 zhang radius of this eternal Buddha pagoda. I laid a ritual array beyond this 300 zhang radius, which is filled with boundless danger. Once you enter, it will be difficult to get out. These are 3 exit talismans. I have already infused some Go Dao laws into them. Crush 1 talisman, and you can bring 1 person out. However, you can only leave and not enter. Gu Hai handed over 3 jade talismans. Yes. The 3 answered. Furthermore, the Go Dao ritual array completely covers the corpse grave realm. No one can enter. Even Master Shou would get lost if he did not immediately leave after entering. Just rest assured and stay here. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Yes. Han, father will not stay any longer. I still have matters to attend to in the Yang realm. Take care of yourself. If there is anything, use the exit talisman to leave the corpse grave realm. Then, use this Guqin figurine to contact us. Chang Ming will inform me immediately. Gu Hai took out a Guqin figurine and handed it to Gu Han. Father, rest assured. This child is fine. Gu Han nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he led Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Chang Ming, and the unborn man into the ritual array. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dusky corpse grave realm. Father, take care. Solemnly, Gu Han bowed in the direction that Gu Hai left in. After bowing, Gu Han slowly led Bodhisattva Yen Sheng and Qin Zibai into the eternal Buddha pagoda. The two of you, we will start from the first floor of the pagoda. Then, we will go up floor by floor, solemnly, Guhan said. Yes, the two answered. Creak. The doors closed, and the two started to purify the resentful spirits. Ritual arrays covered the entire corpse grave realm. Others would definitely get lost in there, but not Gu Hai. Gu Hai quickly led the group out of the corpse grave realm. Chapter 958. Yang World, Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. Chun Shinsho's clothes were somewhat tattered as he rushed to the Mahavira Hall in a fluster. Inside the Mahavira Hall, Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha frowned as they looked at Chun Shinsho. Kong Xian. Kong Xian killed the sword god 6 paths. It's true. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The past Buddha frowned slightly. Are you talking about the sword god 6 paths clone that we gave to the corpse bug sky demon? How can that be? How can Kong Xian be a match for the sword god 6 paths? What's the point of lying to you about this? Kong Xian really did kill the sword god 6 paths. If not for me running fast enough, I would not have been able to return. Chun Shinsho said with lingering fear. Disbelief flashed in the past Buddha's eyes as he looked at Jiang Rulai. After a moment of silence, Jiang Rulai said, Are you saying that Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, the unborn man, that Chang Ming, and Bodhisattva Yen Sheng went to the corpse grave realm together? Yes. The Peak Master sent me, Taoist Fly, the sword god 6 paths, and the withered lamp Buddha to deal with them. However, while I was dealing with the unborn man, Kong Xian actually killed the sword god 6 paths. If not for me running fast enough. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. How did you manage to escape? In that case, why did you not go to the corpse bug sky demon but come to me instead? Suspicion flashed in Jiang Rulai's eyes. The corpse bug sky demon is too headstrong. He can't even be bothered with managing luck in the corpse grave realm. Furthermore, the group of resentful spirit kings at the center of the corpse grave realm is extremely strong. Even the corpse bug sky demon does not dare to barge in. I was worried that something might happen, so I came to ask for your help. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha stared at Chun Shinsho, seeming to doubt him. What are you all looking at me for? Although I'm not from the heavenly demon holy land, we can be considered to be allies. How could I lie to you about this? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai was silent for a moment before his eyes narrowed. What you said makes sense. But, Buddha, how can Gu Hai and the others go there? Could it be not good for Gu Han? How is that possible? How does Gu Hai know about Gu Han's whereabouts? The past Buddha's eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Rulai's face darkened slightly. Jiang Rulai, you should go and take a look. Gu Hai's group is really fierce, especially that Kong Xian. The 6 paths of Sword God. Even the 6 paths of Sword God died at his hands. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The corpse mound world has the corpse bug heavenly demon in charge. He is at the great perfection of heavenly palace. Who is his opponent? Moreover, he doesn't like others meddling in his affairs. Jiang Rulai said with a frown. But, what if? Chun Shinsho said worriedly. Jiang Rulai suddenly looked at Chun Shinsho. Why are you looking at me? Chun Shinsho suddenly shouted. Chun Shinsho, Gu Hai's location is extremely secretive. Logically speaking, no one should know about his whereabouts. How did Gu Hai find him? Secondly, if I remember correctly, you once lied to us about the situation and asked us to help you. This is even stranger. The corpse mound world is in trouble, but you didn't report to the corpse bug heavenly demon first. Instead, you came to complain to me first. Jiang Rulai still looked at Chun Shinsho with suspicion. You still doubt me? Didn't I ask you to help me get a longevity pearl last time? Is there a need to take it to heart? Didn't the vast freedom heavenly demons say that this matter is over? Chen Xinshu immediately shouted gloomily. Correction, you didn't ask us for help. You lied to us to go to that place. We were deceived. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. Alright, this time it's true. What's there to doubt? You'll know once you go. Moreover, that Gu Hai isn't in the limitless celestial capital now. Why don't you send someone to the limitless celestial capital and destroy his limitless celestial capital? I knew I wasn't lying to you. Chen Xinshu said gloomily. Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha looked at each other. Alright. If what Chen Xinshu said is true, even if the limitless celestial capital has experts, it's limited. The past Buddha nodded. Let the 6 paths of Sword God go. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. 6 paths of Sword God. Didn't you give him to the corpse bug heavenly demon? Moreover, he was killed by Kong Xian just now. Chen Xinshu said in surprise. Who said I only replicated the 6 paths of Sword God? Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Oh. Chen Xinshu said in surprise. The past Buddha walked to the back of the hall. Soon, the past Buddha entered the hall with a man in a golden robe. It's really the same. Another 6 paths of Sword God. Divine blood replication, what a powerful divine blood replication. Doesn't that mean you can have as many as you want? Jiang Rulai, how many replicas of the 6 paths of Sword God do you have? Chen Xinshu said in surprise. Jiang Rulai ignored Chen Xinshu and looked at the 6 paths of Sword God who followed the past Buddha into the hall. Buddha. The 6 paths of Sword God said respectfully. Head to the limitless celestial capital immediately and check if Gu Hai is in the limitless celestial capital. If he isn't, destroy the limitless celestial capital immediately and scatter the fate of the Dahan. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. Yes. The 6 paths of Sword God replied. Whoosh. The 6 paths of Sword God rushed out of the hall and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the limitless celestial capital in the distance. Jiang Rulai was also quite curious. He slowly walked out of the hall of great strength and looked toward the limitless celestial capital following the 6 paths of Sword God's flight speed. Xing. The 6 paths of Sword God flew past like a divine sword piercing through the clouds and mist, tearing apart the void. In just half an hour, he arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Boom! He suddenly arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Billions of sword chi instantly appeared around him and rushed in all directions. Not good, there's an enemy attack. Above the limitless celestial capital, there was a sudden cry of alarm. The life entrapment blade wasn't taken away by Gu Hai. Mo Yike slightly activated it and instantly formed a defensive formation that blocked the billions of sword chi. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Sima Changkong, and Montez all walked to the soaring sky hall plaza with worried expressions. His Majesty wasn't here. Who was this expert? Where's Gu Hai? The golden-robed figure stopped in the air and shouted. Boom! The sound shook the 9 heavens. The sword chi even tore apart the clouds for thousands of miles. The expressions of the people of the limitless celestial capital changed drastically. This is Rokudo Shinkuen's golden god body clone. Mo Yike's pupils suddenly shrank. After all, 800,000 years ago, Mo Yike had seen Rokudo Shinkuen's appearance with his own eyes. In front of him, it was exactly the same. Moreover, the sharp aura was exactly the same. Mo Yike already knew of the 6 paths of Sword God's existence when he fought against Ho. Who would have thought that the 6 paths of Sword God would come again? His Majesty wasn't here. Dragon God Ing, Kung Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Shanghai Hen, and Ao Shun weren't here. What should they do? There were also spies from all over the world in the limitless celestial capital. At this moment, their eyelids twitched when they saw the 6 paths of Sword God. They quickly used the Guqin figurines to spread the news. Not long ago, the leaders of the 6 factions who had sent their sons as hostages were shocked when they heard the news. Without hesitation, they flew toward the limitless celestial capital. 3 great emperors and 3 sect leaders. At this moment, the 6 of them had mixed feelings. Someone was causing havoc in the limitless celestial capital again. The limitless celestial capital was in troubled times. They hoped that someone would destroy the limitless celestial capital, but they were also worried that their sons would be injured. The 6 of them hurried over. In addition to the 6 of them, the great Yan celestial dynasty's war god Ho Xingtian also received the news. Is this true? Xingtian looked at a subordinate in front of him. Yes. If the news is correct, it should be the sword god sent by Jiang Rulai, the subordinate said respectfully. Oh. Interesting. Ha, I'll go take a look. Xingtian laughed. Boom. Xingtian rushed out of the main hall. Xingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th tier of Heavenly Palace. His cultivation was higher than the 6 paths of Sword God, so naturally, he was faster. Not long after. Outside the limitless celestial capital, many experts had gathered. The leaders of the 6 factions landed on a mountain peak, looking anxious. What a powerful aura. Why is this Sword Dao aura so strong? Similar to the Tongtian sect master in the past. An emperor's face darkened. Similar to the Tongtian sect master. Oh, I know. This is the sword god sent by the spiritual mountain Holy Land. In the previous battle, he destroyed countless stars. Another sect leader's eyes lit up. This sword Dao aura is so terrifying. No one in the world can compare. The 6 of us together may not be his match. Another emperor said with an ugly expression. Can Gu Hai block it? My son is still in the limitless celestial capital. A sect leader said with an ugly expression. Yes, he definitely can. Didn't he block it last time? The 6 of them looked on worriedly. Whoosh! Xingtian also arrived nearby and landed on a mountain peak. Sword Dao. It is indeed more powerful than the Tongtian sect masters. Xingtian said in surprise. In the sky, the sword god Samsara did not attack immediately. The Buddha had ordered them to test whether Gu Hai was there. They could only attack when he was not. Where is Gu Hai? Come out. The sword god Samsara glared and shouted again. His voice seemed to carry a strong sword will. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 swords were galloping and colliding with the boundary of the limitless celestial capital. However, Gu Hai did not appear at the entrance of the soaring palace. However, from not far away from the soaring palace hall, a large monk slowly walked out. It was a large monk that no one recognized. Gu Hai is not here. He is not in the limitless celestial capital. Then, what should we do? An emperor said anxiously. The expressions of the leaders of the 6 factions changed drastically. At this moment, the 6 of them were ready to attack. As long as the limitless celestial capital was in danger, they would immediately save their son. Gu Hai left the limitless celestial capital again. Xingtian was puzzled. Far away, at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall in the spirited mountain Holy Land, Jiang Rulai narrowed his eyes. As expected, Gu Hai is not in the limitless celestial capital. Furthermore, Dragon God Ing, Shengguan Hen, Kong Xian, and Mosquito Daoren are all not here. The limitless celestial capital is now an empty shell. Buddha, the limitless celestial capital is an empty shell? Doesn't that mean? The Buddha of the past's eyes lit up. Jiang Rulai nodded. That's right. The sword god Samsara can attack now. As he spoke, Jiang Rulai put his palms together and a voice was transmitted to the ears of the sword god Samsara in the distance. You can attack now. Destroy the limitless celestial capital and destroy its fate. Jiang Rulai's voice was transmitted. The sword god Samsara's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said respectfully, yes. Whoosh. The sword god Samsara drew his sacred sword. Chapter 959. Upon receiving Jiang Rulai's order, the dominator of the Six Paths' eyes shone with murderous intent. Xing. He instantly drew his sacred sword. As soon as the sacred sword was drawn, the threat of death spread in all directions. The surging murderous intent made everyone tremble. The storm of sword auras suddenly increased tenfold. Rumble. The swords crashed into the limitless celestial capital's defensive formation. The formation trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Gu Hai isn't here. Since Gu Hai isn't in the limitless celestial capital, there's no point in keeping it. The dominator of the Six Paths waved his hands slightly. Wang. The billions of sword auras that were dancing in all directions suddenly turned and pointed at the limitless celestial capital. The aura of the billions of sword auras instantly made countless people feel a sense of fear and suffocation. My lord, what should we do now? My lord, when will His Majesty return? Where's Lord Kongxian? A group of nervous officials asked anxiously. What's the point of all this noise? The limitless celestial capital hasn't reached its end yet. Chen Tianshan shouted. Yes. All the officials quietened down. Mo Yike looked at the monk who just walked out. It was Mahavirakana, who had been reading scriptures recently. Master, the enemy might be. Mo Yike looked at Mahavirakana. Although Mo Yike didn't know Mahavirakana's identity, Gu Hai once said that if a powerful enemy came, he could ask Mahavirakana for help. Mahavirakana smiled and said, don't worry. Mahavirakana's smile made Mo Yike understand instantly. He was no longer worried. Montez, Gao Xianji, Sima Changkong, and Chen Tianshan saw Mo Yike's expression and understood. Mahavirakana took a step forward. In the distance, the leaders of the six forces were terrified. My son is inside. He's not from the Dahan imperial dynasty. He's innocent. The six of them rushed out, wanting to stop him. Scram! Sword God Six Paths coldly shouted. A wave of aura was emitted from his body. Boom! The six of them were immediately sent flying by the shockwave. What? The six of them cried out in shock. In front of the sword god, he was actually no match for his aura. My son, run! The six of them pounced toward the infinite celestial capital at almost the same time. They wanted to save their sons in this moment of crisis. At this moment, most people felt that the limitless heaven was finished, including Jiang Rulai in the holy land of Spiritual Mountain. Jiang Rulai revealed a cold smile as he watched the six paths of the sword god unleash his ultimate sword strike. Only Xing Tian narrowed his eyes at this moment and looked at the big monk in the square of the soaring sky hall. It should be known that not long ago, he had suffered a loss at the hands of this monk in the Battle of Wills. After returning, Xing Tian kept looking for information about this monk. However, no matter what kind of intelligence department he was in, he could not find anything. They did not even have a portrait of this monk. This made Xing Tian very angry. Now, Mahavirakana took a step forward, and Xing Tian carefully looked at him. Sacred Sword, World Annihilation. Sword God Six Paths glared and slashed down with his sacred sword. The billions of sword chis in the surroundings seemed to have received an order and crashed toward the infinite celestial capital along with the sacred sword. The six paths of the sword god could destroy all techniques with one strike. Moreover, the power of this world annihilation was the six paths of the sword god's ultimate move. Hong! The defensive barrier of the infinite celestial capital instantly exploded. No! Countless people were terrified. No, my son, run. The leaders of the 6 major forces were also in despair. This strike would not only destroy the infinite celestial capital, but it would also turn the entire infinite celestial capital into dust. Apart from a few experts who would survive, almost all the ordinary people would be killed. Some of the experts who came from all directions could not bear to watch. The ministers of the Dahan were also horrified. Only Mo Yike and the others were calm and fearless. However, Mahavarakana suddenly extended his right palm. He did not face the sky head-on. Instead, he extended his right palm and turned it slightly so that his palm was facing up. Buddhist nation in a palm. Mahavarakana said calmly. His voice was not loud, but it spread in all directions in an instant. Buddhist nation in a palm. What's that? Xing Tian said in surprise from afar. In this moment of surprise, he saw that a giant hand seemed to have appeared in the void above. When the giant hand appeared, it blocked the entire infinite celestial capital with its palm. All the sword chis and sword auras rushed into the illusory giant hand almost instantly. Buzz! The moment the vast and imposing sword chi entered his palm, it suddenly disappeared. It was like a stone thrown into water, disappearing just like that. No, if a stone was thrown into water, there would still be waves. However, there was no wave at all. It was suddenly extinguished. This was the world annihilation sword. That world-destroying blow had suddenly disappeared just like that. Who is he? At the entrance of the spiritual mountain, Jiang Rulai's face darkened. What? The leaders of the 6 forces were also stunned. This giant hand was so strange. Where were the billions of sword chis? My sword of annihilation. The 6 Paths Sword God said in shock. While the 6 Paths Sword God was still in shock, he saw the giant hand turn over. Whoosh! In an instant, the 6 Paths Sword God was turned over into the palm. It was as if there was a small world in the palm that enveloped the 6 Paths Sword God. The giant hand shrunk instantly and disappeared into Mahavarakana's palm. The black mass of sword chi disappeared, and the terrifying sword god also disappeared. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. This was too unreal. Where did he go? Where was the powerful sword god? Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana's expression was still indifferent. He extended his right hand, which seemed to emit waves of Buddhist light. In the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see a shrunken version of the 6 Paths Sword God flying desperately in the palm. However, no matter how hard he flew, he could not fly out of Mahavarakana's palm. Hiss! Behind Mahavarakana, many Dahan officials sucked in a cold breath. Since when did our Dahan imperial dynasty have such an expert? In the distance, the leaders of the 6 major powers, who were flying towards the limitless celestial capital, slowly landed on the plaza of the soaring sky hall. Father! The 6 hostages rushed over. However, the leaders of the 6 major powers did not care about their sons. Instead, they stared in shock at Mahavarakana, and the 6 Paths Sword God in his palm. Even the terrifying 6 Paths of the Sword God couldn't escape from his grasp. Every now and then, a powerful expert would appear in the Han royal dynasty. Every now and then, a strange one would appear. Previously, they had wanted to besiege the limitless celestial capital. Wasn't that courting death? Cold sweat broke out on the backs of the 6 people. Luckily, the ancient emperor had not pursued the matter. If he had, how could they have escaped? How could he have just sent a hostage and let it go? Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Master, you are mighty. One of the emperors bowed respectfully. The other 5 also bowed respectfully. Mahavarakana nodded. On the other side, Xing Tian narrowed his eyes. Buddhist arts? What a powerful Buddhist art! In the distance, at the Ling Mountain sacred ground, at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall, Jiang Rulai narrowed his eyes, his expression ugly. Buddhist kingdom in a palm. I've thought about this before, but it was just a prototype. Who is he? How could he have cultivated it? I've never seen this Buddha before. Who is he? Jiang Rulai said in surprise. At this moment, Mahavarakana seemed to sense something. His gaze suddenly turned towards the Ling Mountain's sacred ground. Jiang Rulai and Mahavarakana suddenly exchanged glances. Grand completion of the heavenly palace? Jiang Rulai said in surprise. Mahavarakana smiled slightly and even nodded in acknowledgement. Then, he ignored them. However, this indifference made Jiang Rulai's eyelids twitch wildly. Someone, investigate this monk for me. Start from ancient records. Report to me immediately if he appears. Jiang Rulai quickly formed Mahavarakana's Dharma form. Yes. Immediately, a group of bodhisattvas gathered around and said respectfully. At the entrance of the limitless celestial capital. The 6 paths of the sword god in Mahavarakana's palm was still running away, but he couldn't escape. Mahavarakana looked at his palm. You can't escape from my Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Just wait patiently. Mahavarakana clenched his right hand, and the 6 paths of the sword god was already hidden in his palm. In the square, the ministers were both excited and shocked. This monk was so powerful. Thank you, Master. Mo Yike and the others bowed solemnly to Mahavarakana. No worries. I promised Mr. Good. Of course, I won't let him destroy the limitless celestial capital. Mahavarakana said with a smile. Nodding, Mahavarakana ignored the other people's compliments and slowly left the square of the soaring palace hall, returning to his own courtyard. Until Mahavarakana disappeared, many of the ministers were still in a daze. Mo Yike and Chen Tianshan exchanged glances. Then, they both smiled. All right, inform all the patrols in the city to check for casualties. Immediately calm the people and repair the buildings destroyed by the attack. Chen Tianshan ordered. Yes, the ministers answered. At this moment, many of the ministers were sweating. They had really embarrassed themselves just now. Even if His Majesty was away, he would have arranged everything. What was there to worry about? The ministers went to work. Mo Yike also looked at the leaders of the 6 forces. 6 of you, His Majesty is away for a few days. It's rare for all of you to come. You can interact with your eldest sons for a few days. Mo Yike said with a smile. The 6 of them looked at each other. At this moment, there was no longer any resentment of using their sons as hostages. Instead, they said politely, Thank you, Lord Mo. Mo Yike nodded and ignored the 6 of them. The eldest sons of the 6 came forward one after another. Father, it was so scary just now. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here anymore. Let me go back, a son of a sect leader shouted. Slap. The sound of a slap was heard. Father, why did you hit me? If you dare to bring it back again, I'll break your legs. Who came up with that stupid escape plan last time? Fortunately, you didn't run away. Otherwise, my sect would be in trouble because of you. The sect leader scolded. The hostages were speechless. Am I not their biological son? The commotion in the limitless celestial capital slowly calmed down. Outside the city, Xingtian frowned deeply. The Han Imperial Dynasty? I really underestimated them. I must report to His Holiness immediately. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.